teams faced off against each other in Game 5 both times around in Challengers Cup number 7 and Elite Season 1. So honestly, I expect a pretty close series throughout, but as we jump into round number 2 here, Austin, it's going to be House Tough on the offense. We'll see where they take this bomb.
Gizmo right through the middle. He's looking to try and get aggressive. We've seen this now open up, I feel like, in a lot of offensive rounds where you're trying to get some middle map control to give you options to go towards this A or B site. Shots are being fired, but no one taken down just yet. A lot of ARs in the mix. Afro, the bomb carrier, also here with that XM4. But you have one player 6 here on the minimap that's over by B. You have player 7 here that's also going to be working through the beach side. And, well, it looks like the call is going to be made with about 50 seconds left to start inching closer towards this A site.
Seems to be the bomb site they've chosen for sure. House Tough, now they've got to execute on it. Gizmo going to pick up that first blood against Lucky. That should open up situations here over towards the A bomb site. You've got to deal with Nvidia in the backline, though. The AR player for the squad that we've talked about a ton, Austin, coming into this season. The odd man out for Rams, but has definitely proved himself. And now going to get together with the rest of his team. House Tough going to get this bomb down. Afro going to be responsible for that. And now for the Rams, it's about retaking.
How do you retake this? You need that first pick. That's really what's going to kind of ignite this push. Metal's up top. He's going to go for the challenge. Wee Man finds the easy pickup. Defrag with the second, and right away, Nvidian's left alone in a 1v4. Sure, he grabs one, but everyone else is just already set up in the power positions. House Tarth playing on another level at the moment here, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. I think in that particular round, it was just a case of this first blood really definitely opened things up. You kind of leave Nvidian on his own. And even then, I don't think Rams are fully certain of where that bomb is going, despite the first pick. So really good stuff from House Tough overall to make their way onto the bomb site and then, of course, defend it as a squad. That's something that I think coming into this season with this House Tough roster, we for sure noted is that this House Tough roster, it's filled with players that have had a history together. Gizmo and Afro, I mean, they've played together quite a bit over the course of the years, and they're definitely two players that have made waves in the under-18 scene before making their way into challengers. So we're kind of seeing a little bit of that chemistry shine through here with House Tough. And they're starting things strong in this search and destroy. But as now Rams go over towards the offense, they look to be taking this bomb towards A.
It's a pretty important round for them, too. You do not want to go down 0-3, and you can see Metals going for a couple of jump peeks, trying to throw some tacticals, trying to get some information. They know Afro was over here. They're going to go for the double chow, and I like that from Afro. He's going to back up, try and respect that push, just wait for his teammates to start making that move over so they can look over him. The middle of the map also going to be covered here from Defrag, so everything looking great for them. But Metals, he opens up with that first blood by the site. This is a chance now to be able to start getting some control around A, and Nvidian will find the second onto Afro.
That's a big kill to take as well. You take down Wee Man. That's the main AR for House Tough. And, well, on a map like Miami, you kind of need an AR to retake these bomb sites. Nvidian, the AR for Rams, going to take down Defrag. And now all down to Gizmo. 1 versus 4. Look, Austin, Gizmo's a really good player. Don't get me wrong. But a 1 versus 4, I think that might just be too big of a pill to swallow.
Yeah, especially in Miami where there's just so many spots, right? So many windows. You're like, all right, I mean, I might know where one of them are, but I don't know where the rest of them are. But I feel like a lot of these rounds so far, especially from the offensive POV, has been find that first pick, like you alluded to, in towards that second round, and then work your way in towards the site with the numbers. That's now worked out in favor for the last 2 rounds here, and that's also a big one. Rams get themselves on the board, a pretty convincing round, only losing one of their members. A chance now to be able to start retaking control of this map, number 2, one they desperately need, not wanting to go down 0-2. Remember, we are in the losers final here, so whoever ends up losing the series is going home. Gizmo through the middle, he gets met with Journey, will be a kill, but Afro with the trade right back.
What a different strategy coming out here from the Rams right off the bat. They've kind of receded back a little bit, but they pushed their offensive line all the way up through the mid-map, and it initially worked if it wasn't for the trade from House Tough. Now we find ourselves in a 3 versus 3 situation. House Tough, how quickly do they realize here, Austin, that they've got control of this bomb site? Well, there's the answer. House Tough going to get this bomb down. Afro going to be responsible for that, and it's now going to be a question of how quickly do Rams make this retake work?
Rams just really, I think, caught off guard with the bomb going down by B. No one in position back alley like we typically see one player dedicated to. Lucky going to start to make his move. Looks to maybe go right over the half wall. Check some name tags. We know how this wall works. Afro is going to be watching it, but he needs his teammates to collapse, and that's exactly what Metals is about to do. No one going down. 20 seconds left. You got to make a move. Metals, the first one to drop here. Afro trying to stay alive. Will he go for a second? He's being collapsed on. Shots coming through, but he will be taken down. 2v2. 10 seconds left. Someone's going to get on the bomb. Defrag in from behind is good for the kill, and Lucky no chance getting there to defuse it, but he might be able to grab 2. Not the case. House Tarth, beautiful execution on the site.
Yeah, I gotta say overall there, I really like the opening in the round from the Rams to actually just push through mid. It was kind of unfortunate in the end then that it came down to trades and them eventually having to recede all the way back. What I would say is, after receding, they had zero control over that bomb site. It gave way too much room to the House Tarth roster. And even at this level, right, where Rams, they've performed very well in the last few weeks, you cannot give that kind of room to a roster like House Tarth. They are hungry for these wins. And now they're 3-1 up in the search and destroy. Rams back on the offense. See what they can do here, Austin. Seems to be a B hit, and they are going to go up against 3 players from House Tarth on the defense here.
I like this, Lucky. Little pre-nade just to make sure that no one's going to meet Metals here, but it's going to be a late push in. Metals, oh man! Finds himself too, snapping from left to right. Easy pickups. Trades go the way of Rams. Maybe even a third. Metals for 3 in the round. Wee Man, the last one left alive. And, well, Brody, he's like, guys, what happened over by A?
Well, that was quick. That's all I'll say there. The Rams working that one very quickly. But let's get it all down to Metals here. Picks up 2 in swift succession. Defrag was really not ready for this one. Comes around the corner. Just wins that fight. And when a player explodes like that, there's just not much you can do, to be honest.
Whew. What a round out of the Rams. Finding offensive favor as well. That's kind of been the story as of the last couple of rounds here for us in towards this second map. Things looking interesting, Brody, as we'll get ourselves in towards another offense for House Tarth. They've had the lead. They've been maintaining it, looking to make sure that they can maybe even come out with a couple rounds here for themselves. Give them a bit of cushion going in towards the later half of this search and destroy. Bomb brought back towards the middle. We saw them do this in towards that first round where they're just trying to scouting for information. They're giving themselves options. And, well, this is a full man push from the Rams coming out into frag. He's going to punish 1.
Trade's going down early on. Lucky, Metals, and Nvidia, though they combined for 3, this leaves Afro in a rather horrendous position. Now they know where he is as well. It's Nvidia going to take those shots off. And now for Afro. Well, what do you do here? 1 versus 3. You at the very least have bomb in hand, so you kind of have that option to work with, but you got to take down Metals. Inside Piano gets those first 2 shots off again, though. The fact of the matter is you don't get away with that gunfight. Now they know once again where you are. Afro's still trying to make this work, Austin. Might just pick up Nvidia in here if he gets lucky, or is just going to go for the fight across from Metals once again. Doesn't get it that time.
We've seen this happen a couple times on the defensive rounds where, especially with the way House Tarth have played, where they're just going towards the middle of the map, they're trying to work for picks, they're trying to play for information, and then make that decision on what bomb site they're looking to try and hit. But this time, Rams, I mean, they just full push right through the garage, and they just bring it right to the side of House Tarth. They win those initial battles, and it's just another one of those moments where, sure, you have the bomb, your Afro, maybe you can grab a pick or 2, but you're just not going to have too many options when there is so much map to cover and a lot of spots you have to try and clear. So 3-3, Rams bringing things back after going down by 2. Last time they went for an aggressive B hit. Metals was the one to try and open up with some aggression up top purple. This time around, they're going to slow things down a bit and see if they can work themselves in towards the site slowly.
Slow but steady. Wins the race for the Rams at the moment. A very different approach to what we saw in the prior round. This time, though, gonna have to deal with Gizmo in the back. Maybe not, actually. I mean, Gizmo's given up pretty much all of this bomb site over towards Rams. They're now going to get this down, and now it's going to be a case of Austin hit.
Yeah,
they're going to have to retake
higher.
Metals, he's actually on 6 in a row right now. Another first blood for him. Defrag would love to get this kill. Shut the spree down, and Lucky finds the second. Everything collapsing for House Tarth. Last one left alive. Gonna be Wee Man.
You're still,
I mean, how many times has he been caught in this situation so far, Brody, where all of his teammates are dropping? He's got to clutch up in a 1v3, 1v4, and, well, not the case. Rams, they're going to take a couple rounds in a row and take the lead.
I kind of like that from House Tarth. They tend to go for a retake all the way around the back. It was just unfortunate that Rams had a player in the back line ready for such a play.
Yeah, I could still go like 5 decibels higher if possible.
So Rams going to come out on top of that round. I believe this is a few rounds on the row here, actually, from the
like
Rams. They've performed pretty well.
Yeah, it's like when you're in your normal talking voice, it just... Like it kind of sounds like it's just getting washed over a little bit.
Now 4-3
like
down
there's a lot of reverb, like we're in your setup. So like it's kind of hard
once again.
to hear
now the Rams have
like,
played this one a little bit closer.
Voice,
You've got
but it's
both Journey and Metals here in the alley. Metals is at the very least going to see Afro's head, or Gizmo's head. Both of these players just slowly peeking out. Metals isn't able to get either gunfights yet, but the utility coming through is actually going to push Metals away from that chest cover. Bomb now going down from Afro. House Taff hasn't even lost a player now. Surely the hit going to come. Journey picks up that first blood. The Rams are ready for the retake here, Austin. You've got Defrag to deal with inside the garage. You've got Gizmo up in pink as well. Lucky coming on the flank though. If he can get this kill on Gizmo, it would be huge. Goes for it. And now a 2 versus 4. Make it a 1 versus 4 for a Weeman. Metal slides round. Weeman actually picks up 2. This is possible.
He's got the positioning. I mean, it's just all on this battle right here on Lucky, and he makes his way in. The timing here could be very interesting. I don't think they know where he went. Someone's got to get towards the bomb. Weeman, he might be able to pull off this 1v4. No one can get to the bomb, and even with the kills coming through, they're going to try and hop it, but they can't get there, Brody. They can't get there. Weeman just pulls off a 1v4. We said, how many times has he been in this situation? Well, this time he clutches up.
That's one we're going to be watching later, that's for sure. We'll definitely see that in the replay reel. Weeman plays that perfectly, and you're going to see all 4 here, I suppose, the 2 kills from that position. And if I'm honest, that is a little bit of a misplay from Rams there. I mean, you play that together, you kind of know that Weeman, given where the bomb is planted for, is going to be on that heady. It's a pretty common spot here on Miami Search and Destroy. To not check that as a squad, especially when you've got 4 members up, they play right into Weeman's hand. Of course, that doesn't fully take away from Weeman's smart play there. But nonetheless, House Taff going to be super happy with that one. You're going to tell that Weeman's going to be gassed.
It's wild. Like, 1v4s, we don't see them often, but when they happen, extremely special. And that also ties things up here at 4 apiece. Incredibly massive round. And now momentum could just be in their favor to come out with a big defense round. Rams trying to work through this beach side. Shots going down. They know the info is over here. So now it's just a matter of trying to play your life. Weeman trying to keep that spree going after coming off the hot round. And they'll be able to tag one of the players up. Journey just able to survive with his life. But we're starting to tick down on the clock. We got 40 seconds left. And everyone's starting to make their move here from House Tarth on defense.
Who goes first? Well, there's the answer. Weeman takes down Metals. Defrag under threat here. Journey gonna have to stay alive. His utility is thrown his way. Lucky does pick up frag. Journey gets another one as well. So now a 3 versus 2. This is quickly turned in favor of the Rams. Invidian picks up Weeman as well. Gizmo a 1 versus 3. But he picks up that first blood. Can he get away with his life? The answer is absolutely yes, he will. Lucky hunting him down though. Unfortunately, Gizmo not able to stay alive. A really good attempt, and if you could have stayed alive, what, for 5 more seconds there, turn that corner, that could quickly have turned into a dangerous situation for the Rams.
Truly unreal on how many of these offensive rounds are going over, but yeah, you bring up a great point. I mean, he gets around that corner, and he has a chance to be able to kind of isolate both members potentially, because he knows Lucky's behind him in the middle of the map, and he knows someone would have had to try and plant that bomb, which is exactly what was about to happen for us. So, Rams in the lead, 5-4. Map point potentially here for them heading in towards what will be our 10th round. It was Metals on 7. Now it's Lucky on 6. A couple of crazy sprees unfolding for us in the aggression. Right back towards top purple. Rams not going to try and match it this time. Defensive setup. Metals in towards the back. He's been responsible for sitting back on the dumpster. Just trying to play for that first pick, or at least give his team the information that they are making this move. But everyone going to back out at a balcony and going to start to collapse here through the garage.
Rams going to be aware of this push. I think that's the key thing here, is they've got players positioned for said push. Now it just comes down to the fights. We know how proficient House Tarth are with these AK-74Us. Afro is not even going to want the smoke. Just going to go straight out towards the bomb site. This is going to be a really good position for House Tarth to find themselves in. This bomb surely going to go down. There it is. Now Metals. How does he react on the post plant? If you can get Afro here, that's huge. Journey does it. Takes down Afro. Now 3 versus 4 for House Tarth to defend this bomb. Defrag lying down. Journey picks up Gizmo though. Defrag gonna get 1, but does fall. And now it's Weeman. A 1 versus 3. Austin, surely not again. Weeman does pick up 1. Invidian, Lucky, don't let that one happen though. And they will be taking this search and destroy.
They'll take this one, Brody, and it's not going to lie. Weeman back in that position. I was thinking for a second we might see another one trying to force things towards the round 11, but everyone tightening up on where WeeMan is likely going to be positioned. We'll see it one more time to make sure that he is not going to be able to clutch this one up. But I mean, what a crazy amount of emotions that we went through that map number 2. Of course, missed the map number 1, but extremely close as well. This one, just a lot of offensive rounds going over for the most part, which is not something we traditionally see on a map like Miami, where it can be so difficult to push in towards the site. But both teams able to use the regression, also balancing with just a lot of those patient plays, being able to work for those kills and mixing things up from round to round. So that's going to give us a great series to come into, Brody, because it's tied 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely is. This is just looking like such a close series. Now I've said that, this is probably going to be over in 4. That's just my luck as a caster. Now, honestly, you know, as I said coming into this one, the fact of the matter is these two teams, the last time these two teams faced off against each other, it was a Game 5 on both occasions. And although there were very different settings, I think it was, like the winners finals, I want to say, of one of the cups. And then, of course, in the round robin stage of Challengers Elite, where House Taff had their backs against the walls. Honestly, I think that these two teams, they're going to go the distance, and it's kind of showing the game modes right now. We're at hardpoint, it was extremely close. I think it was a 60-70 point difference in the end, or something along those lines. And then, of course, in the search and destroy, it comes around to just the finest of margins with a 2 rounds difference in the end. Talking about individual players there, though, Metals is just continuing to impress me, Austin.
Oh, yeah. I honestly, big fan of Metals, not only because he was on Toronto Ultra last year, but because he is, also extremely talented, right? Like, the kid is just insane at what he brings towards the table. I think himself and Journey are probably the strongest SMG duo out of Europe at the moment, at least in my opinion. I think that just the pressure they bring to the map is just so intense, and it's so difficult to deal with for a lot of squads. And that's why I think we see the Rams run through some of these hard points and controls for a lot of the teams they play up against, for that exact reason, is that you can't match it, you can't stop it, and that becomes a problem in a lot of cases due to one player just being able to take over at times.
Yeah, I think on the other side of that as well, when you've got Defrag and Afro on the other team, I think that it kind of creates this interesting dynamic where you've got two very strong sub-duos, supported by very strong AR players and very strong flex players as well. It really does just go to show how talented the top tier of European Call of Duty talent is this year in Challengers. And I think that much has been very apparent anyway, right? I mean, just to get a moment to talk about sort of how the entirety of, we'll call it pre-season in air quotes, went for both of these teams generally, and for Europe as well. It has been so tight, and House Taff, Rams, they've kind of been stuck in what was, I think, 6 or 7 teams in Europe that have been fighting out for really that top spot. And although, as we kind of spoke about coming into this broadcast today, there is now 2 teams, those being Rams and August, that kind of seem to be slightly ahead of everybody else. What we're seeing right now is House Taff proving us wrong. They look just as good.
They do look just as good, and it's been interesting because it's really hit or miss. It feels like beginning of the year, first cup, we're like, House Taff's here, this roster that was assembled might just be able to take over the entire year. At least that's what I was expecting coming in towards the season. That's not really been the case for us, I think, for the most part, and they've had a lot of ups and downs, but we'll see if this one will in fact be an up. We're going in towards map number 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. We got raid control. It's going to be the Rams on the attack first. They already got some presence over by this A zone, working through as they secure that first tick of progress.
What Rams are able to do here on the offense. Now, generally speaking, this map is pretty offensively sided. It's one of the odder control maps for that reason alone. Of course, we know that this year control is pretty defensively sided, so right now Rams, technically speaking, do have the advantage, and right off the bat here, we see them picking up that first tick of progress over towards A. House Taff seems to be pretty laser focused on B at the moment, though. They've got 2 players over towards there. That's going to give Rams a little bit of breathing room to work with. Journey picks up 3 in the mid-map. That's surely going to help Rams here secure this point.
Yeah, that's such a big factor. When you're talking about defense, you need middle map presence. When you lose that, it doesn't give you the option to be able to swing over towards either zone and be able to defend it. So this very well could be A going over, unless we see WeeMan try to get a little mixy, but Invidian doesn't even give him the chance. So A is going to be captured fairly early in towards this very first round. You got a minute 40 to work with, going to be ahead in a couple of lives, but Defrag already starting to clear out money. That's going to leave Lucky here with just Invidian to try and find some kills.
got to get rid of this player over towards bedroom. I think that's key, and you actually see that on the mini-map there as Metals takes out Afro. That's going to give Rams a lot more breathing room to work with as they do move through the kitchen area, with Invidian picking up those gunfights as well. This should surely create an opening here. Wee Man going to fall, and Rams surge on through to the point. Now it's a question of how does House Taff break back on in. Afro looking for a one, he will get it. Unfortunately, isn't able to get number two as well. But while all this is going on here, you're going to see the Rams making some progress on the B point. If they can even get a tick, Austin, this is good progression.
This is great. I mean, this kill here would have been even better, but Wee Man actually wins it. So defensive side here for House Tarth could come in and clear the point out. Great flash, but it's still going to be a kill there for Afro. Going to get rid of some of the trophies. Rams now going to have to try and slay back out because that second tick did not come all the way through. Tiki control here for Lucky. Wee Man just needs to play his life, wait for his teammates to start making some moves on towards the map. You can see it. They have presence inside of Zig. They have presence over by the ring side, but everyone on Rams, they're just wondering where exactly House Tarth is because they don't want to make a move until they start finding some kills. And well, unfortunately, they're going to drop and lose a couple of their teammates.
Rams looking for a surge on through here. Lucky, the first player to get involved in the mix. Got Wee Man to deal with inside the basketball court. Rams taking this relatively slowly, to be honest, Austin, and that's probably the best bet here, is you've got House Taff trying to pull off a trap, and it works perfectly. Afro comes on the flank, Gizmo and Wee Man pick up three between them. They wipe away the Rams. There's now 30 seconds left on the clock here in our first control round on raid control. And now Rams going to have to go for a very different approach. Because of the player inside bedroom, that's going to be Afro. Rams are now spawning out over towards the back garage and back driveway.
That gunfight in the back, though, from Metals. He actually manages to find defrag, meaning that there is still a chance to touch this zone, but he might have to go absolutely mammoth here. Can he do it? He's got the AK-74U. He's good up close, but that is going to be the trades. Afro for two under the pool house, and House Tarth, they are going to clean up the map, holding on defensively. They might have gave over A, but that is fine because their B lockdown. Rams unable to really break through it.
And that was just good map control overall there from House Taff. You know, I see this, I will compare this to League play for a moment. I know that they are, generally speaking, not all that comparable, but, you know, specifically, at least in my experience on a map like this, you really do have to get that bedroom control and make sure that the players are spawning out over towards driveway, the back garage. As soon as you do that, you have essentially full control over your defensive line. You know exactly where those players are going to be coming from, and House Taff, they worked that as a squad to perfection. Rams only got 2 pushes out of that overall there, realistically, as soon as that defensive line was set up. And boy, they found themselves in some serious trouble. So now we go over towards Rams on the defense. We'll see what House Taff can do on the offense.
Frag doing a little bit of the cami there that we saw a couple weeks ago, where you just go for the prone so you can catch one coming through the middle. Journey finds that first kill. Lucky finds the second. Gizmo, he's good for the shots on towards Metals. Almost picks up Invidian. A crucial trade. But Wee Man finds himself on the point. He's trying to go big. He finds himself a kill. He hops up, trying to go for the wall bang over towards the Diamati. But Invidian here holding his ground. Metals also cleaning up the middle of the map. Things looking great. We see a quick transition over towards B, but it's all up to Afro and Wee Man to see if they can start to make some waves on this B point.
I really like this from House Taff early on. They're putting a lot of pressure over towards B. That's arguably the harder control zone to take, but when Journey's doing Journey things, you just cannot get onto the point. Afro, though, maybe having somewhat of a response here, able to pick up one. Gizmo has his back inside the kitchen. House Taff, off the back of that, have some modicum of control, but bit of a weird position for House Taff to find themselves in. They finally do take out Invidian over towards A. That means progress going to be made on that control zone. But they seem really to be centered on just bullying Rams back into the basketball court. Spawn, giving themselves an option to transfer over towards B. If necessary, you've got defrag in the backline causing problems for the Rams. And while all this is going on, Austin, House Taff, they're capping A.
That gunfight was so big. I mean, Invidian was the only one here, and now the call is likely going to be made just to chalk this up. Listen, let's get a setup over by B. Try and get some pool house controls. Start to take away the middle of the map. Do everything you possibly can to make sure this rotation over towards this B point is not going to be easy. But they are going to start to make their way in towards the back. You got 3 members here, and it's going to be Journey who's going to be able to call the information. Now player 3 as well is going to be Metals, trying to back up his teammate. But you got a minute 20 to work with. You just got to play for kills slowly but surely, and they do find that first one as they're going to start playing for basketball control. And well, hello, Metals is Afro. He's going to pick him right up and maybe make his way over towards B.
There's one way to break down the defensive setup for Rams. If they had a player all the way up in bedroom, they punished by coming in straight from behind. Rams unable to deal with the pressure. Now it falls on the shoulders of Invidian. He's able to pick up Afro. Defrag comes through with a lovely EK74U shot to take him out, though, and House still looking to build up this pressure. The life advantage also going to be at the back of Ram's mind here. They're down to their final 6 lives with 55 seconds. Normally in this situation, I'd say, honestly, you could probably do this, but House, they've built up so much pressure here. This is going to be a tough one to crack. Gizmo in the basketball, able to pick up 1. He's going to get traded out, though, and for the Rams, you got to remove House right now. Weeman picks up 1. Afro, unfortunately, takes down his teammate. House now bringing Rams down to their last 3 lives. Invidian going to take some shots up towards the elbow. House, I mean, this is pretty much all in their hands to close out this round.
We've seen a lot of clutches so far in CDL this weekend, Brody, but will we get one in Challengers? A 3v8. 30 seconds left. Journey, massive roll, finds that first one. Weeman, good for the trade. Invidian's got to go big, and he can't. All up to 1. Lucky has to cut through everyone. They know exactly where he is. It's not looking great for him. Gizmo gets the trade. House 2-0 up here in map number 3, looking great on raid control.
I will say, in that round, it kind of felt a little bit like Rams were not checking a lot of the lanes. You know, you saw House just filtering through behind pretty consistently. And the Rams, they kind of set themselves up for this. We have a player in bedrooms. We know that those players can be spawning over to the driveway. Unfortunately, they didn't end up getting those first wave of kills. And from that point onwards, the Rams, I don't think they ever really picked themselves back up on the defensive line. So really great round overall from House. And of course, at the back of that, they also have a quite nice cushion of a life advantage.
House just need to hold things down defensively, and they're going up in the series. What is Rams going to do a little bit different to maybe start bringing this one back? They want to try to attack B, the unfavored zone. Will Afro be able to go big? He's only able to grab himself 1. So presence already on towards this B zone. And basketball control could be good. Journey with the challenge won't be able to finish the kill, but at least is able to hold this position. This is so crucial to make sure you are collecting some of these ticks on towards B. Journey still trying to get the job done. Afro is there for the kills. And House they will clean just about everyone up except for Lucky.
Good position from House as well. They've made sure that Rams are still spawning over towards the bedroom. I'll see what they're able to do to retake. Weeman coming down the open steps, able to get 1, looking for a number 2, gets it. Number 3 is there. Journey takes him down, though. Rams still have an opportunity here, but Journey's left all on his lonesome. Going to get the hell out of Dodge. At the very least, can build up some pressure in the mid-map. Unfortunately for him, though, the frag's going to deny, and now the Rams going to have to, I say settle for A, but honestly, it's not all that bad of a position to find yourselves in. Got to make sure you get it here, though, Austin. Metals picks up an important gunfight onto Weeman inside Laundry. That's going to give them control of the overlook. And this point should theoretically be the Rams. I don't think House are going to hemorrhage any lives unnecessarily.
No, it doesn't look like it at all. They just want to try to hold the push through in towards the back. We saw House actually flood through the back of Laundry and be able to break themselves inside of the basketball court and then eventually get on B. This time around, we'll see what the Rams want to try and do. It's a massive spread. Metals is caught, of course, coming off that spawn. Gizmo does not want to go down here, but that's actually a big win, relieving a bit of that pressure from the pool house, and they're going to find 3 down. Defrag, the only one up. He grabs 1, but Journey is there for the trade. A chance now to push through, but look at the spawns. House they are already here, and they are waiting for Rams to start to make this surge.
That's first blood to Invidian, so this push not going all that badly. Second as well for Journey, taking out Weeman. Now you got to get control of basketball. You've got both Afro and Defrag at the back line. Afro going to be taken down surely here. No, still alive actually. Does take out Invidian. Gizmo now causing problems from Money. Rams just cannot find their way in, Austin. No matter how hard they try, they keep on knocking at the door. House slam it right back in their face. There is 1 tick of progression, so it won't take much here for the Rams to capture this point, but while all this is going on, the clock is ticking down. Defrag picks up 2 inside kitchen. Massive gunfights to win. Lucky now left alive in mid. Defrag says, no, you're not coming through. House just stand so strong here on the defense, Austin.
And that's the problem, right? They're trying to get through the middle of the map, but they're really struggling to do it up and towards this point where they finally could look to break through. Player 3, that's Metals. He comes in from behind, but he gets picked up as soon as Weeman comes off spawn. So you're right back towards step number 1. Lucky needs to play his life here, and he can't. 25 seconds on the clock. Desperation mode. You no longer have the chance to really wait for your teammates and start to make this hit happen. You kind of have to almost make a play happen. Journey might be the man to do it, but Lucky up top, he's looking to try and watch over his teammates. House. They find that first kill. 10 seconds. They got to make their way towards the zone. Metals finds the second. Afro in the back. He goes down to frag. Oh, man. Journey finds the entry, and they are still alive, Brody.
What an explosion from Journey. They're stacking this point. We've seen this from the Rams before. House Tarf aren't even going to get a look in there. But what an explosion. Inside kitchen from Journey, and generally speaking, from Rams there at the end. I mean, the best play does go to the frag on the defense, but honestly, the best play comes right out at the end there from Rams, just to surge on through. And clutch up. They're not 3-0'd. They're not down and out just yet here in this control.
As soon as I bring up the problem on what's going wrong here for them on the offense, they find the solution. They break into kitchen. They find the entries, and they stack the zone. Rams still in this one, but they have to shut things down on the defense here. Or rather on towards, the defense here, excuse me. But we'll see exactly what House Tarth is going to try and do. They've been great at these opening kills, and they do it here again. Afro, man, they find both of the initial first bloods. They're already on towards A, stopping the clock. The frag finds Lucky on open stairs, just creating a bit of havoc over by B. And look at the mini-map right now. Everyone from Rams has to turn their attention towards B to make sure that two zones aren't being pressured at the exact same time, which means they might have to try and chalk this A zone. So 2 minutes and 20 seconds is what House Tarth is going to have to work with a bit of a life advantage as well.
Very well played from Tafrag there. Essentially closes out that A-hole for House Tarf, and now with a lot of time on the clock here, House Tarf pretty much have all the cards held pretty closely. Afro on the flank, man. You gotta take him down. It's as simple as that, and I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here, Austin, because it's exactly what we saw last time around. House Tarf coming on the flank, causing all sorts of problems for the Rams. Now Rams have pretty much no defensive line. And there you go, Gizmo picks up 2. Journey's the last player left up to do anything in open steps. Man takes him down, and now Gizmo, the player over on basketball court, he could be a real problem, real pain in the backside for Rams if they don't deal with him quickly. He's playing his life at the moment. Vidian and Journey coming down to do him. Gizmo picks up 1. Surely not in Vidian as well. It's not to be. But while all this is happening, House Tarf are gaining some progression on this B zone.
Afro needs to play his life right now. Can he find this second? This would be so massive. It won't happen. Journey gonna hold the line, and it's all about holding this kitchen control. So Journey with a big one-on-one is gonna force these spawns pretty deep in towards the back behind the pool house. Man finds the first one, trying to battle out. Metals, though, might just look to try and make a play here all by himself. He could find a window of timing. He does. First one good on towards the frag. Afro waiting to see if Metals pops back out, but the timing is just so unfortunate. Metals now on 4 in a row for us, Brody. They had 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and a minute has already been wiped off the clock.
I think it's the worst position in the world, of course. As you say, a minute has gone by, but of course that does leave quite a little bit of time for House Tarf to work with nonetheless. Man picks up 2 off the start. You got to make sure you do something here if you're Journey. Throwing out the nade, isn't even able to get 1. Actually does get Man with that Semtex, but second killer's not to be. Now the pressure coming through to the front here is House Tarf going to rely on Gizmo and Afro. Gizmo going to fall. Afro inside money. Just got to waste time for the rest of your squad to come on up through Tiki, and that's exactly what happens. The frag picks up 1. Metals is going to fall now as well. It's all unlucky. The last player left alive really to do anything here. If what they wanted to, House Tarf could just stack this point and win all the gunfights. Afro picks up 2 though. Rams down to their last player once again on the respawn. It's going to be House Tarf just stacking this point. You got to go right now if you're Metals. You're going to lose that gunfight, and House Tarf work off that aggression so well. What a surge on through from them.
That was just so incredible. So incredible. Like, all of these offensive rounds that came through for House Tarth was off the back end of them just understanding the zoning and what they need to get control of. Step 1, get kitchen. Step 2, move towards basketball. Once you have those 2 zones covered, you are so limited because you have to try and force those gunfights, before even getting towards the point. So all this zoning that's happening here is making things extremely difficult for Rams to really ever actually get in towards the point and actually play some defense. So that was stellar control coming out of House Tarth. They've now taken 2 of the respawns. We're heading in towards yet another respawn here for us, Brody. And if they keep playing like that, I mean, we might just see Rams get eliminated here in top 3.
We might. We very much might. And, you know, we talked about the fact that we felt Rams and August were kind of ahead of everybody at the moment, certainly in terms of placements and the way that they're playing the game. But House Tarf, I mean, they seem to have stabilized after what was a pretty shaky stage 1. They look really good.
Yeah.
As you pointed out on that control, they seem to play that really by the book overall, to be honest. I don't think there was anything special there. It was literally, we've got A zone, push on through the back line, and Rams just couldn't deal with that pressure. Here is the map scores for the series thus far. You guys can see the scoreline of map number 1 that, unfortunately for the Rams, didn't go their way, and you guys didn't get to see it either. That was 250 to 180 on Raid. Of course, Miami Search and Destroy and Raid Control have followed. Now we find ourselves 2-1 in this series, a double Moscow to close things out.
Double Moscow to close things out for us, Brody. And I mean, you had framed up that this likely could go the distance here for us. If things do go to another search and destroy, I feel like Rams are in a great position to still bring this one back. We know how they ice up in all the map 5s that they ever play, but they have to get through this House Hearth squad on respawn. There has been, a big problem, I feel like, so far dealing with a lot of the pressure. I talk about, the submachine gun duo that we have at a Journey in Metals. Well, we are currently getting some stellar players out of the side of House Hearth right now. Afro just had an incredible game. Gizmo as well with that AR. How many times did you see him popping in towards the feed, finding these multi-kills, creating so much room and so much space? And we go towards a map like Moscow where it's going to be more on the ARs more than anything because we know the setups here are so crucial. Rotations are everything. This is a map we've been talking about since the beginning of Cold War for how you need to play it. And really, even if you fall down and towards a bit of a lead, you can still bring things back because it only takes that one money hill out of the many that we do have here on Moscow to be able to get yourself back in towards the game. But there certainly has to be a resurgence for the side of Rams here. They have to figure out some respawn, and they're going to have to figure it out now.
Yeah, for sure. I never want to count out the Rams. I think that's one thing I've learned from challenges this season so far is, of course, I think for Rams, this is very different, right? Because a number of these players, they haven't played in European challenges, right? I mean, Nvidian, I think, is the only one last season that got a look. And of course, for those of you who got to watch North American challenges last season, Journey was over in the States playing on Atlanta FaZe Academy. And then, of course, for Lucky and Metals, they were on Toronto Ultra. So they didn't get a chance to play European challenges. And I think coming into this season, we didn't really know what to expect with the Rams. There was those questions of, well, what is it going to be like when the pros come down to challengers, kind of get pushed out of those CEL rosters? And the answer has been resoundingly, Rams have found their place in European challenges as one of the top teams. They've been, I'd argue, the most consistent team across the season. Agreed. I think they've had only a couple of placements outside even the top 4. They've looked really, really good. So I do not want to count out the Rams at all. I know the Spanish fan base in the chat will be telling me that that's probably the best thing I could say. So look, I don't want to count out the Rams. That's the bottom line here. They are a very good squad. They've been in situations like this before. And of course, they've also been in Game 5s with House Hearth before. So I think they're going to want that once again.
I agree. You definitely can't count them out because they're the most consistent team that we currently have. But I will say that House Hearth is playing on another level right now for at least their respawns. And that has got to feel good. Being 2-1 up, knowing that you're going in towards a third respawn where you can still close things out. This is a good feeling here for House Hearth. It's just a matter of, are they going to be able to replicate what they just did in that first hard point? A lot of the control that just took place in the control itself to be able to maybe bring that over towards this one. That's what I'm looking at. This is what we could potentially get for us, Brody. But it's about to be all on the line for the Rams. Remember, losers final is where we are at, and this is sometimes where the Rams thrive the most, but we are right in towards it. Looks like we're ready to jump in, and this is going to be a battle, but it's going to be Rams who will have the favorite spawns here, at least off the bat.
Favored gunfights as well. You can see Metals and Journey starting off pretty hot, picking up those opening gunfights. Defrag, you got to take him out though through Metals here. Just stopping Severi. He's getting 3. Never mind. Defrag opening this up in a pretty spicy way. Picks up 3. He wants to close us out early on here, Austin.
See if this will really be any points going over to either squad. A lot of contention here. A lot of time going to the game clock, and I feel like a lot of Moscows actually have come down towards the game clock this season. See if that takes place for us in this one. Journey is going to be able to get himself on a bit of a spree, however, finally clearing up a couple of the House Hearth members. One more battle. Journey will find just about 5 in a row before being taken out. So great zoning here. Rams already had the setup for new, and we'll see if they can now actually lock down some real time.
It's the question, isn't it? How much time can you lock down here? How much time do House Hearth, realistically speaking, want to give? So prepare themselves for a push. Metal's going to pick up those opening gunfights. Journey picks up 1. Defrag gonna fall. It all falls on the shoulders of Wee Man, who actually stays alive. Picks up Metals on the street. So there's still some pressure to come through here if he can just play his life for a little bit longer. We man looking for this gunfight against Invidian. No way does Invidian win that. But over towards the hill, House Tough trying to find their way on in. I was going to say they're going to find their way on in, but Journey with the denial. Lucky picks up one as well. And with 25 seconds on the clock here, Austin, the best thing that House Tough can do is scarf to that rotation.
And you need to win it, right? You really need to win this one. And look at, I mean, how close Rams are towards this point. You are just about ready to jump in towards the back here. Wee Man, you need to find some kills. He will be spotted out. He actually goes down. That last hill is still active. Even if he holds the kill cam, he might very well spawn out. And, well, we are going to have player 2 who spawns out. Parallel spawns at the moment, but it's all the Rams in the back. Journey, can he double up? Yes, he can. A perfect rotation for the Rams as they are right back in the hard point.
Holy moly, what a rotation coming out from the Rams. House Tough still stuck on the 12 points they were gifted from that scrap time. Well, now what can they do? Invidian and Metal's going to combine for a 2. Player coming actually through here. Defrag able to break the defensive line. He's going to pick up 2. Is dealt with by Lucky, but that should at the very least give House Tough some breathing room as they try to make on 2. Afro wins that gunfight. No way. House Tough find their way on in for some time themselves, and they can technically play Rams towards the back if they really want to. It is a very hard thing to do, but they're doing it here, Austin. Wee Man and Defrag going to combine for 3. House Tough winning all these gunfights, and they're finally getting the time on the board.
Yeah, important moment here for House Tough. They had to hit the scrap time. They couldn't afford to give over another 25 seconds because the lead would just be a little bit too out of control. But now you can at least bring things back off of this hill. Defrag, does he win this battle on metals? He does, but Invidian playing the bus will be able to grab the trade. Rams still spawning back bank, but you have player 4 coming up on the street right now. He actually finds Gizmo in from behind. Journey finds the second. So because of this play, it's going to allow a lot of zoning. Those P2 spawns that you're currently seeing, House Tough have to travel so far before they can even get close towards the hill.
Rams are going to get those first bits of time once again. Metals has quite a bit of pressure coming through from the office. That's going to be Defrag, who has actually broken a setup or 2 from the Rams already in this game. It's going to be Metals picking up that opening gunfight. Trades coming through. Rams have actually been pushed away from the hard point, but you've got to make sure you get rid of Invidian and AR hit that could cause some problems for House Tough. He's able to jump on through as Wee Man picks up 2 though. House Tough looking to break on through, but they just cannot do it. It's the Rams having the final say again and again and again. And as they take over that 100-point marker, this is looking like a great start to the game overall here, Austin, from the Rams.
Yeah, they needed this. It's looking good. But House Tough, they do have a bit of a setup intact. You got zoning there up top. There from Afro inside the point. Wee Man finds himself a kill. Invidian trying to get through, almost beams Afro at the top of Eskies, but won't be able to bring home the gunfight. And now it's going to be almost an early fight for spawns here. Metals actually manages to get himself on the other side of cutout, so it's going to be a bit of a battle for as far as P2, but still lots of time to play for on P1. 35 seconds left. Afro waiting for his teammates to collapse. They'll collapse perfectly. They find the kill, and now they're going to start backing up to make sure they clear everyone out in the back.
Big kills here from the Rams on rotation. Again, now it's going to be Gizmo left all alone. His teammates spawning in Neverland. What can you do if you're a Gizmo? He's going to pick up 1, looking for number 2 as well. Journey doesn't even let Gizmo get a shot into him. And once again, this is proving to be, well, not the best position for House Tough to find themselves in. Rams, once again, it seems to be pretty perpetual at this point that they get the rotation on every single hard point. House Tough just haven't managed to get that so far, and it's the reason that Rams are as far ahead as they are. Let's not count out House Tough just yet, though, then. Making their way on through Laundry. Gizmo going to fall over towards the street. He does take out Afro. Metals picks up Defrag as well, and then all these gunfights just going the way of the Rams. House Tough now spawning out over towards Lobby. Wee Man still has something to say though. If he can get this kill onto Metals, this would be huge, but no, Metals wins that gunfight, and now Rams still holding on to this time. House Tough pushing through Lobby. Journey picks up 2. What the heck's going on, Austin?
Yeah, the problem there, I think, was just they took too long to try and push through the street, and it's the fact that Rams are actually able to win the gunfight. So they're never able to get themselves in towards the back. And this is almost just, you know, deja vu from how that last rotation went. Already 15 seconds in towards the new hill, they are already close towards P2. And that means that there's likely going to be a spawn out here. Player 6, because that hill is still active there by P2, 2 players are now gone. Afro has to go big, and he is trying to do it. So that was an incredible moment there from Afro to make sure that they do not completely fumble it. But it's still not done yet because they need to win the gunfights here in the back.
Gizmo wins 1. Journey coming around from behind. Gizmo looking for it. He doesn't even finish the kill. Journey gets that with an AK-74U. Hello? Do you know how powerful the XM4 is? Oh my goodness. Afro's still alive in the backline though. Not that much of a problem for hovstarf at this point. Frag trying to come on through with a clutch. If he can get this kill, it would be huge. Vidian though is going to fall. Brilliant kill there from Defrag. And hovstarf, they have a moment of relief here. They can finally start putting some time on the board. But at the end of the day, with 25 seconds left, all this is essentially scrap time. Rams now have the spawns in, not only for that hard point, but the next one as well. Metals comes on through for scrap, and Rams still hold on to their lead here, Austin.
That's not the worst case scenario, right? You are able to stabilize and make sure you don't fumble the spawns, and you take a lot of that P3 time away. The problem here is you need the majority of this time because you got 182 to 102, which means you are so close to closing this one out and setting it towards a map 5 if you are the Rams. You need to hold the setup. We'll see if they can do it. Lucky, the first one coming in, going to give a little shoulder, not going to be able to land that nade, and Defrag actually loses the gunfight, and now the collapse is in. Metals and Invidian, they win their one-on-ones. Rams right away on that first push will be able to find a break, and Afro trying to do some damage control, but he will be traded out here from Lucky.
This is time that hovstarf need overall, to be honest with you, Austin. You know, if they can get these gunfights going their way, get some time, maybe something can start working for hovstarf, but you need it right now, to be honest. You've got Lucky on a 5-3 for Rams. Make it 6. If you can get these players out and over towards Globe, this it's not going to be game over for sure, but once again, it's more time going the way of the Rams. hovstarf, they are actually going to give up this time here. I think it's probably best to, they have those rotations over towards New. Now they kind of need to work this one through. You can't give up any more time to the Rams.
Just the pressure. It's just the pressure. It's the pressure. It's Journey. It's everything. Rams are looking great. Gizmo trying to find some signs of life, and life will come here on towards P1 as everyone from hovstarf remains up. But Journey, the route man, he's already thinking ahead, saying, all right, if you guys want to start to set up here by P1, that's fine. I'm going to start to make some moves, come in from behind. Should be able to find Defrag. He does. Might be a window now for everyone for the Rams to move right in towards the point. Still not getting the spawns, but that's fine because you're getting this P1 time, and you need this kill to come through for Afro. It's not there. Well, the trades come through. Invidian manages to grab 2 before falling to Gizmo, and you are in a great spot here if you're the Rams, if you're going to send things towards this map number 5.
And this isn't scrap time. This is not scrap time. You can't give this up if you're a hovstarf. That's why they're pushing in through it, but they're getting punished as Metals and Lucky pick up 2. Defrag trying to come on through. He's going to get punished with a nice trade from Lucky. And now with this Rams, I mean, this roster's getting what? This last 6 seconds of time. They'll be about 9 or so seconds away from victory. As we do go over towards rotation, we need perfect hardpoint coming out from hovstarf. The question becomes, can they do it? They've got the rotation in. Rams just need one good break, though. We man going to pick up 1. Invidian going to come in with the trade, though. That's going to open up a lane over towards Street. Afro's going to have to come over and pick that up. He picks up 1, looking for a number 2. Metals once again playing the numbers game. Trades on out. And Rams here, they're trying to find their way on through. Gizmo inside Police. If you can take him down if you're Rams, that might be game over.
Well, they do find him here. 30 seconds left on this hill. You just need 8 to close it out. Afro has to try and go big. Grabs 2 out of 3. And I think Rams now are calling, saying, all right, we'll give them that time. They're not going to be able to win off of it. Let's get the early setup here towards P3. Now, if you're hovstarf, you need to do exactly what Rams have been doing towards this Fountain Hill. You have to win all these initial battles and flip the spawns.
hovstarf, they need a hero, and they need him right now. We man on this rotation. What can he do? Going to put some shots into Metals. Frag, they don't even know he's there. Coming through the cut, he's going to get 1, but the trades go in favor of the Rams, and now a one-on-one on this hard point. It's going to be Wee Man looking for this kill. Not Lucky. He could just play his life at the very least and waste some time, but instead, he picks up that first gunfight against Journey. That is going to waste some time here for hovstarf to find their way on through. Wee Man picks up 2. Afro follows up with another one, and hovstarf just won't die, Austin. Rams still spawning in the backline, but hovstarf have found their way in.
Oh, you got to hold on here. You got to hold on with everything you got. hovstarf, they're still holding on for us, Brody. But Rams, they can make a decision. Do they rotate one more time, or do they try and hit this for 5 seconds? 5 seconds is all they need. Defrag trying to hold on towards Library. Won't be able to do it for long. Wee Man now also trying to reinforce the back to make sure that there won't be a hit for 5 seconds. The Rams, they're making the call. They want to try to end things here on towards the Fountain Hill. Will they be able to hold Gizmo? Afro, they're winning the battles, but it will be the trade that comes in. And Defrag, he needs to be the hero, and he can't get there in time. A good try play out of House Tarth, but not enough to hold on. And well, Brody, we're going to map number 5.
Yeah, that was close. That was much closer than it should have been. House Tarth Rams, please stop. Look, I know I'm young, but my heart isn't the best, and I don't know if I can take that. That was just an insane ending to that game. The Rams, though, they built up some early pressure, I think really was the problem for House Tarth there. I think for what was the first 4 hard points in that game, they won the rotation pretty much every single time. And off the back of it, House Tarth, I mean, although they're able to build up their own time off the back of what was essentially scrap, they still, you know, couldn't come back in. But it was a good attempt. I will say that much, Austin. That was a really good attempt off the back of P2 and P3.
It is. I mean, it's not easy to break that from the front either. And I mean, Weeman just wins that massive battle onto Journey, lays prone, and ends up finding 2 with the Tiamati of all things. So it looked good. Almost a miracle comeback. But in the end, I think it was just the rotations that come through there for the side of Rams, just so clean, so crisp, doing everything they possibly can. And I mean, overall, House Tarth never even played, you know, that map whatsoever in hardpoint throughout the entire elite. It was just a matter of, do you want to try and play this going in towards, you know, this do or die map? And I think it might have been the side of Rams who pick it. But we take a look at least at the replay here, and this is Journey having just that incredible opening, right? This is what kind of ignites the push in towards the rotation there in the back. And then there's just a lot of the rotations that take place here for us where they already have a massive lead, Brody.
Yeah, it was just huge. It was absolutely huge here for the Rams early on. And as you say, this is the break, really, that does change absolutely everything. And it was just continue like that all the way through. Players like Journey and Metals going huge. It really did just characterize the early game there from the Rams and the hard point. For House Tarth, though, I really do have to give it to them to make their way on back through from what was, I think, at one point, they were down by like 90 points, I want to say. They're able to come on through and really make a close game at the end. But, Austin, that means we have game 5 on our hands overall. And, well, it's going to be a close one. We know that much.
A close one for sure, but if you are House Tarth, you have to kind of be wondering, you know, in the back of your mind, like, is this the time where we finally get to take these guys down in a map 5? Because we just know, Brody, how good Rams are, how clutch they are when it comes down to those map 5s, man. I've been preaching it the entire season. I'm like, these guys are literally looking like Atlanta FaZe from last year in the Pro League, because it seems like every time they get here, they're just like, we got this. Like, it's not a problem. I think they've maybe dropped 1, maybe 2. Like, it has not been many, but they have had plenty of series that have went the distance, and they've been able to really bring it home in the end. It is, of course, going to be on a Moscow here for us, and this is going to be in favor of Rams for as far as at least their initial record, Brody. But this is going to be scary, man. It's going to be a banger. And House Tarth, I mean, they have the ability to knock down one of the best teams here in Europe. It's just a matter of fixing some of the mistakes they were making in Search and Destroy for map number 2 and trying to see if they might be able to take these guys down and carry some momentum in towards this map number 5.
Yeah, I think overall here, I mean, this is the Achilles heel of many teams in European challenges this year. It's just those game 5s. And while Rams, even they haven't been the best team here in game number 5s, at least from a consistency perspective, you know, House Tarth, they have lost so many game 5s. It was the bane of their lives in the Challengers Stage 1 here in Europe, and even beyond that as well in Challengers Cups. I mean, so many of their series do go the distance. They're not even a bad Search and Destroy team. I don't think inherently they are a bad Search and Destroy team. I think just when it comes to their game 5s, they can't find that 7th gear, as it were. And honestly, if they can find that here against the Rams, just given how closely matched these teams have been, if they can, you know, just find that, dig deep within themselves and find the factor that they need to win, you know, we shall see whether or not they're able to do it. But again, it is just overcoming, I think, that hurdle that's been the problem for House Tarth so far in the season. Most certainly it was their problem towards the end when they were trying to clutch up versus Rams to qualify for Stage 1, was the knockout bracket at the time. So we'll see whether or not they fix those mistakes. I mean, there's a reason that these guys are still together. They absolutely clearly want to.
They clearly want to, and it might just pay off for them. It's just, can you get through the mental block? I think that's the biggest factor for us. They have a chance to be able to do it. This would also be a massive bounce back too. Knowing that you didn't have the best performance in the elite, be able to take down Rams, like I was saying earlier, like it just gives you, so much confidence going in towards that grand final, because this is the losers final for anyone that is just tuning in. It feels like it could very easily be a grand final with both of these squads, with their history, of course, within Europe as well. But it is all going to come down to this. We take a look at that bracket that we do have. Orgulous, they sent Rams down towards the losers final in 3-0 fashion. They are sitting up there. They're probably watching over the match here, taking some notes, Brody, getting ready to jump in towards it. But this is going to be the banger we've been waiting for. I can't wait to get into it. It's Moscow. We've been seeing the change up on towards the bomb sites. A lot of teams starting to favor B to see if that might be the one that kind of gets defended more, or how you're going to be able to kind of spread out your resources. But it's time to jump in. Moscow search and destroy, map number 5. Someone's moving on. Someone's going home.
Well, who's it going to be? That's the question. Will it be Rams, who have looked pretty good in Game 5s over the course of the Challengers season thus far, or will it be Housetarf, the team that, well, they haven't looked good? Simple as that. We'll see whether or not they're able to fix up coming into this. But as we get things kicking off here, it's going to be Rams on the offense, and it's a pretty slow offensive push at that.
Everything just coming down to a pause. This was a lot of what was the first couple of rounds there, but Tom Brady coming in there. Lucky just hucks the nade over, finds the stick from downtown. Good for a first blood, and now it's a transition over towards A. Gizmo, though, he reads it, does find the kill on the medals, and will even things up here with 3-on-3 for each side.
Presence for Housetarf over towards A. It's up to the Rams to entry on through. Journey gonna fall. Gizmo looks for number 2. He gets it. Brilliant gunfights for Gizmo. Now Invidian left up. Housetarf. A good reaction from them to rotate straight on through. They recognize the play that Rams are making, and they work on it so perfectly. This is the play that wins the round. Gizmo coming on through and picking up his two-piece.
This was just insane out of Gizmo, man. He finds three at this site to make sure that they're not going to be able to get control of lobby, and then in return, of course, try and drop that bomb down on the A site. Just incredible defense here. Big individual moment. Housetarf, after losing that very first member, able to make that transition right over. They'll hold strong. So we go back towards offense here. It's time Housetarf looking to try and find some info by the street. Couple of stuns, of course, will be thrown out. Trying to play for information, and neither one actually finds any information, but that's fine, because in return, it really lets you know that no one's here defending it, so you have a chance to be able to move in towards B, and no one's in the site itself, Brody, so this very well could be a free plan.
Rams have put so much pressure over towards A that they've essentially left B to a retake. That's what's going to have to come down to. I'm probably going to get this bomb down. Now, how do Rams retake this site? Trophy system down. Middle's nade check isn't going to work. Wee Man elsewhere does take out Invidian. Afro picks up Lucky as well. Now a 2 versus 4 here. Now make it a 1 versus 4. Why the heck not? A flawless hold there for a Housetarf, Austin.
Yeah, very clean. Very, very clean. I mean, that's just really the payoff of, knowing that this site is not going to be highly defended, because you need to stack numbers by the A site due to the aggression we typically see with the SMGs, and once you lose control of it, it's very difficult to retake. But over by B, if you can get yourself in, especially early in towards the round where a couple players maybe haven't rotated off of A yet, you can get an effective setup in, you can lock it down, and you can hold strong. That's exactly what Housetarf do in that round number 2 for us. So we go to round number 3, and now it's Rams who need to try and actually find an answer here on the attack. DeFrag, he's going to give a little peeking towards the middle. He gets great info, realizing that there's a couple players starting to push up through gold, and now that's going to stop the push from Rams and might actually turn their attention over towards A.
Housetarf, they're relatively ready for this, to be honest. Gizmo and Wee Man on the site. They don't have the numbers, though, to actually deal with all of this pressure. Now it's going to have to be a clutch situation. Journey sliding on out. Still have absolutely no idea where Wee Man and Gizmo are personnel. Now they do. Gizmo left alive on this bomb site. Nice Semtex is actually going to take down Medals. Unfortunately, he is rather relatively quickly traded out. And now DeFrag and Afro here. A 2 versus 2. Or 2 versus 3, sorry. Invidian does take out DeFrag, so now Afro left up. The young blood for the squad. What can he do in a 1 versus 3? Isn't even going to be able to get 1 kill there as 2 Rams players just swarm on in. Not much you can do there, to be honest.
No, it really isn't, but a much needed round is here, at least for the Rams. And big play here out of Invidian as well, just being able to tag up all the players. He gets info on 3. He finds that first kill, tags up 1, and then Afro, of course, just stuck by pillars as he gets collapsed on. So Rams use some of that aggression we talk about that is typically shown on that A site in specific here for this map, and that's going to allow them to at least get on the board here. So House Tarth back on towards defense and got a hit on Gizmo already here for us, Brody. I mean, he's 5-1. He's had a couple of stellar moments thus far in towards this map, looking to see if he might be able to continue a bit of that here heading in towards what will be round number 4.
It's a good start from House Tarth overall. Their pressure has been felt, and Rams, well, they've struggled to deal with it. As you say, though, much needed round in round number 3 for the Rams there. How can they follow up with a defensive win? Positions like these, Austin on the defense. Rams, I think they're a little bit more conscious, really, of what House Tarth did last time around.
Info there. And yeah, you can see the setup. I mean, they have someone inside of B this time to make sure that they're just not going to get a free plant off. But with that, you might be able to then say, listen, let's try to hit inside of A here. Use a numbers advantage. There is going to be 2 players set up, Metals and Journey, both playing pretty defensive. Back alley and inside the lobby. You find that first pick, you're pretty much a green for the bomb, but they're going to plant it before even getting that first pick. And now it's going to have to be a retake for the Rams.
Got to hit this quick. If you're the Rams, Afro in the corner, they're surely going to check this Journey and Metals as they slide on out. Of course, they've got bigger fish to fry, but there it is. Journey takes down Afro. First blood goes Rams' way. Retake more than possible now. Man wins an important one against Journey, though. Metal's going to take out the frag from behind. Now this leaves a 2 versus 3. Never mind, a 1 versus 3 for Gizmo. Has a second man in the bomb. He can play time, this will be huge. Gets the first, looks for the second. Metals comes flying on out. Player already on the diffusers. Invidian. Rams with a lovely retake.
I love that. I love that. There's not a lot of teams that are looking to try and retake all 4 from their side, but Rams just simply say, hey, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to play for trades. We're going to do this together. Sometimes you'll see players or teams, send one in towards the middle of the map to create a bit of a pinch or at least draw some attention away from where you're hitting out of, but Rams just commit to it, and that is going to be a strong defensive hold to make sure they come through, they play for the info, they get the retake. We're all tied up at 2 apiece. Rams, I feel like, starting to figure out how House Tarth are looking to play this map on the offense and the defense, both finding favor 2 in a row, but leaving us now for a massive swing here in round number 5. Rams back on the attack, Brody. They've been notorious for coming out towards the street with at least 1 or 2 members, playing for info and then making a decision, very similar to what we were seeing from House Tarth actually on that Miami.
Again, it's just these really slow subs from House Tarth and Rams. Both of them have essentially not really given much room to breathe to the other. It's just, really, it's kind of like a Mexican standoff in a way. Who's going to move first? Will it be the Spaniards in the Rams? Or the Brits in House Tarth? Of course, the Rams with the bomb need to be the players making the first move here. Just got to find something. Rams maybe getting a whiff of Afro in the mid-map, and they do. Semtex comes on out. Attackmaster's going to save him from being blinded by the stunt. Frag looking for these opening gunfights. Metals and Journey, they do find something here. Wee Man with a trade, though. You've got to make sure it's all you take down. Wee Man, he gets 2 before being taken down. Now a 2 versus 2, Austin.
Yeah, and they have to pick up this bomb. Invidian looks to grab it, but Gizmo here could find some great timing, but the shots won't land. Afro, will they be able to find the 1v2 clutch? Might have actually seen Metals there on the cross. It's going to come down to this gunfight. A big round here for both of these members. Afro not knowing where he went. Metals going to go all the way around. He's playing for the kill. He's playing for the kill, and Afro's not going to give it to him. So deciding not to plan it will cost him in the long run. But what a play here. Afro finding the kill and playing his life to make sure they come out ahead.
That's huge. That's so huge there from Afro. Ice player, for sure. Just to spot him, and then, of course, to hold the angle as well. House Tarth, they look good here in Game 5. 3-2 up versus the Rams now. Great performances coming out, really, from all players. Switch back over towards House Tarth on the offense. We'll see what they're able to do. How do Rams handle this defense? It looks to be a bit of a spicy play here. They've dedicated pretty much all of their manpower towards B.
He's there with his life here. Going to throw Semtex down. Eats a Semtex in return, but he will be able to stay alive. Afro cleans up Metals, who gets a little too aggressive through the street, will be punished. Rams try to match this street push with all the players they have available to them, and now they have to make a fast rotation over towards A because they don't want to lose the site. But he's just sitting back here by the Fountain Hill saying, all right, I'm ready and waiting. Finds the easy pickup. Challenge there from Journey is good, so he will be able to at least keep things competitive. But Weeman there for the trade, and Nvidia now needs to try and clutch a 1v3 on the defense.
Can Nvidia do it? That's the question. He's about as far away from the bomb site as you could possibly get. Does have a little bit of time to work with. Our house staff do decide to get this bomb down. Has one man sorted them out? Yes, he has. Nvidia going to go for those shots. This bomb now going down. Now that they know where Nvidia is, they can more safely do it. But Nvidia going to run right into the site here. Gets one. Can he get the second as well? No. Thought he was going to run away with his life there. It's not to be. And I want to kind of comment on the start of that round from the Rams. We saw them do a very similar play on Miami Search and Destroy earlier on the series where they could essentially 4-stack 1 point and just go for it. This time, House Taff were ready for that play, and then winning those first few gunfights was crucial to winning the round. Really smart from them not to push too heavily.
And now if you're Rams, you need this round. You can't afford to go down 5-2. House Tarth 0-3 in map 5s throughout the Elite. They're looking to find some redemption in the very first open here in the losers final. Can they do it? Defrag, he's been shouldering this the entire game, and he's actually going to be able to push up inside of gold, maybe even play for a bit of a flank here. If he finds a first kill and gets out, this would be so crucial because it would give you so much information to play with. But instead, he doesn't want to try and risk his life too much. Going to try and hold. Rams going to start to make this push happen by A. Stuns and nades being thrown here left and right. Shots finally going through. Journey trying to find the trade, but it's Afro who finds that first blood.
There's no trade as well. There it is finally, Nvidia, and it's a bit of a delayed one though. That will give Defrag a little bit of time to work with. And it's going to be effective as well. The frag comes through, picks up Nvidia, lucky the last player alive. He is going to fall, and that first gunfight, effectively, Rams, you need to trade it. It's as simple as that. If you get that first blood, push out together. I know that the first player was kind of unable to really get that kill, but effectively you use that first blood, and House Staff, have all of the power in that situation. And now, Austin, we find ourselves in a situation where they are just 1 round away from booking their place in the European Challengers Open 1 Grand Final.
And it's got to be so difficult for them defensively here for the Rams because you know both bomb sites have been hit and they've had some great execution. So do you stack B? Do you stack A? Do you heavily stack the middle of the map so you can at least play off of either one? Lucky does actually find a frag. He's been going for a lot of those middle peaks. He'll be punished. Nvidia, he might have found some great timing here. Can he line up two? First one's good, but Weeman, quick reactions to make sure he gets the trade. And Weeman actually finds a second. This would be a 1v4 technically for him. They're not going to allow that to happen, Brody. Rams, they're going to clean things up here on the defensive and make sure that they are still alive in map number 5.
Had a bit of a clairvoyant moment there. I saw Weeman making another 1 versus 4. Rams don't allow that one, though. And they do stay alive here in this Search and Destroy, and of course, generally in the tournament. It's going to be Rams on the offense once again now. See what they're able to do. House Taff on the defense, going to be sending 3 players over towards A.
Metal's just a couple jump peeks. He wants to get some information. Try and give them a window to at least create some action. The bomb is, of course, going to be more hovered by B, but it could very easily be brought right back because you have a spread through the middle, and Metals will be tagged up with that nade here. So it's still a 3-stack for House Tarth. Defrag, he is just all alone by B. He has to make sure he at least finds 1 before being traded, or else they're going to have just about no information or control around this site. And Rams, slowly but surely, Brody, they're starting to make this hit happen as they might be able to lay the bomb.
Defrag's the problem here for Rams. They have absolutely zero idea that he's here. At the very least, they're being cautious about it, but they don't know that Defrag... And there you go, Defrag picks up that first blood. Gets stuck with a second. Nice nade there. Metals actually finishes him off. And Afro, oh my goodness me, takes down Gizmo with his own Semtex. Now this gives Rams the numbers. Afro and Wee Man, what can you do? Afro left up 1 versus 3. We've seen him make these kind of plays before. Can he make it happen here? No, he can't. And Rams just refuse to take this one lying down, Austin. They find another round.
Kill by kill, round by round. Rams. You can't count them out, Brody. That was what we said going in towards that map number 4. Well, here we are on map number 5, where they are down massively, 5-2. And they are staying alive, trying to fight back in towards this map number 5 here. It is now 5-4. House Tarth back on the attack. This has been incredible adjustments made for Rams. They're going to go for a 3-stack by A, assuming that House Tarth might try to actually make something happen, but not going to be the case. Those stuns go out and flashes go out, but does not find any info. Everyone just playing their life. It is on a knife's edge. You do not want to be blooded in this scenario here, Brody. So much pressure on all these players.
It's just Rams toying with them. The mental game right now, it's absolutely in House Tarth's heads here. Of course, as you rightly say, you do not want to be the player that pushes out a little bit too far and gets first blooded. That may just send your team for a loop. Now House Tarth, though, they realise that with 45 seconds left in the round, they are the ones that have to make the first move, and they've chosen their bomb site to attack. It's going to be A. Journey spotted this one out. You're going to surely see Invidian and Unlucky make a move over any second now. Metal's going to get some shots put into him. Gizmo going to be responsible for that, but the nade thrown out from Metals does actually take down Wee Man. So now a 3 versus 3 here. House Tarth still under the bomb down. Journey picks up one. Journey looking for the second. It's traded though, as he does fall. It's Gizmo now in a 1 versus 2. He's going to have a player coming up from behind, and Rams end up taking it to a round 11, Austin. 3 rounds on the bounce.
There is no way, Brody. There is no way. How many times have they clutched up in map number 5s? We might just be seeing another one, and this is a total breakdown right now from House Tarth, and they are back on the defense. I feel like Rams might just go for an aggressive hit inside of A because they have everything swinging in their favor. I mean, this very likely could just be maybe going back towards a safer play, playing for a bit of a spread and seeing if they might be able to work for info and then make a decision, but this is going to be crazy if they can make this happen. And Defrag, he is pretty far pushed up, but he's got all this info if they do decide to push through middle or decide to start making their way in towards B.
You said they could get aggressive, Austin. They are playing this cautiously, but they're playing it as a team. I think that's important. If House Tarth decide to get a little bit aggy, push up the map, there should be a trade. Theoretically, of course. I mean, these are some of the best players in European Call of Duty. They can get 2 pieces all day long. Both of these teams just don't want to move. You've got Defrag on the other side of this bus. Do you have a ticket though, my friend? Yes, you absolutely do. Taking out Invidian. There is a trade though. Lucky, as I said, has his teammates back. And while he has fallen, now it's going to be a 3 versus 3.
The bomb's being brought right over towards A. You have Metals, who's cleared out at least the front of it. So there is a chance to try and drop the rock here. We're getting low on time. You only have 1 player defending. Journey's going to slide through. He gets info in towards the back alley. Metals could go for the challenge here, or he could just hold the angle, but you have to try and drop the bomb, and that's exactly what they're doing. Mid-map's covered. House Tarth have to retake this from their side, and they are going to lose Gizmo.
Wee Man with the trade though. Now a 2 versus 2, Austin. It's going to be Journey and Metals playing this one with their corners. Wee Man with the stun check. It's not even actually going to land. The Semtex though certainly is sliding on out, picking up that gunfight. Now a 1 versus 1 between Metals, and he's going to get it. Rams 4 rounds in a row, Austin, to make their way on through to the grand finals. A chance for revenge, and it all comes down to Metals. What a play there. Wow, what a performance from Rams. They've got the ice, man. That is all. They have every drip of ice. They're incredible.
Don't count them out, man. You can't count out the Rams ever. They just always find the favor in these map 5s, bringing it back, doing it all. An incredible comeback and resurgence here for them. They're going towards that grand final, and what an upset here for House Tarth. A 5-2 lead, and they fall short.
I can't lie here, gentlemen. I've got my little notepad and pen, I had it clicked as soon as I saw the 5-2 scoreline, and I was about to write the 6 down underneath House Tart's column here, and I was like, wait a second, they're playing the Rams. There's no way that this is going to happen. But taking a look back, I mean, hey, if you've missed any of this series, you've really missed out because, my goodness, we did miss the first hard point, but it was a tight one, 250-180. It was Rams trying to put together a late comeback, not going to be successful. Then the search destroying Miami. Again, very back and forth all the way through. Saw a nice little 1v4 with a little bit of assistance from the bomb at one point in time. House Tarth bouncing back with a very clean raid control, and then they even try to put together a comeback on the Moscow hardpoint, but Moscow would be all Rams. I'm sure the Vamos is going wild so far, which means that, well, we may have gotten here a little bit unexpectedly, but we got the expected result that I think the three of us were expecting for the eventual grand finals. It's going to be a rematch of the winners finals between Rams and Orglis. I mean, Infinity, it just feels like this Rams team, they don't know how to lose. It's just not possible, it feels like at times.
They've just got the X factor. I think that's the key thing, right? I mean, you've got to remember these players are so experienced. I think Invidian's probably the only one that you could argue isn't. I mean, there's a reason that Lucky and Metals last year were picked up for the Toronto Ultra, even though they either didn't get much game time or they didn't get any at all. They're still very talented players. I mean, you cast your mind back all the way to Black Ops 4. I say all the way, it was only 2 years ago, where these guys were on Heretics and they were just ripping everybody effectively on that team. Honestly, this team is just so good. I do want to say, though, I don't want to go too heavily into saying that Rams are just this much better team than House Tarth. Although that was a full collapse, House Tarth still brought it all the way to a round 11 versus this team. They were ahead in that search and destroy. And although they'll be disappointed, I don't think you can be too disappointed as a squad there with coming up again with another Game 5 versus this roster.
Indeed. We'll take a look at the bracket, though, just to get you caught up on what's happening in Europe at the moment. Like we mentioned, that was the lower final, a 3-2 scoreline there. So it's going to be Orglis and Rams for a rematch. And, well, the Orglis got the better of the Rams right back in the winter final here, Visions. These are the two teams that we expected to see outside of themselves and House Tarth. Really one of the only couple of squads that are in Europe that didn't make significant changes as far as teams that were in the elite prior in stage 1. Where's your head at when you come back to how do Rams potentially find a bit of revenge here versus Orglis?
I mean, just trying to remember that last series as much as possible is probably a really good start. I feel like that could be enough maybe to kind of give you, everything you need to be able to come out with the fire to take down Orglis, because you can see in that winner's final, right, it was a 3-0, and as much as some of those maps were close, it feels like this is now going to have to be a massive bounce back for them. We know what they can bring in towards, those map 5s, but you have to get to the map 5 if you're going to be able to clutch up and ice up like they've been doing, and I think there has been a couple of problems for as far as the respawns. We saw that get exploited in towards the very first map, as well as the control, where things looked almost too convincing there for this side of House Tarth. So there's still a lot to clean up going in towards the series, where Orglis are going to punish you for making some of those mistakes that they were making there in towards that series.
Oh, and hey, you think back to what happened during the elite stage, you did have Rams and Orglis facing up against each other twice, including the finals, in which both of those games went to map 5, in which both of those games tilted in favor of Rams. But hey, we need to take a look at what the full spectrum of the day looks like. Of course, we're dealing with Europe for the moment. Coming up next will be the European Grand Final between Rams and Orglis, but then we'll be jumping down under to take a look at Asia Pacific and the Grand Final there. That's not a match that you want to shrug away either. I'm going to be a very sturdy proponent of this APAC region being the most competitive it's been in years, and that will be a very good instance, I think, just kind of taking a look to see what exactly will happen there for the Grands. And then, of course, as soon as APAC is over, we'll transition and try to see what is happening in North America. A lot of Call of Duty to be digested today, so make sure you keep this browser tab open as we get closer and closer also to the CDL, getting into the stage 1 final day of that major. Again, I'm Hold Shift with Visions and Infinity. We'll step away for a moment, get things set up, and be back with our European Grand Final right after this. Already welcome back to Challengers Cup Open number 1 by Holchef with me, Visions and Infinity. And we're about to get ready to go with the grand finals for Europe, but there is a bit of frame up that we still need to provide because there's a lot of tournament that happened overall. And specifically speaking to what these players are playing for, yeah, there's a lot of pro points on the line. And let's be honest, that could actually help a bunch of these squads get into a position to maybe go and fight for that next elite stage qualifier. There's also a pretty hefty amount of cheddar on the line as well as we're dealing with our final 2 teams. Boys, this is the prizing that we're looking at for both NA and Europe. Of course, those are individually. Total prize pool $40,000. And between this first and second place grand finals, $15,000 for first, whereas the second place team will come away with $8,000. And for House Tarth, who just finished in third, they were able to lock in $6,000. But beyond that, again, the top 8 are being paid. And, well, Infinity, we talked largely about how we did have a handful of favorites coming in, but there's a lot of action to really kind of break down overall in Europe. What were some of the big surprises that you kind of saw in the earlier stages here of this open event?
Yeah, there were a lot. There were a lot of surprises this weekend, so much so that I was kind of looking at the bracket yesterday. I tweeted out, like, what the heck is happening in Europe? Because there were some names falling out earlier on that you just don't expect to happen, right? I mean, specifically in the last few weeks, we've seen Luti's team, for example. They've really found a resurgence with the roster change coming through as well. We had PT's team. They were looking really good. They fell out really early on. I don't think they even made it into the double elimination bracket. Early on as well, we had Obtained, Connect 4, August, Singularity. All teams which fell out pretty early on in the bracket, and you know, to really sort of supplant them, we had teams coming through that really you haven't even heard much of at all. Team Amelia or Amelia, I'm not sure exactly how you say it. They came on through. Grad and Co. Overall in Europe, it's been just a bloodbath. Real shockers pulled pretty much in every single round. A number of teams, I think, off the back of a number of roster changes being made here in Europe, just they haven't really been able to prove themselves in that week number 1 of the new teams.
Visions, with that in mind, you know, talking to these kind of roster changes, where's your headspace at when it comes down to how some of these teams that have just made very recent kind of additions or maybe subtractions, where they fall? You know, you mentioned Connect 4, top 16, Singularity, top 12, Team 3G, top 16. These were 3 squads that were just previously in our Elite Stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at it one of 2 ways. We have some changes that were coming through. They might need a little bit more time to be able to mesh and actually get back towards the point where we saw them maybe even before getting in towards the elite, right? Where they looked a lot stronger in their qualifiers. So I'm not putting a bunch of stock into it just yet, because we are going to also get kind of a swap up for as far as what's going to happen, maybe even going in towards the meta, and things could even shake up again. So it's really hard to make predictions, really hard to say, you know, maybe this is what's going right, this is what's going wrong, because we don't know if that's going to be the same case going in towards the future weeks for us. But I think the biggest takeaway is the simple fact that a lot of other squads that got to watch over the elite, maybe got to figure out maybe more of the play style, we're now a little bit more in towards the Cold War season. I just think there's a lot of squads like Wardy & Co, for example, that are starting to figure things out and maybe starting to pull off some of these upsets that might not be considered upsets if they're able to stay on track to what they're doing and going forward.
You know, we had 7 teams that looked really solid through the elite stage, but probably about 12 that could have made it into stage number 1. But looking at our bracket here, these were the final squads that we had for this first open tournament. Orgless did get the better of Rams in the winners finals, and as we just saw prior, Rams was able to take down House Tarth in 4 straight rounds back-to-back to give them from a 2-5 deficit to win the round 11 map 5. So for Orgless and Rams coming up for the grand final, visions in your mind, what would need to change for Rams this time around to take down this Orgless squad?
I need to see more consistency in the response. That's the number one takeaway. I mean, we saw them get a little bit worked on, I think a little bit up against House Tarth. That is going to have to change going in towards this series here because Orgless is going to punish you extremely hard. They already 3-0'd you, so they have that in the back of their minds, and Rams need to come away with 2 best of 5. So they have plenty of work to do before they're going to get themselves to a point where I feel like they're going to have the confidence to take these guys down.
Never count out Rams. I think that's the bottom line. You know, I said it in that Search and Destroy. I said it really in that series overall. Do not count out a roster like the Rams. You know, they've beaten Orgless before. I think their first 2 engagements prior to number 7, they did go their way in game 5. So both of these teams looking good. But on the flip side of that, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Orgless brought to the table. They made that roster change relatively recently. Of course, I say relatively recently. It was before stage 1. Harry coming in favor of Dave. Bit of a weird move, but it was absolutely worked out for this team.
It has worked out, and well, already in towards this hard point for the first map. It's going to be the rotation one for Orgless. Only about 30 seconds or so going away on that first initial hill here for us, so still lots that could be done, but Rams need to find themselves a break in towards the back, and Vortex doing a good job just roaming in and around. Nasty watching the cross here. It's actually a nice setup. Lucky needs to try and break it with this first go into Vortex, and Nasty's actually just going to leave the vent system, try and assist Vortex, but they will get the trades, and now this is a chance for Rams to try and break in towards the hard point.
Realistically speaking, there's only one more push going to come out from the Rams, so you're going to have that rotation over towards New at the back of your minds as Harry and Vortex going to pick up those opening bloods, and Vidian now coming on through with Lucky. But honestly, with 20 seconds left here, even if August lose this time, it's not such a bad thing, honestly. They've got those spawns over towards New. You know how much money he'll generate a hard point can be. But never mind me, Orgless, I mean, they're just winning this time. They're winning all the one-on-ones. Harry picks up 2. If anything there, even though they didn't get much at that time, they take it away from the Rams, and now they have the rotation also.
Have the rotation. This is what we talk about a lot on maps like Moscow and Garrison, where you get those rotational spawns that play a factor. You just need to lock down the very first push, and you can set yourself up for some great time on the hardpoint itself. We will see a couple trades start to come through, but Rams haven't been able to get close towards the back here. Josh has that cross, and he's going to get information on towards 1. Lucky might be the one to have to try and find some of the AR players who are posted up in the back, and now the gunfights come through. Metals, he finds the entry, and Vidian with the second. Rams right in towards the back. Nasty can play his life, and he can, and that will be a great push in to try and grab the last 30 seconds.
A big break overall early on there from the Rams. They couldn't really afford to give that time up to Orgless. They'd already kind of built up a pretty good advantage. It would have been even worse if they'd let that time go away. Rams now looking to hold on to this last 15 seconds. Harry and Josh coming on through the front, though. Josh looking for number 2 here. Metal's going to end up winning that trade, and Rams now off the back of that will get this scrap time. But as we turn our attention over towards this rotation, Austin, can be one player causing problems over towards green. That's going to be Journey. It's going to be traded out. So now Rams need to kind of deal with these players that are scattered about all over the option. Vidian does pick up 1. Lucky does pick up Vortex as well. Another player in the hard point at the moment. There it is. Rams now going to start to pick up some time here. Lovely nade from Metals to take out Nasty. August now spawning out on the other side of the map. And Rams now, I think, finally finding some stability here, Austin. They know where they're spawning.
Know where they're spawning. Vortex, though, he might be able to find a window to try and break this setup. Keep the last 30 seconds scrappy, and there you have it. Vortex with 2 big kills, but it's going to be Metals and Nvidian trying to lock down the point. Not going to matter because it's going to be Nasty with the other 2. Both submachine gun players finding a bit of favor, forcing out some of those deeper spawns as we look towards the next rotation. And Nasty, he's still going. That is 4 down again right before the new hill is going to pop. So these are big kills coming through to be able to give Orgless a chance, maybe even build up this lead a little bit bigger.
You do know that Rams are going to be spawning out on the other side of the map here, so Vortex is essentially just the remnants of the old spawn, gets it relatively easily as Vortex does take out Vidian. And now Orkless looking to get some time here on the square hard point. Harry gets number 1, gets number 2 as well. You don't let Harry get that gunfight, Journey. That is just insane. Orkless getting all of these early gunfights. Just do Nasty, Harry, and Vortex combining for what is, I believe, a 13 spree between them. You do not want to let this happen. It is as simple as that. Invidian and Metals now flying on through. They do remove Orkless from the situation. But for a hot second there, Austin, Orkless were looking scary.
Looking scary, and I kind of want to just draw attention back towards what we saw in the last series. It was the map number 1 that Rams were struggling with rotations. That's kind of been the case for us so far, where Orkless have been getting towards the new hills first, and as much as this game is still very much able to come back into it, they need to get towards these new hills very, very quickly and start to get some setups in, because things have not been looking great for them, and Orkless have been able to capitalize because of it. But we will see this rotation back towards P1, and well, it's going to be Orkless here first. So Rams in another position where they're forced to try and find a break.
They'll do it now. Again, you're down by about 70 to 80 points. Now they need to find their way on. Invidian picks up 2, Journey picks up another 1, and there it is, the Rams break that we kind of need to see from the Spaniards. Now can they hold on to this time? You've got Orkless spawning out on the other side of the map. This will open up a good opportunity for them to double up on this hard point and the next, but you've got to hold on to this time for now. Nasty comes on through, picking up 1. Lucky looking for number 2. It's not to be. And Josh and Harry, again, they surge on through. They wipe Rams away, but Rams just refuse to die here. Austin Metal's still now looking for this time. He's going to back away. He gets that kill against Nasty. Journey follows up with another one against Vortex. And for the Rams here, this is now scrap time. You want to focus on those.
And this time they actually have it, and well, Metals is also cleaning up some kills on towards Old, so those spawns are pretty deep, which means Orkless now, they're going to be late on this rotation. This is exactly what the Rams needed to get back in towards this game. They're down just about a hard point, and if they hold it all, they could bring it right back, but we're going to see Orkless with the surge in towards Bricks, looking to try and break on through Metals. Can he grab 1? He cannot. That's going to be Vortex for the kill, but can we get Invidian with a couple? We can't either. It's going to be now right on towards the point. A beautiful break out of Orkless to make sure that they are still in control.
This is an important time. Again, the Rams find themselves in that unique position where do they really want to push this? So you've got to focus on that rotation at the back of your mind. Journey is going to push for it through Bricks. They're also going to continue to hold on the spawns. Journey and Invidian to fly on through. Josh going to fall, and that's good from the Rams. They don't give up those spawns. Important play from Metals to actually hold back a little bit to make sure Orkless still spawn out all the way on the bottom left of your mini-map. And this is going to open up a great opportunity. Metals is just one heck of a player, man. Just holds down Metals. Hello? Somebody take him down, please. No way does he get that kill on a Josh. He doesn't. Josh able to stay alive. But as I was saying, Austin, that's important time for Rams. They get the scrap, and now they've got this rotation as well.
Yeah, the second rotation's been a lot better. They're getting towards New Hills first. It's just a matter of can they actually stop the first and second push to make sure that they are collecting some real time. But they've cut the deficit down to just about 40 points. So this is very doable, and it's going to have to be now Orkless who have to try and find the entries. Good work out front. They're going to be able to work for the trades. Harry, though, he finds the perfect timing in towards the back. This could be a chance to be able to actually flip the spawns out here. Big 101, but Lucky is going to be able to play his life. Still trying to do what he can as his teammates hit the front. Metals unable to find Nasty, and now from Tools will also be dealt with as Orkless will be able to break in and at least collect the last 25 seconds.
Again, this is an important time. August, they're approaching that 250-point marker at which you need to reach that to win a game at hard point. Nasty coming on through. He's on a 4 spree, not 5 though, as Journey's going to take him down. Invidian gets another one to follow up as well. August still has some pressure though here. You got to remove Josh from this power position as we look over towards the rotation. Josh with an AR, it's been a bit of a sort of a prodigy, if you will. Recently, of course, more naturally a sub player. It's kind of fit this AR role like a glove, and now Orkless starting to earn some time off this hard point. Austin, Rams, they find themselves spawning out over towards artillery. This is not the best position to find yourselves in.
It is not. It is not. You need to find this break pretty soon and then try to get green control. That's going to be the big factor for getting over towards the next hill here. But Orkless, they might be able to still end things here, depending whether or not they can actually fully hold Rams. It will be Invidian, though. He's starting to heat up a bit. Finds a double. Will be able to relieve a bit of that pressure. And actually, Invidian finds 3. So that relieves a lot of pressure. Metal's going to move right in. Adds a bit of assistance here as well. So now it's just a matter of trying to get Harry out of green. Starting to push on forward towards this next hill. Orkless simply need to try and find as many kills as possible because they're still going to be forcing Rams to spawn behind P4.
August just looking for this last 25 seconds of time. They've got the rotation through. This one player inside lights. That's going to be Metals, who is swiftly dealt with. Vortex picks up 2. One heck of an SMG player, and he's proven it here as he picks up those 2 gunfights in his favor. Nasty now playing the advanced guard as August looking for this last 20 seconds to close out game number 1. Can they do it? That's the question. Lucky looking to take out Harry from the power position. He will do it. Still earning this time. Journey flying on through here, looking for number 1, looking for number 2 as well. It's not to be, but Trade coming on through. It's Medals who's able to pick that one up. August still spawning in the backline here. This is still an ever-present danger that Rams need to be aware of. They are likely going to force this to another hardpoint, and maybe they won't here actually. 18 seconds left. August, they're in the hardpoint. They're looking to get this time. And Vidian, what can he do about it? He picks up 1, turns around for Vortex, looking for the gunfight, is turning his attention away from the hardpoint, will end up doing it. So this will go to a new hill, and Rams do have early control of it.
Early control. I mean, we've seen this happen before, right? If you can keep this as scrappy as possible and then win that rotation towards P2 and hold, you could still win this game, but you have to play some perfect hardcore right now, and we'll see if that'll take place. Vidian doing some great zoning down low, watching over bricks, has the middle of the map cut. Josh, though, does find that efficient trade. A matter of just waiting on the timing, waiting for each other. One good hit, that's all you need. And Nasty might be the one to open it up. He finds 2, Vortex finds 3, and Orglis, well, they're not going to let any comebacks happen in map number 1. They will close things out and grab and secure the first map.
And I think that's crazy as well, because August, I think they've been waiting for, I want to say, 3 to 4 hours to play this matchup. So for them to come off what was essentially a cold period and come out with a map like that, especially the way they just came out the gate swinging, it was just incredible. And a lot of that is down to this man, Vortex, on your screen. Just one heck of an SMG player. He's always played that role, and he plays it so well on this team. And I think he ended up with, what, 35 kills there in the end or something like that. He was just insane in map number 1.
It was a big map number 1, and they matched the pressure, right? They matched the pressure of Metals and Journey. When we talk about Garrison, a map that is highly dictated based off of what your subs are doing, because that's what allows your ARs to get towards some of these power positions around bridge or top green is what we commonly look at. That is just relieving so much pressure for, players like Carey, who's going to be able to post up and get himself there. So that was just really difficult to deal with, I feel like, overall. Because of that, it ended up costing them here, and we are going to see Orglis kind of bounce back to how they were playing in towards that winner's final. They got a hot 3-0, but we know that Rams were looking good in search here, Brody, and that's where they're going to be heading to next to see if they might be able to maybe pull this one off. But we'll take a look at a replay for as far as what we do have coming up after that map, as there was a lot of flashy plays. I mean, a lot of 3 and 4 pieces actually took place here, starting with Josh and his big holds kind of taking place over there by P2.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head here. A lot of these plays coming out from Orglis really just make some early control happen. Rams never really felt like they were able to find an answer to these plays coming out from Orglis. I think at one point there was, I think it was Orglis over on square hard point, where you're seeing it here actually, Harry building up this streak, and you see Nasty, Harry, and Vortex all on a spree there. When you let Orglis do that, when you let Orglis come out the gate swinging, it does kind of result in a scoreline where you're behind. This is as simple as that. You can't let August come out the gate swinging like that. That's exactly what happens. And normally for the Rams, you see a response, right? You see sort of Journey come out and be really loud. You see sort of Metals come out and be really loud. That just didn't happen. August completely silenced them.
Silenced them here, and it was just a lot of those plays that kind of took place there for Nasty. Like, he finds this 2-piece right there, like, just absolutely insane. Vortex slides right through. It's just beautiful teamwork, right? Like, when you're talking about waiting for each other, making sure that you're not fumbling these leads, it's those little moments where you take a couple extra seconds. Sure, you might give 10 seconds over, but you're allowing yourself to set up for an effective break to come through, right? So that's what we're looking at, but we do have the map lineup here for you guys. Of course, just had the Garrison hardpoint that went Orglis's way, 250 to 193, but coming up next, we got a Miami search and destroy, followed by a checkmate control, and if need be, we'll go towards a raid hardpoint and a checkmate search and destroy to kind of end things off there for map number 5. But Miami, we already saw it there, Brody. What were kind of your takeaways looking at the Rams coming off that last matchup there against House Tarth?
They play rather reserved, I will say, apart from a couple of occasions where they seem to really want to get right up in their faces of their opponents. They are playing this one really, really reserved. And, you know, we expect the sort of AR players to play a really big role here as we do actually get right into round number 1. We already find ourselves in a position where Metals and Invidian are down out of the round. And now Lucky and Journey, both probably brandishing those AK-74Us, have got to pull off a 2 versus 3.
And it's kind of just a solo mission for Journey over there. on the beach side, seeing if he might be able to grab a couple, but he's only got the 74U, and I think Josh gets the info. They have a player close on bomb as well. And, well, Vortex should be able to grab the easy cleanup as soon as Journey tries to lay this. That's exactly what happens. They'll clean up the second there, and Orglis with a flawless first round here to kick things off on defense.
As I kind of implied, right? I mean, especially when you're moving the bomb over towards A. It's okay. Well, I didn't know this.
That's what happened.
We didn't get to see this. That's what happened. We were kind of thrust into that one. Like, what happened in the first 20 seconds or so? That's what happened. It's nasty, of course. Yeah, as I was about to say, you know, when you have two players like Lucky and Journey who are both going to be using those SMGs on a map like Miami, with how open it is, it's really hard to make that sort of play work. So it's going to be round number 1 to Orglis. Now they go on the offense. We'll see what they're able to do here. 2 players in the alley to deal with. That's going to be Medals and Journey. Orglis is going to be making sure that there's no players hiding in any corners.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And we'll see exactly if they're going to be able to get themselves inside of the site. That's really been the difficulty. But a lot of teams opting in to try and go top and then move in through garage. But it's Harry. He ends up picking off Medals here. Kind of chilling in the back of the map and responsible for watching the middle map push. Will be taken down. And this is now an opening for Orglis to potentially move in here and see if they can try and drop this bomb.
Only got 1 player to deal with now in Journey, so this is, I mean, kind of in favour of Orglis at the moment. Now some backup coming in from Invidian. Journey spotted out the feet of Nasty, going to have to be pushed away though as Josh has the cover from top pink. Journey actually going to take some shots at Nasty. None of them going to connect though. And now it's Rams now in a 3 versus 3. Vortex going to pick up Lucky on the flank. That was a good attempt from Rams. It could have been a pincer movement to retake the site. Now they're going to have to rely on a rather one-dimensional attack. Journey comes on through, gets traded out. So it's Invidian now. A 1 versus 2. The first gunfight against Nasty will actually get it. 17 seconds on the clock. He's just going to jump on this bomb. How quickly does Josh react to this? I don't think he can. I don't think he can do this. He goes for the shots against the legs. He does get it. Moments to spare. That is really close. And a good heads-up play there from Rams to jump straight on that one.
Oh, it was a great play. I mean, that was your best case, right? You know just how often teams are going to be sitting on that back wall, kind of just posted up, and they can just kind of play peekaboo with you and never really taking the full challenge until they have to absolutely check a 7.5. And, I mean, that was maybe even a moment where if you kind of turn your body a little bit there, maybe that shot wouldn't have actually came through because it was only really the toe and the leg he was tagging up. But either way, Orglis do get there in time and will be able to get themselves 2-0 up early. Very similar to actually how the last Miami went. Rams went down 0-2 up against House Tart there. And we'll see if they can do exactly what they did before, a big bounce back. It looks like it will be a push over towards A here on the beach side.
See early on, Lucky trying to get eyes on which players had made their way over towards the A site. Keep an eye on Josh. He's having a hoot of a time on the beach. Been missing it recently, of course. Has the support of Harry. Now, they have spotted out Josh. This is huge. Got Vortex pushed up as well. I don't think they know where Vortex is. This is so smart if Vortex plays this well, but they do actually spot him out. Journey takes him down. Now that leaves Orcus without their secret weapon. No control over the site. This bomb down.
Nasty, not sure if he gets info up top balcony, but Invidian is up there. Harry certainly does. He takes the challenge. Big gunfight, turns it into a 3v3, but Medals watching the pinch. Make sure that Nasty is not going to find any favor. Now it's going to be a 1v3 as Josh is going to fall. Harry would have to get the complete ace. He finds the second, but with only 20 seconds left, he's going to have to move fairly quickly, cut through the last 2 players. They're not going to give him a full challenge here. They just need to try and beat out the clock as much as possible. And Rams are going to be able to secure this round. Harry might be able to take one more with him, but not the case. And there is your first round here for the Rams.
August almost had that one as well. They had Vortex pushed all the way up, kind of playing super quiet. And there's you see it, the actual kill. I think that really did open that round up for Rams. A good play from them, actually, to make that one work. August 2-1 up now, Austin. They're on the offense once again.
A lot of Miami has turned into trying to get middle map presence, considering you don't have to worry about any snipers picking you apart, right? That's the biggest factor on why teams are going towards the middle of the map now on offense. And then it's kind of just waiting to see, all right, where's the stack? Is someone rotating through mid? Can we work through a pick? Maybe someone over-rotates. That's what opens up the opportunities to create a hit towards either bomb site. And you're halfway through, so it's not like you're fully committed, but Orglis have been committing. Invidiant, he does not check his left here, and that means that Vortex is going to be able to find favor, and he might be able to drop this bomb down immediately here, Brody.
How quickly does Lucky react, though? Gets that gunfight, gets a second as well, brings us down to a 2 versus 2. Lucky's just going to jump on this bomb. Harry's got no idea this is happening. Does Harry even make it to the site before this defuse comes through? They have zero idea that Lucky's jumped on that bomb. They can't stop it. And what a heads-up play from Lucky. Not only to win those 2 gunfights, but then to jump straight on the bomb afterwards.
That's exactly it. I mean, I don't know if the setup was fully intact here. Clearly it wasn't because no one was checking the bomb, but there is 2 great bomb check spots that you can look at when the bomb is planted in this position. One is by the curbside, the other one is over by the boat, and you can kind of do the jump peeks to see if someone is on it, but neither remaining players there for Orglis are in a position to be able to actually check, so they're kind of just caught there with their pants down. That's a big play from Lucky, as you just alluded to, and that means that Rams are now going to tie this up 2-2.
Well, Rams getting another round that they, quite frankly, shouldn't have done. Now we're all even Stevens here. Rams looking for another A push. Josh and Vortex. How quickly do they spot this out? I think Josh may have just spotted out Invidiant on balcony once again. At the very least, I think they have. They kind of feel at least wise to this A push coming in from the Rams.
Slow push here once again. Last time it was Journey, he tried to cut across and get that bomb down. Vortex playing, of course, a different spot so that he can maybe stay up a little bit longer this time around. Journey, he's just searching for the info. Of course, he wouldn't take the gunfight. He's just trying to maybe relay that to one of his ARs so they can pick him off. And Metals is posted up there on the boat to do exactly that. But meanwhile, Lucky's been able to work through B. And this gunfight could change everything on the defense for as far as what they have set up. You just got to check this corner, and he doesn't. Lucky's going to clear out top, but they still don't know there's a player down low.
I don't know if Nasty knows as well. Now he definitely does. Harry spots him out. His rotation over towards B. It's not necessarily failed just yet, but with 10 seconds left, it might well have failed very soon. You've got Metals coming on a very long flank, but Journey actually picks up that first blood against Nasty. Vortex now coming in from behind, though. Josh explodes down Journey just before the bomb could be planted. A lovely play, Semtex. I really hope we get to see that on our best play.
And it's going to be Vortex's kill, but yeah, that was a great nade, right? I mean, even if it doesn't find the kill or at least tags him up, Vortex likely gets there to make sure that the bomb doesn't go down in time, and they win it regardless as long as everyone stays up, which it looks like they're in safe enough spots to do it. But Orglis here are going to be able to rebound after losing a couple in a row and going up there 2-0. So back in control. Rams still struggling to actually take the lead on Miami. I think that's been the biggest factor after watching them play this map in the losers final as well as this one. We'll get a push right up top here. Metals, how many times has he done this, Brody? He finds 2 kills here right off the bat, and already Orglis at a massive disadvantage.
Orglis, what can you do here? 2 versus 4. Josh and Nasty are very talented players, though. You can never count them out in situations like this. You can clear out top piano. This might not be the worst position to find yourselves in. Josh, though, has some bullets hurtled into his body. Harry going to fall elsewhere. So now Josh are 1 versus 4. Of course, they know exactly where he is as well. And that's an easy pickings for the Rams as they flawlessly take that round, Austin. They look good.
They do look good. Metals, and I'm glad we get to see this because they almost line up here. And even if they don't, right, you have the team shots also right beside him. Once you go down there, you can also maybe even make the assumption that the bomb is likely going to be down in that area. So you just have the ability to be able to set up in and around that entire location and just kind of suffocate everyone there on Orglis, which is exactly what they do. Swing round now, round number 7. Attack for Rams. It's been the last couple rounds they've been going over towards the beach side and then maybe making some slow rotations back towards A. Not the case this time. They're looking to get themselves in towards a setup where they might be able to work for a pick and slowly work in towards B.
I do like this from the Rams. They're playing this slow, giving the impression that it's an A hit from them. Of course, the fact of the matter is, though, they don't have any player giving an inkling that it is an A hit. Over towards A. Nobody's making that kind of fake play. So August haven't exactly had any reason to move at the moment, and for that reason, when Rams do inevitably hit this site, there's going to be some resistance. Got Harry in the position. Metal's now coming in from behind. Could blow up this entire play if he can pick up Vortex in top pink. Going for it. Doesn't look at Vortex when he's there, though. Unfortunately, he does check out the corner at the wrong time. Vortex draws first blood, and now Invidian. Can you trade out these gunfights here? Harry and Vortex going to come on down, pick him off. Journey and Lucky now left up 2 versus 4. Lucky picks up 1, traded out, though. And now Journey, 15 seconds on the clock. Going to try and make this rotation. Hey, Josh doesn't actually spot this out. Might have heard that slide. He's going to go check this out. 10 seconds left. There's not really much you can do. But Journey does pick up that first blood. And he's going to get this bomb down.
He's got to try to escape, though. He's got to escape. And he's got 2 players collapsing on him. Really take the gunfight. They know exactly where he is. Nasty's up top. Vortex in the middle. Journey. Does he want to take the challenge? He's trying to bob and weave. Breaks the glass. Nasty's up top, and they're defusing the bomb. Journey's got to go for a check, and he is not going to go for the check. A good try in the 1v3, getting away, but another heads-up play here just to try and hop on that bomb and don't give him the opportunity to clutch.
Dude, if Journey would have got this 1 versus 3, I don't even know what I would do. Does get that first kill against Josh, though. It was a really good attempt from Journey to actually recognize that there was a player in the mid-map and going for that gunfight. That was in itself smart. Almost got away as well. And now August. Take the lead here in search and destroy. I'm going to take this bomb, what would seem to be over towards A. Rams have 2 players over there ready for it. Let's see how quickly they react.
Harry, he's getting really aggressive with the peaks here, trying to just scout for some information. Last time, Orglis did push through the middle. Lucky, he's not going to let that happen twice. Doesn't find the kill, but that's fine because that shrugs off the push. And that's going to give Rams also a chance to hold on towards all the positions they currently have there in their favor. Will they over-rotate here? It's going to be the biggest question because you could still bring this bomb back because you have player number 5 there, which is Josh. He's kind of just hanging around bottom piano, giving himself a chance to push to the middle or create a play by B. But you're starting to get lower and lower on time. We got about 40 seconds left in Vortex. He opens up with first blood there on towards Invidian.
Should open up the play. You get that first blood. A's an opportunity. Josh, though, is going to fall. Tries to make the play. Vortex falls as well. Has 0 support from Nasty and Harry. No trade to be made. And what was a round that should absolutely have been August has very quickly turned into a manageable situation for Rams. Lucky is going to fall, though. So 2 versus 2. The good news for August is Metals and Journey are relatively split apart. If one of them falls, there will not likely be a trade. But lovely nade from Metals. Takes down 1. Follows up with a kill onto the other. And what a great hold from the Rams. Taking down Josh early on. No trade for that kill, but to actually hold on the site as well. Huge.
It's just all those big power positions I was framing up there at the beginning of the round. When you have top visitors, it just gives you, such a window to literally look out the window on the map and just watch over everything that's happening. You can't make those swift rotations through the mid map without them kind of knowing and realizing it. And yeah, they catch him and find that kill on towards Josh, just being able to then laser in on towards the push that was about to unfold by A. So just a good hold. Rams with a much needed round to make sure they do not go down 5-3, tying things back up. So that's going to force them now to go back on towards the attack. You got Vortex here just trying to watch that cross. I think he's going to see the lags there of at least 1 here. So that's going to be good information for player 5 there. Josh trying to lock down the visitors building.
Rams looking for this A hit. Josh inside visitors. That power position. What can you do? Spotting out Invidian. He loves this place, Invidian up top. Inside balcony. So far, August not really giving Rams much to work with. There you go, though. August picking up those first gunfights. Metals and Journey going to fall. Now this leaves Lucky and Invidian in a really horrible position. That bomb is down on the site. August will be well aware of it. You've got Vortex coming on the flank. Harry was also. Vortex does take out Invidian. Now Lucky, 1 versus 3. How lucky do you feel?
Probably not feeling too lucky right now, Brody. Everyone in and around. Josh should find the kill, and he does. And that round all comes to who usually plays the island. Like you're talking about search and destroy in Miami, where you have one player that isn't always with the push because he's playing exactly where Harry would be, or at least in around this area. So it gives you one, the option to rotate back towards the other side, or two, to be able to play from the clutch spot where you can get that bomb down by A and be able to have the line of sight for anyone that's defusing. Well, when you don't have the island player there, what it opens up is the opportunity for the defensive team to push through B, get control of that curb area, and then allow them to make sure that you can't plant the bomb from that clutch spot that would usually have someone there on the offense. So a great play there from the side of Orglis to be able to come through, come out ahead with that round. And Josh here with the early challenge is actually going to find a nice first blood, giving them maybe a window to close out this map number 2.
They can take down Invidian. Yep, there's the bomb site being opened up. Orglis now find themselves in 4 versus 1 now. Is the Journey going to fall as well? Metals, one hell of a player, has had his moments throughout both the last series and this one. Can he pull off a 1 versus 4? He is going to pick up that first blood against Josh. Spot out Nasty as well, is unfortunately unable to pick up that kill. Has quite a lot of work to do. Can't even get the player in top visitors. Orglis, they take the search and destroy. Again, as it always is the case between these two teams, there's not a lot to separate them.
6-4, just like the last one there for us, but a great map overall. I just think Orglis with some great adjustments, right? Like coming back to that round that I just broke down where they're able to push through on defense. They find the openings. They know that they're not finding a whole lot of favor by that site. So why not try to take some control on the map and see if we can try and lock them in towards the zone there. But that was a great job. Well done here for them. That also allows them to pull 2-0 up. And I mean, if we look at that winners final that took place there, Brody, it was a 3-0, knocking them down. So not only do Rams have to come out with 3 maps in a row, but then they have to go to another best of 5 and do it all over again. So it is a lot on the line for them. But we take a look at some of those replays and see just all those plays that kind of just unfolded there for us on Miami.
Yeah, a team effort overall from Orglis, and I don't want to count out Rams as well because they did have some serious moments, but a lot of it did just come down to who were able to get the picks early on in the round, and really I don't think there were many clutch situations from what I can recall, but overall here, I mean, this is just Orglis playing as a team. As we've spoken about at length, to be honest, Austin, this change for them with bringing in Harry and removing Dave from the roster, it has benefited them tenfold. They look much more comfortable. And, we've spoken about Bryce about this previously. He said before that Josh has played the AR role previously, but still, recently that hasn't been sort of his role at all. He's been a main SMG player, and I think he just looks so good in this AR role. It gives the rest of the team so much room to breathe.
It does, and I mean, it's just paying off for them massively, especially in this game mode. And I mean, on this map in particular, just finding these opening kills just gives you so much room to breathe on a map like Miami, where it's so big and you have to cover so much, especially when you're on the offense. And it felt like Orglis was doing exactly that, coming in for the first 2 rounds, and then of course the last couple of rounds that they ended with just everything looking fantastic overall, Brody. And this is just the spot you want to be in. I mean, this squad has only gotten better and better and better ever since adding in the addition of Harry for Dave, which, like you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, was maybe questionable at most for as far as would this be the right decision. I think a lot of fans are probably saying, yeah, it's the right decision, because they're looking solid, they're meshing, everything's in sync, and because of that, they're finding themselves in a spot where they might be able to get away with another win here in towards the first open.
Absolutely, the Orglis have just looked insane. But on the flip side, Rams, they've looked pretty consistent throughout the season so far. I think, all the questions that were asked about Invidian as an AR, how does he fit into this lineup at the start? Surely there are better ARs coming out of Spain. And honestly, the way that Invidian has played, it's just impressed me. It's as simple as that, right? Invidian, he's looked really good with this roster. He melds really well, and he gives them the space they need to do what they can, because Journey is just one heck of an SMG player. The rest of the squad as well, they just play their roles so well when Invidian is that AR. And you guys can see right now on your screens the map set ahead of us. We're going to checkmate control next. So those ARs we were talking about, Josh and Invidian, they're going to have quite a lot to do here on a map which has even seen recently people using 4 ARs on it.
Yeah, 4 ARs, and I mean, at least in towards the pro scene, we've seen a couple of offenses actually go over here and there, but it is so difficult. So it feels like when we're talking about checkmate control, it's coming down to how many kills are you getting per round? Do you have the life lead heading in towards a round 5? Because a lot of what this map kind of takes place on is those round 5s for as far as the decider, and it's the defensive team that more often than not comes out with that dub. So making sure that you're paying attention towards the lives here is really everything that we talk about on this mode. But I mean, Rams have played this, I want to say, quite a bit. Certainly I've casted over the Rams on this map, and I have seen them take some offensive rounds here. So this could be the start of a reverse sweep here. You always say it, Brody, you can't count out the Rams. I'm absolutely with you, but they need to bring out some of that fire that we always talk about with that submachine gun line, with that AR Invidian here as well, combined with Lucky. These guys are going to have to step up. Someone, at least in particular, you feel like is going to have to if we're going to get ourselves a continuation in the series.
And I think what's scary for the Rams here is the AR lineup right now, sort of the natural AR lineup, I should be saying, for August is scary, right? Josh looks really good with the AR. You can also put an AR in Harry's hands, of course, the flex for this lineup, and he is just really good with it. So you got to be careful that you don't lose out here, because August, I mean, as we said, they 3-0'd Rams in that winners bracket final. It's not out of the question that they do it again here. That being said, I don't want a 3-0. It would be a bit anticlimactic, wouldn't it, to see these two teams face off. I think, you know, coming into this broadcast and coming into this weekend, you know, there was a lot of discussion over who the top two teams were, if there were any at all. August and Rams, they've most certainly, I think, stepped into the limelight somewhat over the last few weekends. To see these two really finish in 3 would be a little bit disappointing, I won't lie, so hopefully Rams can bring the fire into this map number 3. But I'm excited, Austin. That's all I can say. I'm super excited for this one.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And as we talk about some of the players on Rams, I mean, I think a really interesting storyline is also Nasty, because he was someone who was supposed to go towards the London Royal Ravens last year. Of course, had some visa issues, wasn't able to get on towards that roster. And then, you know, of course, because of that, didn't get a chance maybe to really prove himself and what he could bring towards the professional league and how he's able to do it. I think he's done a great job of proving himself within the challenger scene. He's trying to get back up in towards that point where, of course, it's Afro who actually goes on towards the bench here for the London Royal Ravens, and isn't Nasty here going in towards the second season here for CDL. So there's a lot to prove for him individually, and the fact that Orglis and, you know, him in specific has been able to kind of step up in the last half of the season, really starting to go big here for them in the respawn, the Surf and Destroys, whatever it may be. He's been I think the player that has really kind of stood out amongst the rest for as far as someone who might be able to get back up in towards that spot, especially with a lot of the talk that we have going on. So it's hard to say, but I mean, this has been the player, I think specifically, Brody, that has really stepped things up here for us.
For sure, he's got a chip on his shoulder, and I think he's got a lot to prove going into this season, and August is one heck of a roster. Hey, it's the perfect opportunity to prove yourself here, to stand out from the crowd, and, well, Nasty has done that more than enough times for this August team, and now he could do it again as we get into checkmate control, what could be our final map here of the first European Challengers Open. It's been an eventful Open at that, but it comes down to just 2 teams. It could come down to just this map. Checkmate control, we've seen August and Rams play this map multiple times over the course of the season, and they both have looked stellar at it.
They've looked stellar, but can the Rams do it? Can they continue to bring things back for us? We're about to find out. Already in towards this one, Orglis starting to capture some progress by B. They open up with 3 kills to kick this one off. Looking fantastic as always, and we'll see if they can maybe even get a second tick. They do. I mean, this is the unfavored zone they've already gotten a lot of progress at, and Vortex, he's found himself on A as well.
Good start overall from August, and that's not the best start for the Rams. You know, you talk about the fact that this is an unfavored zone that they've already got progression on. They only need one more surge on through, and they could well capture it. So Rams kind of going to be on the edge of their feet here, being wary of the fact that if they do lose control once, they might lose control of B. For now, though, they seem to have stabilized somewhat. First couple of gunfights going their way. Metals picks up a couple under the plane. What you don't want if you're August here, Austin, is to be held back right into that.
That's it. Yeah, you have to get out of your spawn. That's really step one, and getting some of the players out of the plane itself is what you're going to have to look at in order to actually move up safely. Harry, he's cut down. He loses 2 of his teammates as well, so it's going to be right back to step one. Sure, you got 2 ticks of progress by B, but it's really about getting yourself a zone so you can get the extra time. Lucky's still in from behind. Going to find Harry as soon as he comes off spawn here. And while things are not looking great, you might have one last attempt to try and see if you can stop that clock. Player 2 is going to do that, but Nasty falls as soon as he makes this move. And this is a really good recovery round here for the Rams to make sure they do not lose the zone and they still secure themselves a defense.
And while we didn't get to see the start there from August, Rams, they played that really by the book. To be honest, August just couldn't get out of their spawn. They tried with the opening gunfights. It just wasn't to be. I think the one positive there for August is you don't have that big of a life disparity at the end of the round. I think it ends with like 4 or 5 life differential between the 2 teams. So realistically speaking, although that can make the difference in the end, it isn't that big of a difference between the 2 teams at the end of an offensive round for August. Let's see how they answer back though, although. To August on the offense, on the defense, sorry. Controlling this plane, so important to controlling the map overall. And Journey wins the opening fight against Nasty. Harry with a trade though. Journey looking for a number 2. He isn't going to get it. Harry with 2 massive gunfights to kick us off.
And that's right away. 4 down. 4 down. Look at what Orgulus do on the minimap right now. They have all these power positions, and Harry is ripping them apart. He will get traded from Lucky in towards the back. A crucial kill, but you are still having to get yourself out of the deep end of the spawn, and it can be so difficult to do so. But with those one-on-one engagement wins, as well as a third, this could be the chance to start gaining some progress on towards B. That first tick on the way. Lucky's got the right lane completely covered, and this is exactly what you want if you're the Rams.
Just gonna make some progress. That's really what you need here. Some progress. I mean, if you can get the point, great. But honestly, just concentrate on making some progress on this point. Nasty comes in from behind, though. Takes them away. 1 tick of progress is made for the Rams. But with 45 seconds, to be honest, that might not be enough. Orgless bullying them into their spawn now. There is an opportunity for Rams to come out from yellow. That's gonna actually happen here. Journey picking up 2. Rams finding their way onto the point. Now you got to get control of A Street. Harry coming in from behind, though. He has something to say. He picks up 1. Looking for a number 2. You're a wizard, Harry. Oh, my goodness me. He takes them away from the point. Rams put right back to square one in their spawn. Harry is just a monster at 13-7.
He's having a round. He's having a round. Almost 5 more while being flashed. I mean, what more can you ask from the AR player right now on checkmate? It's going to be a stop of the clock, at least by A, but Rams only going to be down a couple of lives. You have to full hold this, and you don't have all the support. It's Journey all alone. The collapse is there. Orgless looking to get right back in towards those power positions. 10 seconds left. Have to make a move. Harry is just non-stop slaying these guys down, not giving Rams a chance to get towards either zone here. And, well, that is a very, very convincing defensive round that just came through there for Orgless.
I will say, I don't think it's any more convincing than what Rams did to them in the prior round. The life differential isn't that big, but opening plays like this from Harry really do make all the difference. Coming up and picking up 3. It's actually 4 as well. This is just insane from Harry off the rip. Really a massive opponent right now for all. This is why they're able to hold so strongly on the defense. But so far, typical control, Austin. The defenses win out.
This is how we typically see them. I mean, it's just a lot of what you can do on offense. The problem is, like, even if you do find 4 down on offense, there's just so much to watch and cover that you almost need someone to constantly go big there for you for at least a couple of waves. You can secure some ticks. I mean, more or less if you're hitting B off the bat, but we'll see A be the primary zone that will come through. Journey wins an important battle there on towards Josh. Will maintain plane control, so Rams are going to be able to start off pretty hot here. Vortex the last one up. Nvidian's going to deal with them, and that will be a full wipe right off the rip.
Again, though, not the worst position for August to find themselves in. They effectively have an entire lane to themselves. Nasty with that first gunfight. Nvidian does get traded out as well, and now August have map control here, Austin. Player pushing all the way up as well as Nasty. He's going to pick up 1 before falling, but progress now being made towards A. If they can get this zone pretty quickly, the Rams might find themselves in a spot of bother. Vortex under the plane. And they're going to get this point, you feel. Nobody to stop them. Harry and Vortex win these opening gunfights. As Vortex gets this one as well, he won't. This is going to be a point surely to August any second now. Rams aren't hemorrhaging any lives to it, and this is great progression from them.
Great progression. First zone secured. Capped. Can you push through? Harry already on it. going to see if he can maybe start playing for spawn kills, and well, they're going to find 2 there in the back, so it's a bit of a flip of the map for what we have here. And as long as Harry stays alive, it's going to be great information, maybe even some more kills taken off the board. He is on 5 in a row. No way he finds 6. Metal's there for the trade, so they will be able to deal with the AR who was setting up the spawn trap. Meanwhile, you had Journey, who was also just kind of keeping and shrugging everyone off and getting on towards that B point. But Josh, he's in another great power position. Over the wall he goes, but it will be Lucky finding the trade, and now Orgless right on towards the B zone.
This is dangerous for the Rams. They're down by 4 lives. They don't have map control. You've got to deal with Nasty up top. Rams have dealt with them, though. That's the key thing here. Lucky are going to win those opening gunfights to remove Orgless from the situation. Now 65 seconds left on the clock here, Austin. And Orgless have been pushed back to their spawn. This is smart from Vortex, but Journey sniffed them out. Good play from them. That right there is the game sense you love to see from players at this level of Call of Duty. Metal's coming on through, and this aggression from Rams is paying off in spades. They've reduced the life deficit down to 0. Now 11 versus 11, 40 seconds on the clock. Vortex picks up the opening blood.
Harry, he's not ready for the one to his right, and well, 3 just go down immediately. Low on lives. 30 seconds, Josh needs to play his life, and he does. His teammates coming off spawn. There is still a chance to try and cap this, or chip away at all the lives, either or. That's not how you want to start it, though, as unfortunately we'll go down, but Lucky finds 2, and now it's going to be all on Vortex and Nasty. Make that all on Nasty. He falls as well. You got players in the spawn. It would take a miracle to come out of this one with only 4 lives left.
This is big from the Rams. Semtex to try and take out the player. Metal's playing Ring Around the Rosie with Harry. He wins that game. And it's just Vortex left on a 1 versus 7, 4 seconds left. There's no stopping this. It's just about kind of recovering that life differential. Does stay alive there in that last engagement. That is crucial. But what I was going to say was that August were actually doing a great job, even if they had lost this round, of making sure that they didn't lose many lives, effectively, going into what would be a potential round number 5 later down the line. They did that, and that was absolutely key from them there, but in the end, it was what, a 5 life differential, I want to say. So Rams able to stabilize. They do really well in that last minute or so. And now we switch sides once again. Rams, they hold on.
Harry's having a game right now, and so is Metals, right? It's like the battle between the two right now. 22 and 14 for Harry, 23 and 18 there for Metals. Both players just completely slaying out right now on the map, seeing who might be able to get the best of who. And well, if Metals can keep this up, could be an offensive round here for Rams to start creating a reverse sweep. But Harry finds that first blood there on towards Journey. Metal's trying to respond here with some plane control. Nasty reads it, but can't win the gunfight. Harry for 2 will be able to get right back in towards the power position top plane.
Now Harry looking for some more here. Knows that Lucky is there, going to win that gunfight. Now some more to be done. It's Rams filtering through. They've spawned over towards Tetris. Nasty looking for that blood against Metals. He's going to find it. If Orgless can win these gunfights, they can start to push on through. Rams will find themselves in a troubling position with 45 seconds left on the clock. You've got to hit this as a team. Vortex under the plane. Semtex out. Josh does pick up the first. Vortex gets the second against Journey. Invidian is going to trade things out, but Orgless are just winning all of these gunfights. Austin, Rams, they can't find their way on through.
It's just so hard, right? You have to get plane control before you're able to move up either lane, and because that plane control has just constantly gone the way of Orgless, Rams have just been caught in the spot where they've been picked apart, and they can't have a full team push because of it. Vortex, he runs into 4 members, and it's a miracle he can at least grab 1, but there's the information, right? You know exactly what they're trying to do. Invidian, sure, he grabs Nasty, but there's no Ram members close towards this point, and they're going to be down just about 6 lives here. And looking at what we have, it's very likely it's going to be close, but might be a slight advantage. We see actually a contest there in the end, but Orgless, they're going to hold on to it, and now we'll see who will have the defensive side heading in towards our final round.
I'm going to risk it for a biscuit, Austin, and I'm going to say that Orgless managed to pull that off in terms of deaths. I'm pretty sure that they have the advantage here and will likely have the defense going into round number 5. I think it was 8 lives the difference there at the end. And there you go, Orgless on the defense. Rams now going to have to find their way on through. And, you know, you talked about Metals being the player that was really impressing. He's now 24 and 24. He's absolutely slowed down off the back of that round.
You need someone to step up. Will it be Metals again, or will it be someone new? About to find out. Tournament life here on the line for the Rams. They have to keep this series going, and that is not the start you want to have. Journey does manage to slip on through and gets himself a kill, but they know exactly where he is. Tries to go prone. Nasty cleans it up. We'll have none of it. Won't allow anyone to get towards the spawn. And while talking about the spawn, guess who's in the spawn? Vortex, baby. He's farming kills as much as he possibly can. He'll be taken out, but you have Nasty who's trying to clear the same thing, but his Journey does find the double to create a bit of room, and now you have 50 seconds left to start working towards an objective.
Time's running out here, Austin. It's as simple as that. 45 seconds now left on the clock. Nvidia going to open up that first blood. You have players in Metals and Journey you have filtered on through. Journey picks up 2. If he can take down Harry here, this would absolutely be huge. Harry gets 1 though before falling. However, a lane has opened up. Rams find their way onto the A zone. August still in control of the plane though. They'd be okay with giving this one up. Actually, they're going on a very long flank here, readying themselves for the potential push for over towards B off the back of this. Vortex all the way on the flank. Nasty in from behind as well. Nasty picks up 1, looking for a number 2, looking for number 3. Nasty, he explodes, wipes out Rams from the point. August back in the driving seat, and they're at 170 miles per hour. There's no stopping them now.
Nasty might still be going on this tear. I mean, he finds 5. Just trying to wipe the floor with the Rams. He is on 6, fighting kill after kill. Desperation starting to sink in, and we just have too many Orgless members in and around the point. But with 13 seconds left, they're going to stall things out on B. They are down in lives by 4. They deal with a bit of the pressure here. Both ARs actually going down for Orgless. There is still a chance, but Brody, they got to somehow get themselves a cap, and it looks like they might have just done it on A.
Yeah, players for B as well, so this could be a very swift capture for Rams if they make this one work. As I say it though, it's now Lucky left alive to do something. He is going to fall. Rams now down to their final 7 lives. Good kill off the spawn to make sure that Harry doesn't become a problem in from behind. Now you got to deal with Nasty on the point. You've also got Vortex coming in, and Vortex gets the kill inside the plane. Nasty does deal with Metals, and now last 4 lives, no respawns remaining for the Rams. Can they pull it off? A 4 versus 9. Lucky, the furthest player pushed up, checking every single corner possible to make sure that he doesn't die. Vortex takes out Nvidia, though they've spotted out Lucky. Surely now he is dead. He is. Vortex in from behind. Once again, it's down on Metals and Journey now. Metals and Journey going to fall, and Orgless will be the first Challengers Open champions. A 3-0. What a performance from them there, Austin. And this was the play that really closed the door on what could have been a Rams offensive win.
Nasty with this pinch. This pinch was everything, it felt like. And I mean, he goes on a tear for a couple more kills after this as well. And that's what kind of led towards the massive deficit for as far as the lives. And you're fighting from the offensive side. You have to battle through so many power positions. It is just so incredibly difficult. We saw that take place there for us in Orgless. They go 6-0 coming off of that winners final in that grand final up against Rams. Looking so good. And well, like you said, Brody, being the very first team here to win the Open for Europe.
Look, that's 3 Challengers event wins in a row for Orgless. And of course, them coming out of the grand finals from the first stage of the Elites. They're ready to go for stage number 2, it looks like, which is, of course, the next thing that everyone is focused on. But, Brody, got to get your thoughts. I mean, it's kind of hard to pinpoint one thing in specific, but if you were to go back through any of those 3 maps and say that this was the moment that Orgless really came out and definitively said, yes, in your mind, they are the better team, what may have been that moment? Because you've got a very hotly contested 3 maps all the way through, but in the end, the narrow edges that Orgless seemed to find on each of these 3 maps and modes were the big difference makers overall, to kind of show them as being the better team here.
For me, it was map 1. I can't lie. I mean, look, this might well have been a 5-game series, and as I always say, you can never count out the Rams in any given situation. But when Orgless have been waiting around for 3 to 4 hours, right, they won that earlier winners final, and then to come out and play the way they did right off the bat, that is a scary, on-form Orgless roster. And, I don't think the Rams really expected that. I won't lie. I think they kind of expected not necessarily to have an easy ride in map number 1, but for it most certainly to be a little less rough than it ended up being. And, from there on out, Orgless, they kind of just rode it all the way home. But as you rightly pointed out, right, Alan, it wasn't exactly like it was it was an easy ride for Orgless. They still made it tough for Rams. So even though it was a 3-0, once again, it's one of those close ones.
Yeah, Visions, I mean, kind of same thing here. I mean, obviously we kind of get a pretty big climactic moment in the control with Nasty finding 5 in a row to kind of lock down that round 5 defense. Where else are you kind of turning your gaze as far as why this Orgless team very well may have just cemented themselves as definitively the best team, maybe not just in Europe, but maybe also in challengers at large?
I mean, it's really just the back end of what Rams have been doing, where it's been clutching up at the end of the maps to make sure they're winning. But I think another factor has been really the way they're kind of breaking down and making adjustments throughout some of these maps. I think the Search and Destroy was beautiful when they realized there was a window to be able to push through on the defensive round, take so much map control away. And I mean, you can't do that without trust, right? You can't do that without trust in each other. I think that is finally starting to build. And I think the other moment is the fact that Harry is looking on form, dude. Like, I think I've been preaching, the entire last year and this year that Dave needs to be picked up. Dave needs to be picked up. Well, Harry's saying, listen, I need to be picked up, man, because he was looking so darn good. He ended with like a 2.0 KD in that control. He was the pivotal reason on why they came out with the dub there in that map number 3. So I'm just incredibly impressed with how much trust they have in each other and really how that teamwork is starting to unfold on the map when we're watching over them.
Well, with that victory, of course, first place secured and quite a substantial amount of dough to take home with you. $15,000 earned between the 4 players there in Orgless. Rams will still walk away with a pretty penny of 8K. And then there are the other finishers that we saw from 3rd till 8th. House Tarth, we kind of jumped in with them early. A very tight map 5 that they unfortunately gave away too many rounds in a row, including the round 11 versus Rams to finish 3rd. And do not sleep on Radicals, Ward, Hockey, and Raffy. They came out hot this weekend, obtained as well in the mix for top 5. Train Hard still working through some roster issues for 6th. And then a couple of newcomers, Team Amelia and Crack Squad. I mean, well, newcomers as far as potentially getting into this kind of a substantial position and overall finishes. That Team Amelia squad, though, keep an eye on them. Every single week has been an improvement as far as their overall finishes. And that largely Swedish team, I believe, of Crack Squad really opened up a lot of eyes this week. But with all that said, that concludes Europe, but it does not by any means conclude our broadcast. We have got APAC coming up next for you guys. You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be Renegades going up against Mindfree. It kind of feels like we're dealing with early stages of last year in Modern Warfare, or even back during Black Ops 4 with these 2 formidable organizations coming back. And then, of course, after that, North America. So before we send things to a break, I mean, what are you guys looking forward to most? I guess is my big question. I know it's kind of an easy softball for you, but Visions, any kind of expectations for this APAC region coming up?
Oh, man. I mean, Renegades, they haven't looked like the Renegades from last year. I mean, there has been a lot of squads that have been able to kind of come in. We got that new Mind Freak squad that also could make some moves. Man of Chicken, make sure you guys watch for him because he loves making plays. So, I mean, I think that this very likely, could be another potential win for one of these other teams that is not Renegades coming in towards this final here. So I'm looking at Mind Freak to see if they might be able to do it for us.
Not been the same juggernaut that we once knew. Infinity, where's your eyes heading towards when it comes to APAC or NA?
Ooh, APAC, as I said, Renegades, Mind Freak, that's going to be an insane matchup for really regardless of who ends up winning it. But for North America, I think really the bottom line overall over there is the fact that we do not have Wester and Subliners still in that bracket.
That's
they
huge.
have already fallen out coming into today. So a lot of roster changes being made for a number of teams. I'm really looking to see sort of post-stage 1 who takes this top spot in our first open event in North America.
Look, you're not going to want to miss anything. That's really what we're saying. You want the end-all, be-all? Do not miss what's coming up next, which will be the APAC Grand Finals. Renegades going up against Mind Freak, a battle as old as time, and we'll see who comes out on top when we come back right after this break. An electric start here to the Challengers Cup Open number 1 as the EU region has been closed, at least the books on that one for now. Orglis being able to find 2-3-0 wins versus Rams both in the winners finals and the grand finals. House Tarth coming up just a touch short in 3rd place. But boys, now we turn our attention down under to the APAC region. Chiefs, well, they're not here anymore. It's Mindfreak that's back into the mix. So now the storyline is Mindfreaks going up against Renegades, and while the prize pool is a little bit adjusted for these guys as we get into their grand final, so as we take a look over towards it, I think the big storyline to kind of keep in mind is that this region is no longer just dominated by Renegades. They are under a lot of heat, a lot of fire, and a lot of teams that are fighting for that $8,000 prize pool.
Yeah,
$8,000.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. It's still a lot of money, even with the reduced prize pool per se for this region. And as you rightly point out, right, Alan, the thing is with this region is normally if you take a first glance, you say that Renegades would be on top, you know, without a shadow of a doubt. Even though I think that has largely been the case. I think they won, I'd say, 6 of the 8 cups that have been in this region.
Yeah.
They have had some competition. They've lost out a couple of times.
Yeah, this is still really big for them, right? Like, I feel like one of the biggest things going on is, like, we don't get a lot of coverage for as far as, you know, broadcast in this region. The only thing that's really been done is maybe just taking the liberty of going over and being able to actually get in towards these guys' lobbies and doing, like, community streams and things like this. Other than that, we have no coverage. We don't exactly know what they look at, but I feel like this is still massive for them because we can now take a look at some of the talent that we have to offer within this region, and there is some great talent here, whether it's on the Renegades roster from a lot of ex-pro players from last year, or it's some of this new talent. I feel like, you know, one of the big ones, Man of Chicken, is one of those up-and-comers here in the Asia Pacific region for as far as who potentially could be up next. And this region plays at such a fast tempo that it's extremely entertaining to be able to watch.
You know, it's really funny that you bring up that tempo because when we were going back and watching the opening cups, again, just kind of volunteering our time to go and watch them back, I think the biggest takeaways that we had was, bro, no one's using Krigs. Everyone's using M4s in this region. And we were that was way before it was like an M4 meta. Like, that was like, wait, why is nobody using a Krig at this point in time? But, you know, I feel like there's also something to be said here, Infinity, about the fact that this Renegades roster, they're coming in with a ton of confidence because you're holding on to arguably 2 of the best players from their team last year in form of Fida and Bread. And then you get 2 former Paris Legion CDL pros in the form of Shox and Luca that rejoined their home region. You have to be feeling like after they go flawless in Modern Warfare year, with now a quote-unquote improvement to their roster this year with CDL pros, or former CDL pros, that they would be able to cruise through this region. But that has not been the case so far. So it's interesting. I think it has really gone to show that this region is, again, stepping up its level of competition, going from 5v5 to 4v4.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? With the APAC region, even back when it was ANZ, there was always one team that was head and shoulders above the rest. It's right. Very unique in that sense. You know, Europe and North America, both of those regions, even though I think now we have started to see teams really step out and, you know, perform better than others, I still do think that there is a lot of competition. In APAC, that hasn't been the case up until this year. And I think it's kind of funny, right? Because you point out the fact that you do have this almost super squad of ex-pros as well as a rising stars on this Renegades lineup. And even then, they still aren't quite as dominant, I want to say, as you maybe expect. The rest of this sort of APAC lineup across the board, you know, whether it's the Australian teams, the New Zealand teams, or even sort of your Asian teams coming through, they are providing some competition. So I don't want to get ahead of myself, though. I do want to say that Renegades, I feel, are still ahead of everybody else. I do think that much is absolutely clear, even though they are facing some tougher competition now this time around.
You know, Vision's kind of talking about Mindfreak again. They pick up what was the Vertex Gaming roster for the last couple of weeks. You know, ever since this roster got Jazanon to the team, this group before has been very good, only finishing in top 2 performances in the last 3 cups overall. So it's interesting because, you know, we look at, I think, Chiefs first. That was the team that got the other majority of what was the Renegades roster, but they've been dealing with some tribulations of their own. And now all of a sudden you've got Man of Chicken kind of running through this region and potentially kind of stealing away some of the thunder that was previously built up by a player like Pred.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, like you said, no one came in towards the season expecting this squad to really kind of contest the top spot. At least me in specific, I certainly wasn't. So the fact that things are being able to click, you know, could also be just showing another sign like, hey, like there is some other great talent that we have to offer here. And once they're able to stay together long enough, we're seeing exactly what that talent's able to do going up against the pros. So I think that's one of the biggest factors that we do have going for the squad. But I mean, tempo, we're going to get to see the tempo again. I'm excited to see the tempo again. I'm excited to see how you guys are going to be able to broadcast this one because we know it's going to be a treat.
Well, we're getting ready to get into this grand finals. Again, it is Renegades coming out of the winner's bracket. So Mindfreak has a lot of work to do here, Infinity, and it will be a Moscow hardpoint to kick us off. And we talked about it just in that little brief intro, the fact that this region has been playing very, very fast. At least that's what we saw in the opening cups. A lot of Crossroads was played. And we did not actually see a lot of Moscow, if I'm remembering back correctly, to this region, but things have kind of normalized. Is kind of where I'm taking this point to, where everyone is essentially playing the same game now. So we'll take a look to see how things kind of unfold as we jump on in. And, well, it will be the Renegades starting things off in the red, as we would see, and they will be on the P2 side to kick off this hard point.
Man, it feels good to have that Mindfreak blue back, doesn't it, Shift?
It surely does.
It feels just right with Call of Duty, and you know, you've mentioned the fact that this roster, you know, they've really proven themselves as shining stars in the APAC region. We'll see whether or not they're able to take their second Challengers Cup here in APAC as we get right into the thick of things. But it is going to be Renegades opening things up with those first wave of kills.
You really locked down the fact that Renegades, yes, a lot of eyes I think immediately go to Pred. A lot of buzz was created in the offseason about him maybe even being a consideration to get picked up to the CDL this year. And I'm not going to sit there and say that he has not been kind of resoundingly the same performance that we saw from last year going into this year, but I've been mostly impressed by what Fight has brought to the table. I think in the 5v5 form, he served a very strong IGL role, and maybe he didn't have to pop off, but here in 4v4, I think he's back to the form that a lot of people remember him from many titles past the 5v5 era.
Yeah, you expect, I think, performance coming out of players like Shox and Fighter, of course, being what you'd call legacy players in APAC. So excited to see them back on the roster, but we move over towards the next hard point. It's Renegades open up those first few gunfights. Mindfreak haven't really had much of a look in so far. You're seeing Fighter and Luqua playing on this globe side. And from Mindfreak, with 25 seconds left here, Alan, they're making a bit of an odd position. They're choosing to rotate with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, they're just completely chalking this. MOC is actually playing over towards bricks. No, he's not disconnected. He's just holding that lane down, forcing Renegades to have to respond by rotating through the bank, in which 3 players are already here. And as Jazin spawned out, he will contest some of the scrap time. But now there's a lot of pressure right towards the front of this hill. Pred's able to find himself one and get away with his life. Luca another, and the Renegades, now they've got numbers to try to break into this P3 hardpoint early.
Oh, Renegades. This is detrimental.
Wow.
This is not good whatsoever. Pred just picks up 2. Surely not the third. It's not to be. Mido is going to win that gunfight. You can't let this time go the way of Renegades, to be honest. Mindfreak kind of need to find their way in now and start to get something going. Coming in through the front, it's a one-dimensional attack. You've got one player now coming in from the cut. That's going to be Man of Chicken. Fighter should be there to do it. Fighter puts those first few shots through. Shox actually doesn't react to it. So Man of Chicken flying on through, picking up 3, gets into the hard point for the last 25 seconds of time.
Well, don't tell Man of Chicken that his namesake is usually a flightless bird overall, because he absolutely does soar right through the front, finds himself 3, and it does put a lot of pressure on the Renegades to make a decision here as well. That's our map set, just in case you needed to see that very quickly. But for Mindfreak, you're still without time. That's been the big kind of cause for concern here, is even off the spree that Man of Chicken goes on, he's only able to accumulate 28 points, and you're still being contested, at least initially through the middle of the map, to see who wins this rotation over towards the street side hardpoint, which eventually does get cleaned up. So now it's really looking over towards Renegades. How are you going to try to break this?
And they're spawning out over towards the globe. Streak now coming on through. Not going to be that effective as Mindfreak aren't removed from the hardpoint, but it is actually going to get them away from the time. I think that's the key thing here. If anything, those artillery strikes coming on down. Renegades making sure that Mindfreak don't earn any time off the back of it, and here come those kills through as well as Pred picks up 1. Fighter trying to put some shots on through, and it's going to be Shox putting himself on this hard point for the time. Osprey comes on through for 2, actually, taking them away. Make it number 3 as well. Why the heck not for Osprey? Shox looking to have something to say for the last 15 seconds of time, but it isn't going to be that loud. And honestly, Mindfreak, they get that 20 seconds of time. I'd say that's necessary.
Well, and, you know, behind that, you mentioned both streaks are used from Renegades. They don't even come away with even an ounce worth of hard point time. I don't know. It seems like a bit of an overcommitment. Again, you come off the rip with such a strong presence. If you're Renegades, maybe you want to try to hold one of those artillery strikes to break over towards an eventual P2 or P3 rotation that you find yourself down on, because all of a sudden, as Osprey has woken up, he's now 6-8 after starting down what was like 0-7. This is actually an opportunity where Mindfreak have not just reduced the gap, they could potentially swing this map right back into their favor as if the first rotation was completely inconsequential.
They've got to hold on to this time. If they want to do that, trades coming on through. It's going to be Mindfreak coming out on top. Mana Chicken, the last player left alive to get this one-on-one versus Shock. Shock's actually going to win that one, and that will essentially ensure this rotation goes the way of Renegades. Got Jazen coming on through. Mind 3 have managed to come back into this game. 10 seconds of scrap time will go the way of Renegades. But it's this rotation, Alan, that is so key. Pred looking for this time on the scrap. It's not only get one. Mana Chicken picks up the second for the trade. But it's going to be Renegades in on that rotation.
Yeah, I actually like this position from Renegades. You've got Shocks playing up at this cutout window that I cannot imagine Man of Chicken would ever check, because he's mostly responsible for making sure no one in that window is going to pressure this hit. And well, he does check it, but still does not win the fight. Meanwhile, over towards the Boulevard, the hit for Mindfreak is a bit split 2-2 as far as two players coming through the street, two coming through the lobby. And that will put a little bit of pressure on Renegades to respond to this very quickly. And as such, well, they'll be a little bit hard-pressed to do it. Trades back and forth. Spawns are evenly blocked at the moment, but eventually it will be Shocks to pick up a handful, and that will secure this hard point time for Renegades as Mindfreak have to chalk, go on the rotation, and even beyond that, this rotation will be contested as Renegades have made their way through escalators. Pred the first player up. He will find one, but the trade is there. But at least for Mindfreak, you know that this rotation is not necessarily 100% a guarantee.
Oh, Fighter looking for that first gunfight. Mido almost takes him down there. Fighter can just play his life, essentially just waste some time here while the rest of his Renegades line up, pushing on through Eskies. They should be all right. Got to be careful of a player coming on the flank. That's Man of Chicken. He's going to be punished. Jarson going to fall as well. Mido on the other side, trying to play his life. He's actually going to pick up one and get away with his life here. Has the backup from Osprey around as well. So Mindfreak not letting go of this time just yet. But Renegades, they win the gunfight. Shocks and Pred win their one-on-ones. Fighter follows up with yet another one. And I hear your sighs, Alan. I mean, Renegades, they swarm on through. It seems like a perpetual problem at the moment for Mindfreak.
I mean, take a look at where your ARs right now are for Jazen and Osprey, just not really collectively having a great game as of right now, comparatively just to Luca. I mean, those two ARs for Mindfreak collectively have the same amount of eliminations that Luca has. This doesn't even rule in the fact that Fighta is also dominating, and Pred running kind of a flex role in this map has also gotten 16 kills. So it is a bit lopsided, isn't it? 217 to 82, the current tally. Renegades just looking a bit faster, a bit more complete when it comes to the timing of these rotations. I mean, you go back to that first P2, Mindfreak with 35 seconds left on the second hardpoint say, chalk, full rotate. Like, you got to come out with a little bit more confidence than that versus Renegades. Just give it a go. Throw a couple of players at it, because if you give Renegades that much space, they will capitalize on it, and so far that has indeed been the case.
Here come the streaks on this hard point. We saw what we saw last time. The cruise missile is going to take out Osprey inside the power position. Now it's just Mido to deal with, and Mido is still actually causing problems for this Renegade roster. Not for Pred, though. One of the top amateur players from the Modern Warfare season. He's going to pick up one before falling. Trades coming on through, but it is Renegades who end out on top, of Luca picking up a double headshot to maintain this time. Just 5 seconds away now from victory. Mido, you gotta go, buddy. I know you need those gunfights, but it's not going to get your hill time. And, well, I mean, Renegades, they kind of just destroyed Mindfreak in game number one. This is a lot of the Renegade roster that we kind of expected to see looking at this APAC region.
The thing about it, and I go back once more towards that first rotation of hills between police and library. 35 seconds on the clock, and Mindfreak full 4-man chalk. They don't even send a couple of players to really largely go and try to hit, just to kind of test and make sure that Renegades are staying in that backside of that platform in front of police. You've got Man of Chicken watching over towards bricks. You have other players that are rotating deep to get into the back of library. That tells me that you're Mindfreak and you're saying, all right, we're going to be down 120 to 0, or somewhere on the lines. We have to get a full 60 here on library. And when you're chalking that much amount of time and still losing the back spawns, that's problematic. And at that point, the map, I hesitate to say, is already lost, but it's going to feel like it, because then you're dealing with streaks, then you're dealing with a 100-plus point gap that you have to make up, and there's not a lot of opportunity to do that, even though they did do a pretty solid job on that last P4, P1. It just comes down to that there was not enough hills in their favor on the second hard point or the third to largely make up that gap.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, and I don't mean this in a mean way. That was just really amateurish from them there. You know, I mean, only at the start, I will say, not generally, but at the start, to rotate with 30 seconds left on a hard point, fine, right? But then when you make that rotation, you need to hold it.
You have to lock it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't lose it straight away because you put so much pressure on yourselves. You're losing early on. And as you point out, right, Alan, they get streaks off the back of it. Renegades end out with streaks off the back of that P1, P2, P3 setup. It just... And it happened again later on as well. Luckily for them, they didn't give up streaks that time around. I think everybody from Renegades, I think they were on a combined 15 streak or something like that, something silly. But just, you need to fix up those mistakes. And if you do, you might be able to hold Renegades close here going into map number 2. Luckily for them, it's not a respawn and streaks are unlikely.
Look, that I could have to imagine that is not a Mind Freak map pick right there. That is not a map that I've seen them play in recent memory. And again, Crossroads is a map that I largely assimilate with this squad. Obviously, that this Challengers team and this Challengers scene overall is playing on the new Crossroads, so I can't really say specifically what that is going to look like as far as the play time is concerned. Our team's even preferring to play at it anymore. You see the second hard point that would come up is Raid, and that feels more emblematic of what we know this Mind Freak team to do. Get a little bit more aggressive, allow the opportunity for someone like MOC to hit long flanks, really open up the back of plays. There's not a lot of opportunity to do that when it comes to a map like Moscow, largely because every single team is running 3 ARs on it with 1 SMG at the moment. And that's what we saw come out of Renegades there. So it's going to be down to, can you even get to that raid, I think, first and foremost, because now you've got a Garrison Search and Destroy, which is essentially just a who plays the B-bomb site better. And then you've got a Checkmate Control, which again can be slowed down dramatically by good AR presence. So if you don't catch my drift here, I'm looking at this first 3 maps as very favorable to Renegades and their playstyle that we've seen, not just in that first map, but also historically through this region overall. Now, as we get into map number 2, we will be starting with a 1-0 up tally for Mind Freak. So we're coming in just a little bit late, as Mind Freak will have taken that first round. But as we get into the second, again, I'm looking for speed. Can Mind Freak take away the middle of the map fast? Make sure that this Renegades AR line is tested early.
Yeah, I think for Mind Freak here generally, you've just got to make Renegades as uncomfortable as possible. You know, you're trying to throw them off as quickly as you can, and we're getting right into it here. As you said, Mind Freak already 1-0 up after a great round number 1 victory, and you're already seeing here Osprey starting off 3-0.
Yeah, he's really been impressive. You know, last year I talked largely about Crimson, what he was able to do when he was on this Renegades roster as an AR player, but Osprey has really surprised me this year. And again, one of the big reasons that when they were Vertex and now that they're Mind Freak, this team has continued to play and form into that top 3 position, I think largely in a lot of people's minds in the APAC region. Mido will also, again, be one of those AR players you're looking at as he finds a first blood this round, but Renegades do get the plant, and with that, a trade kill. So 3v3 post-plant setup in favor of Renegades.
Mind Freak looking to retake this one. Osprey does pick up Luca. That's going to leave Fighter and Shocks alone. Never mind, just Fighter now. 1 versus 3. Has the power position, but Jazen's ready for this one. Actually going to peek away. Fighter could theoretically play time on this, but Fighter decides to leave the power position, trying to make a different play. Of course, that rarely works out, and Mind Freak with the numbers able to win the round.
Yeah, got to keep an eye on what we're going to see from Osprey and Mido. I mean, again, we missed that first round, but Osprey for 3 largely tells me that he's the one trusted to find the information, and if possible, first blood, we'd love that if you're a Mind Freak fan. So I'm interested to see, I think, the setup offensively coming up next for Mind Freak, and will there be any adjustments for Renegades overall? Because if he is able to win that opening AR duel, it again, like we talked about going into the Search and Destroy, makes life a lot easier for players like Man of Chicken and Jazen to get into the mix and try to contest that middle portion of the map, whether that's up through the bridge into square, or maybe even potentially sneaking your way up to the top side of green and taking away the high ground from Renegades defensively.
Mind Freak starting this Search and Destroy strong. 2-0 up for them. Osprey having the time of his life at 4-0. See now what they're able to do on the offense. Looks like an A hit from them, at least initially. Instead, actually, they're going to go over towards B. Now, there are players in square to deal with. That's going to be Pred and Luca. Luca Picks up 2, trading Pred perfectly. Now have the numbers. It's Renegades in a 3 versus 2.
Okay, well, Luca again locking down lane. So now it is just down to Osprey, and not a lot of my questions were answered in this offensive round as far as what exactly was going right for Mindfreak in that opening offense. But you can definitely tell they are trying to get up to that mid-bridge area as fast as humanly possible, as this is, again, that double push through Man of Chicken and Jazz and double SMGs right down the gut. AR's trying to watch their long cross. This time, though, Luca's able to get a lot of assistance from his teammates. They come on top of the engagement, and from there on out, you just don't have a lot of room to work with if you're the last 2 players and you're both running ARs for the offensive map like Garrison Surge.
It's just that trade straight off the bat from me. Renegades, they got the numbers early on, and they were able to work them. So they do find a round here on Garrison, Search, and Destroy. Got to see Fighter and Pred start to work their way into this game sooner or later. Of course, they are crucial players for a roster like Renegades. Very talented.
Yeah.
See what they're able to do. There's now Renegades on the offense once more. Mindfreak, they've set themselves up for this. Trophy system down. That stun is not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, but the Semtex will at least get information that there is nobody laying in that prone position underneath square where you can kind of snipe at the feet of players coming towards the bomb site, so they know they had to have that cleared. And with this position that you see Fida, they also are topside green, so now it's just down to, can you maybe even double chow a long-range gunfight versus a player like Mido, but it's actually going to be first blood through the vent. Shocks finds the second, and Renegades again, very clean on this take of the B site.
Now a 2 versus 4 for Juzzen and Mido. They're going to have to do this individually as well. Juzzen over towards Sat. Mido coming out of lights. Does get the first kill. Actually gets away here as well. Pred, hello. Close your window, buddy. Got some windy shots. Finally does snip out Mido. And now Juzzen, 1 versus 4. They have an inkling as to where he is. Has to go for a defuse as well, so 7.5 seconds must be reserved regardless of what happens. And Juzzen's just going to jump on this Renegades. Surely not going to let that happen, and they won't. Good, yeah, good try, Juzzen, good try, but they're wise to it, mate.
Just a kind of a note here, again, we expect Jazz to be running the SMG flex roll for this Mindfreak squad. So every time that you see him with an AR, that means that Man of Chicken will be on an SMG by himself. And that round, he was positioned inside the vent. So what that tells you, if you're watching this as a viewer, is that Mindfreak that time around plays a much more passive defensive setup, and it gets broken down. I mean, that first kill onto the player in vent, what are you going to do as an AR player to try to respond to that? You really can't go up and challenge that bomb site. So you have to hope for exit kills after the bomb is planted. That doesn't come through. It gives us that 2v4 situation that Renegades take full advantage of. So again, just kind of keep that in the back of your mind as we go forward of what is Jazzen going to be running. And last time around, it was MOC and Jazzen that played right through mid-map. Not going to be the same case here. It's an aggressive move to get up top towards green, but Renegades should have seen this and looks like they are trying to push up the middle of the map of their own and try to isolate these players that are sitting top green.
It's an aggressive push. Let's see if it works out for them. Fighter going to deal with Man of Chicken. Mido putting some shots into Pred. Pred going to get the hell out of dodge, but advantage Renegades at the moment, even more so now as Shocks pulls through and takes down Juzzen. Osprey would get trades 1. Has spotted out Fighter on the satellite. But still, Osprey and Mido got to do something here. Pred on the flank takes down Osprey, and now Mido sits in dark. Kind of feels that way generally as well. A 1 versus 3. What can you do, buddy? 35 seconds on the clock. Has spotted out Fighter up top. The shots go off, though. Renegades have all the knowledge in the world as to where he is, and they deal with him swiftly as well. Renegades, 3 rounds on the bounce now, Alan.
Love that read as well. We talked about, again, Man of Chicken trying to play aggressive up to top green with a bit of help. Now, you don't see it there, but you caught Shocks' name tag for a second on that kill cam. He pushed forward through the middle. As soon as Renegades get the read as they watch the cross that, hey, there are a couple of Mindfreak players trying to get top green, that means there are not Mindfreak players that are playing mid-map. So it activates the player defensively at A saying, okay, I know I need to be responsible for holding green, wait for Shocks to try to push through mid-map. We can isolate those players up top by that comms tower, and that's exactly what occurs. So really good awareness from Renegades, and now first blood onto Osprey. It was a double chow between him and Mido. They come up completely unsuccessful, and Mindfreak is fully stacked for a B hold. 2 players are still in the vents.
Oh, preemptive shots coming out from Luca to deal with Mido. Mido going to get the hell out of dodge. Oh, no! Oh, the trophy system strikes again. Man of Chicken. Well, he'll be happy with that kill added to his tally. And now Renegades find themselves without Luca in this round. A 3 versus 3. Not the worst position in the world, but if this bomb goes down inside vent, it will be. And that's exactly what happens as Juzzen takes down Shocks. And now all of the power in this situation is in Mindfreak's hands.
But they are trapped. That's the big key. So watch for Fighter to be the first one to try to make a play here. Pred actually does sneak away the bomb. A couple of toe tags into Man of Chicken forces him back. But Jazin does get the kill onto Pred. So now it's just down to Fighter. Have you called Terminix recently? Because you're going to have to clear out the rats from the vent here. And, well, he actually goes to challenge and sees that, wait, now there's nobody here. So he should know that these both players have exited over towards the vent room. The question is, do you recognize that they've split you? The answer apparently is no. So a nice recovery here for Mindfreak. And talk about the somewhat gamble stack. All 4 players just in and around B.
I think a little bit unfortunate, I will say, early on from Renegades to lose a player to a trophy system. That's just one of those small problems that happen every so often. Mindfreak, well, they're just fortunate enough to work off the back of it. A very close search and destroy overall here, though, Alan. I will say that much. You know, for in comparison to the map number 1, this is much more of the Mindfreak that I was promised by you and Austin when you were talking about how good this team actually is. Now, 3 for 3 in round count. Mindfreak with the bomb in hand. What do?
Again, a different look here, though, as Fighter recognizes that, again, not a lot of players crossed over to him up top green. So he goes to just check to see what's going on, and he does find some intel, not favorable, as he saw, okay, wait, Jazin's in my face. Let me just back up and make sure we don't clear away this A site. You know, the conversation point, I know it's largely of, and even I mentioned it, says who does better over by B. But if you lose that player by the stat truck defensively, that actually is a lot of space opened up for the offense. Now, still, we've only seen, even to the CDL, a single plant that happened over by A, and it happened with, like, a second left on the clock, and it ended up becoming a kill that won the round. But regardless, if you lose that defensive player by A, it makes life difficult for Renegades. So now we go into a 3v3. Bomb will be picked up and be sending over towards this B site for a hopeful plant.
I've taken out Pred as well. This is more than possible now that they've got the numbers to work with. This bomb will be planted. Chicken still searching for Fighter. Gonna take him down, but not before Fighter does some damage here. 15 seconds on the clock. If Shocks can play this sneaky like, might be able to stop the plant. Fortunately, that's not to be. Now a 2v1. Shocks gets the first kill. Now a 1 versus 1. Shocks versus Mido. Shocks is trying to play this all sneaky like. Gets all the way right up in his teammate's body. But 25 seconds left on the clock. Mido's having none of it. Backs all the way up into back vent. And this is the problem really for Shocks in this position, is you've got to find your way into vent. At the very least, you've got to slide on out. That vent is such a power position when the bomb is down like this. Shocks now is going to go straight for it. Mido, is he aware of it? And yes, he is. Backs away. This is going to be around regardless of the kill going to Shocks towards Mindfreak. And that's a really well played one-on-one for Mido.
Yeah, Shocks tries to go for the finesse play. He tries to bait the kill cam saying, I got this elimination. I'm going to play through lights, and then says, no, never mind. No, I'm not. Tries to see if he's going to be challenged because he is on 1 HP. So he goes prone inside of a teammate's body, hoping that there's going to be an ego chow. But like you mentioned, does not come through. Playing that very close to the chest in a 1v1. And why wouldn't you? You've got the vent. You've got a nice little look at where this bomb is planted. Just kill off the clock. And there was a little bit of help there because Shocks was trying to finesse for what was hopefully in his mind an ego chow. Does not come through. So Mindfreak in a 4-3 advantage now all of a sudden. And it's going to be really tasked that Renegades really need to win this offense. You don't want to go down 3-5, and that's not a great start. 3-man stack, 2 ARs looking long. Find the first 2 kills for Mindfreak's defense.
Renegades been shattered early on in this round. Fighter and Shocks now have to make something work. Can the veterans do it? Going up against their former organization here. Players on the defense got themselves spread pretty closely together around the B site. Oh, Fighter looks away from Mido at the wrong time. That's so unfortunate. Might have been able to get that gunfight. And now on the flip side, you've got Mindfreak. You have the information as to where Fighter is. 40 seconds on the clock here, Alan. There's not really much you can do.
Not much. I mean, you have to just gut check, call something, and hope you win gunfights. That's really the only win condition that exists. And, well, they try to do just that. It goes 1 for 1, but it does leave Shocks in a technical 1v4. Made a touch easier to 1v3. He does have the bomb, and I was about to say he could rotate this to A. There's only one defensive player that's there. Tries to take shots over to MOC, and, yeah, now the rotation tries to get in through tires, but no chance. Secondary challenges there, and this is not where you want to be if you're a Renegades fan. Down 3-5, normally not exactly the worst, but at the same point, it does force you to have to win not just 1, but 2 attacks here. which is not great news if you want to try to sneak away around 11 if you're Renegades. So major advantage for Mindfreak trying to tie this series up 1-1.
Well, let's see whether or not Renegades can do it. We know that they've got a lot of veteran talent on the roster. Players, of course, from Paris Legion last year. Pred and Luca there as well. We'll see what they're able to do. Luca picks up that first blood. Trade's coming through. This is a very fastly played round from both of the rosters. A head-on battle through the mid-map. Neither team technically come out on top. Renegades, Fighter needs to do something here. He's facing down Mindfreak. Jazen and Osprey play that together. And now Shox a 1 versus 2.
He is going to be trailing behind this play. So as he comes forward towards A and sees that there is no plant, he can actually cut this rotation off. This is beautiful timing. He's got a good look at this 1v2.
His players are rotated. He knows they're there. He's going to go for a long flank himself. I think that Shox might have an idea that Osprey and Jazen saw him here and maybe trying to outplay them in his position. But in doing so, he's actually given up that bomb plant to Mindfreak. Now has to spot him out. Osprey's going all the way to back floating. This is so smart. Actually just going to jump on the defuse. It was a really good attempt there from Shox, but overall, Mindfreak, they have the edge and they're able to win game number 2. Alan, it's tied series.
Look, I throw that back to you so quickly because in my mind, Shox is doing the exact right thing. He trails behind that offensive rotation. He knows no one's on A, but it looks like he's got a moment of second guessing of, wait, I didn't really fully clear the A site. Maybe they are still on it. But if he takes that same route, I think he's going to look back at this and kind of kick himself because he denies that entire rotation and essentially plants Mindfreak into the back behind those tanks, which is not a great spot to be, especially when Shox has an SFG. He can go back and forth between Cobble and that front square forklift and deny both bombs kind of at the same time. So he had a really good look at that 1v2, but I think there was just a shred of doubt about, oh, wait, I didn't actually look at the A site. They very well could be there. And him going back and kind of double backing towards his steps over towards A is essentially what kind of loses the advantage, which is weird to say in a 1v2, but he was in a great position. Just a bit of unfortunate timing for him leads to a 6-3 win for Mindfreak.
A lot of heads-up calls there, I think, overall in that search and destroy from Mindfreak. They played that extremely well. You know, as I said, you know, coming into this matchup, I haven't really had that much of a chance to cast over APAC, to be honest, over the course of the preseason. It's, you know, for me, when I get to watch APAC matches, they're going on at midnight till like 6 a.m. and I need my beauty sleep, as you can tell. But honestly, you know, looking at these two teams, I think for me, I'm kind of impressed with what we've seen from Mindfreak. Not so much from the hard point, but from the search and destroy, at least, they do look like a really well put together roster. And, you know, to my understanding, they're still a relatively fresh team, right? They've only been together for the last 2 Challengers Cups. They, last Challengers Cup, they ended up coming out on top. So they're definitely impressing me right now in the search and destroy. Now they need to carry that across to the next control, because you do not want to let this one go the way of Renegades.
Yeah, Jazen, I think, has been a really interesting conversation, kind of talking point overall, and I think APAC audiences at large will appreciate this. I mean, he gets put into the Renegades roster for a week because Pred was unable to play. I think he had a family commitment or something like that. This was back during Cup number 2, and they win that Cup still. And yeah, it's early. Yeah, teams are still trying to learn things, but then he kind of dances between a number of other squads, and it isn't until this Vertex Gaming roster, now Mindfreak, sub out James in favor of Jazen, and they go second, first, second. And now they're in a grand finals again versus Renegades. And I'll tell you first and foremost that Man of Chicken is not ashamed to go into my DMs and be like, yo, you got to come on, stay up until 6 o'clock in the morning and cast us because we're playing so well right now. And you're seeing that come to life here versus a very good Renegades team. So Checkmate will be the control up next. And I think that the good news here for Mindfreak is that you've at least allowed an opportunity to see map 4. I don't know how this Checkmate's going to go for them because you have to figure that both teams will be pulling out 3 ARs. And if it's a copy-paste of what the AR battle looked like during the Moscow hardpoint, you throw a lot of pennies into the camp of Renegades in their favor because they were absolutely dominating that 3 AR battle overall. So one of 2 things in my mind has to change for us going into map number 3 here. Number 1, Man of Chicken needs to be able to kind of run rampant and make life difficult for the ARs. Or number 2, you're looking at Jazen and Mido and Osprey. Can they start to actually win some long-range battles versus the AR line of Renegades and try to gain some space for Man of Chicken to try to make those nuisance plays into the back?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. I think the problem for me here and my concern with this, I will say this, having only seen Mindfreak play that first map in a respawn setting, I need to see Mindfreak play as a team and not make the same mistakes I did in map number 1. I know this is obviously not a hard point. I know this is obviously not even the same map. But, you know, you've just got to make sure you play everything as a team, make sure you're checking all your corners, because, you know, it's very easy for a defensive side here on checkmate control to have a player push all the way through yellow, for example, and you not realize it, and then you're stuck in a potential spawn trap.
Yep.
And a roster like Renegades that are extremely talented, or extremely well-knowledged in Call of Duty, the fact of the matter is they've been around for years for the most part. They know how to execute those spawn traps pretty perfectly at this point. So you got to make sure that you don't make any mistakes here. It's pretty much got to be a perfect control, at least from my perspective, because honestly, the way that Renegades played that map number 1, I'd be a little concerned if they don't win this map going into map number 4.
The key word that you used there was mistakes. And I'm not trying to sit there and say that our lens is only geared towards finding those little mistakes that happen. But the fact of the matter is, if you start to make mistakes defensively, especially, is actually where I'm going to kind of change the narrative. If you make defensive mistakes, you're opening up an opportunity for some very talented SMGs to take advantage of that, and it gives the attacking side a much safer look because of that onto these control zones for capture. So that I hesitate again, like I mentioned, to just focus only on which team is making more mistakes. But I think the reason why that we're bringing that up is because both teams are very good at capitalizing when they see an opportunity in front of them, whether that is from the defensive side, setting up a spawn trap like you mentioned, or I think more importantly, from the attacking POV. Can you get some of your SMGs far forward, take away some of those easy defensive rotations, and get a good look on these offensive zones? So, getting into the mix thing is going to be Renegades on the offense first. A bit of a split hit. A lot of trades over the middle of the map has only led to about half of a tick of progress on the B zone, of which it's still going to be pretty hard-pressed to make good on that at the moment, considering that we are negotiating still for the middle of the map between both sides.
Keeping on Luca at the moment, looking to go in from behind, could cause some serious problems in terms of map control, and there it is. Luca picks up 1. Players trying to get in through the spawn, and when you've got players pushing all the way up, Shox just gets right in the faces of the players coming off spawn. It's a problem. For Mindfreak, Prade opens up with 2 as well. Luca follows up. This is a bloodbath early on here in the control. Fighter now on the point with Shox. You got players spawning up close to the A zone as well. I mean, I'm not going to call it the zone's gone just yet, but I think Mindfreak would be smart to let this go.
Yeah, it's gone. You cannot contest this when Concrete is completely in control of the offense, and beyond that, Mindfreak have nobody inside the plane, so you can't even pinch this from behind the play. You need to reestablish control over the plane itself, and the way to do that is to try to fight back against this push through for Renegades. The problem is, they're not fighting back. You've got 10-4 for Luca, 8-2 for Shox, an absolute bloodbath so far, all coming up in favor of Renegades, who already have a tick and a half worth of progress on the B zone.
5 lives remaining as well. Here's the problem for a Mindfreak is they do not have any lives to work with. It needs to be a perfect control round from them, and they're on defense, for heaven's sake. What the heck's going on? Mana Chicken, though, hey, he's not taking this one lying down. He takes down Luca and Fighter. Osprey going to fall, however, and Mindfreak now find themselves in a 3 versus 4. Shox takes down Mana Chicken, just down to Jazen and Mido now. Jazen does pick up 1. Renegades have so much room to breathe. And hey, actually, Jazen and Mido pick up 3. Now Jazen's going to fall, though. Middle 1 versus 4. And look, I really wanted to entertain the 4, to be honest, Alan. I really did. But
hey.
Look, I live in the real world, buddy, and that was never happening.
Look, we've seen wilder things in the last 48 hours at a level of competition that is a bit above what we would normally expect for challengers, talking specifically to your subliners fans that are out there. But the thing about it, and again, we harped on this at the beginning going into this map, you give a gap to Renegades when they're on the offense, they will take over this map completely. And you saw that in the form of both Pred and Shox getting through Concrete, making sure that the A zone is completely safe, and you're also punishing rotations from Mindfreak getting out of their spawn. That's why you have a 17-5 advantage in lives as the A zone is being captured. You cannot allow that to happen if you're Mindfreak. You cannot just go forward, run at them when you start to lose key positions and say, we'll just out-trade them. It's not necessarily a guarantee. You've got to make sure you're retaking these key positions and putting yourself in a firm power position to make sure your defense can safely get out of spawn. And now, once again, they get a bit over-aggressive in the middle of the map, and you can already see Renegades members moving forward, taking away away those positions and dominating the life count, at least initially early.
Mindfreak, on the offense, what can you do? I mean, the life advantage that you build up, Renegades, over the course of round number 1, that's going to be at the back of their minds as well. So you need something pretty snappy from them here. And Mana Chicken, Semtex himself, well, that's probably not the best play you could make on the defense. Pred inside the plane is just not lining them up. Unfortunately, isn't able to knock any down but one. And that might present an opportunity here for Mindfreak to find their way on through. The problem, of course, is there's only 25 seconds left on the clock for them to make this one work. Mana Chicken going to fall. Luca going to take out Mido as well. Player coming up from behind. That's going to be Osprey and Juzzen. Actually able to get a couple of kills, but they still, technically speaking, need to clutch up. The numbers aren't exactly in their favor. Pred's got control over towards A, but Mindfreak going to hop on this A zone. What can Renegades do? These trophy systems, man, they cause some serious damage. 10 seconds on the clock.
Keep your eye on Jazzen here. He's the one that has to make a play from the middle of the map, and he keeps the rotation safe, trusting that Osprey will move forward. He's able to go on 5 in a row at one point in time, but why are you challenging the last player when you've got zone control? Oh no, that could be possibly catastrophic. This is going to give an opportunity for Renegades to still challenge this A zone.
I think the question is more, why are you challenging Pred? As he is such a monster. Mido wants that smoke, though. He's able to pick up one. Unfortunately for him, Renegade players coming in from behind. 5 seconds on the clock. And although it was a valiant effort from Mindfreak, they're not going to have any players close by. The offense, well, doesn't work out, buddy. And I think the key thing there, if anything, is the fact that Mindfreak, they weren't down by lives at all. It was just, that was a bloodbath. It's as simple as that. It's so hard to win offenses generally, and now off the back of that round number 1 going Renegade's way, this is going to be a tough one to climb back into.
We talked about do not make big mistakes versus Renegades. They will punish you. There is no reason with 2 players coming off spawn safely into the A zone that you can stack and force a decision on the Renegades' minds of do we go for this or not. You take a 1v1 Chal off the zone into Pred, who's largely just waiting to see if you're going to take the Chal versus him. And as soon as he wins that gunfight, there's no more presence mid-map for Mindfreak because they're stacked on the A zone. Renegade's able to take over the plane and then re-aggress onto the A zone completely for a retake. That is a mistake that you cannot be making versus a team like Renegades. And now coming off into their next defense, wouldn't you figure, their next offense, wouldn't you figure they've only lost a single life. 18 and 11 for Luca, 16 and 7 for Shox, and this A zone might already be done and dusted.
Renegades on A. Fighter and Shock's going to be responsible for that. I mean, well, Mindfreak do remove them from wood. This is a Pred! Somebody stop Pred! For heaven's sake, he's still in this plane. He's on a 3 spree to kick things off. Renegades have surged on through A. This is bullying. This is unfair. Alan, this is horrific.
It's the ARs, man. I mean, I'm telling you, the reason why Pred was such a sought-after player was because he can go between, at least last year, an M4 and MP5 with no problem. And you're seeing that again come to life here in Cold War. And when you give him an opportunity to really flex, he will absolutely do that. So now you've got 2 minutes on the clock for Renegades with a 10 life advantage. And to be fair, Mindfreak have done well to clear off some of the map, but the problem is their defense has to fully flood through this A lane to try to retake other portions of it. I mean, there's just no space to work with. This is trying to build a boat inside of a garage, and it's just not a very big one. It's a 2-car or 2-door car garage. You're trying to build a yacht in it. It's not going to be all that successful. Renegades all over this one. Just 10 lives remaining for Mindfreak.
There's got to be some shining hope here for Mindfreak. Some. I mean, maybe they can make their way back into this one, but honestly, Renegades have just built themselves up such an advantage. They've got 95 seconds on the clock to work with. Osprey could maybe make this happen as he picks up one. Does get away with his life, or not. Maybe Fighter just kills him through the tube. Mindfreak have made their way through. Renegades.
Gotta play trades.
You've got to play trades, yeah, absolutely. Fighter looking for that first gunfight. Doesn't get it. Mana Chicken going to win that.
I mean, unless there is a complete breakdown here, this should be a 3-0 for Renegades. You've got 14 lives to find 6 kills. I don't see a world where that does not happen. But Mindfreak are starting to get some position. If they can maybe work for some spawn kills, this would be good. They do take care of Luca. The big problem to this is, does anyone know where Shox is? Well, now they do, but he's already taken away one of those 6 lives, and that might just be enough as the defense has to turn to find him. The rest of the offense comes forward, and, well, Shox is just going to apparently win that with a pistol. Down to the last 2 for Mindfreak.
Charles, I'm going to fall. Mana Chicken, hey look, buddy, I really love your name. Please impress me. Please do something. Renegades take him down before he can do any damage. And you said it should be a 3-0. Well, it absolutely is a 3-0. And really, I think right out from the break, that looked like a horrendous position for Mindfreak to find themselves in. They never had a hand on the steering wheel for that matchup whatsoever. It was just fully Renegade in the driver's seat. Every single round, pretty much all the time they had players filtering through. Mindfreak had no idea what was going on in that control.
I think a lot of it, if you were to go back and rewatch, is the fact that they're playing a little bit too loose when there aren't good numbers through the middle of the map. They're still trying to force aggression when there's no opportunity for aggression to exist, because it's all about, at that point, kind of quelling the fight, seeing if you can vie for position on things like the top of the wing, through the middle of the plane, or even underneath towards areas like Tetris. Those gunfights were largely never in the favor of Mindfreak because they were trying to still push through in what was 2v3 situations, even 2v2 situations. In that response, if you're on defense and you've already lost 2 members and you're still trying to push forward, that is essentially a way of saying we're okay taking a 2v4 because we're pushing in towards the Renegade spawns. And it's not just taking that 2v4. If you lose those 2 players that are pushing forward, it becomes a 4v2 again on towards the control points, which is not what you want. So I think there was a bit of lack of discipline there overall for Mindfreak once they were starting to find themselves in unfavorable trading positions. And that turns into a moment where Renegades can swiftly take over the map, get into your spawn, and then you're looking at things like a 29 to 22 life count in the first 30 seconds because of it. So as we take a look back over these maps overall, again, looking at it, I was not looking at this checkmate as a favorable map combination for a team like Mindfreak who likes to play a little bit faster. But now that we've guaranteed map number 4 and a possibility of going to map number 5, both of which are on raid, the sun starts to shine a little bit brighter on Mindfreak because that's where I think these SMGs can really find their pressure. And one of the biggest win conditions I think for this Mindfreak team overall is if Man of Chicken can start to take over a game. On a map like Raid, I think the opportunity is much more freeing than a map like Moscow Hardpoint or Checkmate Control.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say I agree with you, Alan. And you know, in theory, I think you're absolutely right. I just think the way that Mindfreak played map number 1, I don't hold much hope for them here in map number 4. I got to be honest. I mean, I know we keep on coming back to this, but you've just got to remove those fundamental mistakes in hardpoint. You can't give up a hardpoint. Very rarely. There are very few hills across the entirety of Black Ops Cold War that you can give up a hardpoint with 30 seconds left. And even then, that's questionable. 25, sure, whatever. 30, that's a lot of time, guys. And then to lose that rotation as well, it's big. Now, I know that's very situational and it only applies to Moscow, but on the flip side, I think Renegade showed a lot of prowess there in map number 1 in Hardpoint. They knew exactly how to manipulate those situations. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they just looked so stunning across the entirety of that map. I'm concerned for Mindfreak here. You know, going into this map, Alan, I got to ask you, I mean, who is the shining player for you on this Mindfreak lineup to really step up to the plate and show Renegades who's boss?
Well, coming into this map, it has to be Man of Chicken. That's just the way it has to be. And you going back to kind of relating it to that Moscow, that is not like the way that this Mindfreak team wins is by taking away opportunities from their opponents. The minute that they step off the gas and they're allowing more options to exist for a team like Renegades, is going to lead to more moments where they get punished for it. It's just the simple fact of the matter that they rely heavily on SMGs, and on a map like Moscow, when you're giving up lanes and you're allowing the ARs to Renegades to get into a position where they actually can contest things like that library hardpoint, they're going to thrive because the SMGs are out of the picture. So when you look at a map like Raid, you have to look first and foremost at Man of Chicken, and then right behind that, where is Jazzin in the conversation as well? I'm not trying to sit there and say that we have to take away anything from Osprey or Middo, but if you're going to find success when it comes to this Mindfreak squad, it's going to be by the fact that you're the one putting on pressure and taking away lanes of opportunity from a team like Renegades. So if they're able to get a couple of nice early kills, dominate some of those early timings, and really lock down the rotation, that would be a much more favorable position overall for a team like Mindfreak. This comes down to, can they get MOC and Jazzin in a position to do just that?
I mean, they need to come out the gate swinging. That's the bottom line for me. You cannot let Renegades get any momentum in their favor. You most certainly have to stop them from earning those beautiful score streaks as we go into map number 4. It's going to be awesome. I'm really excited to get into it. This could be the final map of the first Challengers Open of the season for Asia Pacific. And of course, I think it'd be quite poetic to say that Renegades would come out on top. That being said, an upset is not outside the realms of possibility. I believe Mindfreak are coming from the losers bracket, however, so even if they win this series, they're still going to win a second one.
Yeah, that's the big key as well, and maybe you learned something about what Renegades are trying to do versus this Mindfreak squad. Put them on respawn maps that are a little bit more wide open, a little bit lengthier, force them to have to make collective plays rather than individual ones, and off the rip, Renegades, a very clean break so far, and for the last two members of Mindfreak in Laundry, you're just hoping that you can hold on while your teammates are coming from behind, of which they do. Mido's able to help pinch that up, 2 kills in the mix, and Mindfreak will be right back in to generate some score of their own on the first hill.
It's going to be Mindfreak now looking for some early time here. Renegades are spawning out over towards Art, so that's important as well. As we look over towards rotation, Pred's going to win that battle. Mindfreak should get this scrap time theoretically. There's one player in Shocks who's spawning over towards Driveway. Actually, Luca's going to spawn out for Sig as well. So these spawns important. Pred, hello? Somebody take this AK-74U away from Pred. He is just insane with it. Renegades, they've got control of this spawn, Alan.
You can give that guy a knife and he'd find a way to make it look good. I'm telling you, he's just such a special player because of how creative he can get. And now it's down to the creativity largely going to be tested for Mindfreak. How are you going to try to hit this? A 3-1 approach on the way in. Initial trades, decent, but can they actually overwhelm and flip the spawns is the real question. The answer so far, no. But Mindfreak are at least able to dabble for a little bit of time early.
I think this is a terrible position for Mindfreak to find themselves in. You can absolutely battle round the back as the trade's coming in inside the hard point. Mido is going to fall, however. Shocks picks up 2. And now Jazen going straight in here. Going to be a bit impatient. Doesn't want to wait for his teammates. Pred punishes. And that last 25 seconds of time should theoretically go over to this Renegades roster. Now we look towards the rotation. Mindfreak, they're setting themselves up.
And they're in a pretty solid position here. Again, it's not great that you have to give up as much time as you did, but you're still in this game. And with one good wipe here, if you can lock down these P3 spawns and the initial time, you're right back in. So this is a huge moment for Mindfreak early on the chalk up. Middle watching one lane finds the first, and it looks like for now Renegades will have to reconsider as they get a little bit of the lay of the land as far as how Mindfreak wants to play this opening hard point.
First gunfight's going the way of Mindfreak, though. This is time they absolutely need. Did Predator put some extra shots into Jazen? I'm not entirely sure, but got the kill regardless. Nade coming out there. It's going to make Pred weak as this attack from Renegade starting to wind up. They deal with Mana Chicken over towards the bedroom. Now we're back towards the hard point, though. Mido and Jazen going to win their one-on-ones. Now 30 seconds. This is still quite a lot of time that Renegades, realistically speaking, don't want to give up. But they find themselves in this awkward position where they're spawning in the mid-map. And if they go for it, they kind of risk themselves spawning out for that next hard point. So they make that decision, Alan, to not push through.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, again, I think the setup for Mindfreak, although maybe a touch cautious, was great overall. I mean, they are able to read every single lane. They are able to adjust off their respawn where they need to turn their attention and their numbers to, and they get a full 60 on P3 because of it. So now it's, again, down to this hit for Mindfreak. Will they be able to get into the back successfully? Pred and Shocks able to try to pinch things up. They will be able to quell it and penalize that early rotation for Mindfreak, meaning that the initial 15 to 20 seconds should be a lock for Renegades on basketball.
I'm just looking at the way Pred's playing this game, man. He is just snappy as hell. 11-5 start for him. Renegades behind at the moment, though. Pred in the mid-map isn't even able to get one. Jazen does help him out by taking out Mido, but that leaves Jazen and Mana Chicken ready for this push through money. Got Fighter and Elbow to deal with. Mana Chicken does deal with him now. Can they pressure Renegades inside this hard point? Jazen tries around the back. He's going to get taken down by Pred, so it falls on the shoulders of Man and Chicken. He is going to fall. Renegades, they win all of those engagements. This should be their scrap time unless Mido wants to push for it. And Mindfreak, they can focus on this rotation.
Small timing mismanagement there for Mindfreak. You get the one kill through Kitchen. It actually forces Renegades to spawn out, but they don't really wait to set up their full hit in a 4v3 situation. You see it come through a little bit too individualistically, and it allows an opportunity for the Renegades with lesser numbers to actually still win that engagement. So as you mentioned, now we go over to the 5th hard point, and interestingly enough, Mindfreak have put no numbers up towards top statue, of which number 4 of Shocks makes very good use of, and Renegades on their first attempt have broken and locked down a very solid setup for this 5th hill.
Off the back of that basketball, this is going to be an important moment in the game for Renegades to maybe pull away if they can hold on to it. All of the gunfights are going their way. Mindfreak spawning out over towards Garage, so this is going to have to be a push in for them relatively soon. They're opting not to go straight on through the hard point to try and have a secondary focus of the rotation over towards Snoo. But that doesn't work when Shox is there with the sub. You've got Fighter there with the AR as well. You cannot do that, guys. They are in denial. And Renegade's hit looking pretty good, Alan. This is essentially going to be 2 back-to-back full holds.
Not great news. I could appreciate the effort for Mindfreak saying, okay, let's try to make this hit come through Art over through Statue. And at worst case scenario, if we do not break P5, at least we've got numbers to get set up for the first hard point. That's been completely and utterly negated. And you've got kill streaks all over the place for Renegades. Fighter was on 4 before he fell, but Shock's dealing with some of his own, getting some assists in the mix. And now actually, we're continuing to try to talk about the tally. It is just on to Luca. So good recovery here for Mindfreak, but I think the big question is, have too much damage been done here? As Luca was on 7, I have to imagine he got an artillery strike off of that. And Mindfreak, yep, they are going to be you have to deal with this immediately as it's coming on. And it's actually a cruise missile and an artillery strike that's earned. And all 4 members for Mindfreak will fall as Renegades get right into the hard point.
And here's the problem. When you give Renegades this much room to breathe, they can start to really fly. And, well, when you're at the position you're at in the series, you can't let that happen at the moment. We discussed it before we got in. Scrap time for Renegades isn't actually going to go their way. That's 5 seconds that will go Mindfreak's way. But as we turn our heads over towards the rotation, Alan, it is going to be Renegades there. Now, Pred doesn't realize it, you feel, but has let 2 players past. Fighter does spot him out. Fighter deals with it. Pred and Shox now looking for Man of Chicken. Man of Chicken gets 1. Can he get the second? Unfortunately, the shots aren't as fresh as we'd like. Renegades holding on to this time. There's 45 seconds to soak up. Mindfreak, they've got to push, and they've got to push now.
And they're going to have to wait for a rotation to come around the back as well. They're trying to play through cutout. It's just, again, a little bit mismanaged, and Renegades are seeing it. They're smelling the blood in the water, and they're not hesitating to snap on it. Opportunity still to win this game on this hill as well. So you're going to get a zone here from Fighter just to try to stop this rotation, and at worst, he maybe spawns out and has an opportunity to rotate safely over to P3. So there's the contest. Artillery streak is in the mix. 3 players down. And not enough time was contested. This could very well be the match.
Could very well be. 1 player spawns out to basketball. Do they get in the hard point quick enough? I don't believe they do. That should be GG. Okay, no, actually, we don't get the tick over. So it's 249, 1-1-10. My amateur self decided to forget about the fact that we don't actually get a tick over on the last second. So it is going to be 249, 1-1-5. Mindfreak, I mean, they still are holding on hope to that fact. Magic coming from behind. Need to get that gunfight, please. He does. Renegades, though, they just need 1 second. That's not a lot of room for error. Mind 3. Can they pull off a perfect hardpoint hold here as first gunfights go Renegades' way? Now, there they are. They're in, and that's GG. Renegades are our champions for APAC for the first time in our Challengers Open. Alan, they look good.
Look great. And, you know, just kind of watching over the last 3 cups and seeing the results. You've gotten Void in the mix. You've gotten this now Mindfreak team in the mix. You've even had Chiefs that have been contested for top 4s before. And there have been instances where it's not just Renegades either finishing 1st or 2nd. They finished 4th in the past. They finished 3rd during cup number 7. But overall, they've definitely come to play when it gets down to these cups. And, well, Visions, as we bring you back into the conversation, look, there's no elite to play for a lot of these APAC teams.
No.
But these cups, lots of money on the line for them. And Renegades definitely taking it seriously here.
Yeah, they mean a lot, and Renegades, I mean, they just come out firing, right, on all cylinders across all the respawns, which is probably the most important game modes to have locked down here for the vets coming out of the Pro League from last year. So I think that they looked fantastic. I was really expecting almost a little bit more here, especially because it felt like, you know, a lot of the mistakes that were being made were looking like amateur mistakes, right? Like not necessarily always being set up first, not necessarily making those rotations. We see, what was it, 3-0 on the control, right, at 250-96 on the first HP, like not very close game modes for as far as what we did get there for the scoreline. So I think that it is a little bit concerning here, but I'm almost wondering if it was just Renegade saying, listen, like you just said, this one's going to be broadcasted, a lot of money on the line, like we got to show up today. And well, that's exactly what they did, right?
Yeah, look that way. I mean, Infinity, outside of the search and destroy, I mean, as Austin just mentioned, respawn dominance through and through. I think I'm largely looking at a lot of the potential mistakes that were made from Mindfreak, but that doesn't take away from how polished Renegades were, making every right decision, it felt like, across all 3 of the respawn maps that we had.
Yeah, I mean, not only did they look good as a team, they were making the right decisions, as you point out, right? You know, they weren't throwing up any rotations on hardpoint, for example. They did everything correctly. Individually, they worked off their own plays. You know, you could see Pred getting a 2 or a 3 piece, and then they'd act on that, which I really love to see. Sometimes that doesn't happen from teams, but Renegades, they've kind of got that sixth sense in a way to know when to act on those plays. And honestly, Mindfreak, they just couldn't handle it. So we have a look at our map set here. Renegades, they look pretty dominant throughout, other than that search and destroy, which is where I'd say they looked, I'd say, shaky, if anything. They didn't really look as comfortable as the rest of the maps, that's for sure.
I was about to say, it's maybe not necessarily a negative towards Renegades as much as it's like, wow, what the creativity was that from Mindfreak? I mean, have we ever seen between the three of us a team full stack 4 defensive members on top of the B site like that? 2 ARs through lights and 2 in defense? Definitely a bit creative, and maybe those little curveballs was enough to get them over the hump there. I mean, Austin, we do love watching some good search and destroy. I mean, were there enough takeaways from that search in its own to sit there and say that Mindfreak can continue to be a contender versus a Renegades team?
I think that it's certainly fair to say they could be. It's just a matter of cleaning up the other game modes, right? Because their search did look fantastic. It felt like there was a lot of moments where, like you said, the creativity was really kicking in. It was the ability to be able to play off a lot of trades, not throwing those rounds even when things came down to the 1v1. So you can still see, like, they have that clutch factor. They're able to put themselves into winning situations. It's just kind of cracking down on what is going wrong in the rest of the respawns, because you can be a great search and destroy squad, have as much creativity as possible, but if you can't grab at least one of the respawns to send things towards a map 5, then it's really hard to be kind of a top talent throughout this region when you have a squad like Renegades that seems to be pretty well-rounded throughout all 3.
Well, we'll take a look back to see where exactly all the prize money has been dispersed between these teams overall. Renegades, of course, in first place for $8,000. Mindfreak will walk away with a cool $6K. And as we mentioned, Void definitely still fighting back here. And it's interesting to not see Chiefs in the mix. They were knocked out by Cyclops Athletic Gaming. Japanese squad, they're finishing in 4th, and they have been, I would say, the pride of Japan this year. They've been playing very, very consistently with top 8 finishes in every single cup that they have been in so far. So definitely do not sleep on the Japanese region as well here for APAC overall. But with that in mind, boys, we got to gear up for North America. And I mean, before we head to a break, I just got to get reactions as far as like who you're most looking forward to seeing, because let's be honest, I think Built by Gamers is the only team still alive right now that is actually the same roster that we saw from weeks prior.
Yeah, I'd say from, sorry, Austin.
No,
I'd say
good.
for me, it'd probably be the Insight's team and such.
Sure.
You know, I think for me, Insight is just as player, and I know that's a cop-out because they're the team currently sitting in grand finals. I'm sorry, but I think for me, the key thing with this team is that, you know, Insight is a player that I think no matter what team he is on, he is going to perform well. And you combine him with players like Decimate and Draza, and it is a team that looks scary. And that is, I think, for me, at the very least, when you get players like these that find the right combination that can really perform well, that is a scary team. And especially in a competitive region like North America, you know, they have an absolute chance to walk away as champions of this Challengers Open.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think I'm looking at Sib&Co here, man. Like, this was, right, a big change that came up after the Elite. Let's be honest, that was not the run that squad was meant to have. I think Sib was extremely disappointed, and you could see that frustration, whether it was on Twitter or whether it was on stream. He now has his duo with him here, Jimbo coming with them alongside these other 2 guys with Zyril, of course, and Archives. Archives, someone who also has synergy with Jimbo. So I feel like this squad, you know, with the limited time that they've had, has already been able to make a run, and they definitely have them in them to be able to pull off some upsets and get towards that grand final.
Well, a lot to learn, and as we transition away from the APAC region, our sights are solely focused on North America and all of these wild changes we've seen. We'll send things off to a break, get things set up, and we'll be joining in with our North American tournament when we come back right after this. Don't go anywhere. VMix problems. That's the way it goes. What I was saying before I was rudely interrupting myself was the fact that there are no shortage of storylines here in North America overall. Essentially pick your poison. But the one that sits at the top of my mind is the fact that out of all 4 of our teams that have guaranteed a spot after Elite Stage 1 going into Elite Stage 2, we have none of them involved with the final teams that we have left here for North America in one form or another, whether they're no longer teams or because they were knocked out earlier. Visions, where do you want to start?
Man, it's hard to pick a spot, right? It's hard to pick a spot to start because we don't have the big names, I feel like, that you have to start talking about subliners. We don't have Western here, even after making some changes. It is completely wild to see where we're at for the simple fact that, like you just stated, there is no teams that we have within the Elite that had that core 4 in towards this point in time and towards the bracket here for the Open. So I am just completely mind-blown for that simple fact, but I do think that we have to kind of shine some spotlight on the teams that we do have. Specifically, one matchup that we do have coming up here with Sib and Co, this locked-in roster. Jimbo and Sib coming off of Maki after a 6th place finish, now looking to see if they can maybe recuperate with 2 other amateur players here to see if they can kind of push them over the edge, make some noise in towards the bracket here or overall in towards North America and Challengers, and maybe that's enough to see if they might be able to actually get some dubs and contest some of these other squads that we do have who are also looking pretty fierce.
Yeah, I think, you know, for North America, this is pretty standard stuff overall for as these challenges tournaments go. For Elite, I think that's a very different story. I think that's when we start to see some stability. But, you know, specifically in these cups, it's always been the case that these teams, they come out of nowhere. The team that we've got coming up, for example, Cruz and Co, I mean, they haven't had the best few weeks, right? I mean, they've got top 16, top 82 a fair few times over the last few weeks. But before that, they got 3rd in a tournament. That's just NA. That is NA in a nutshell for challenges this year. So to not see Western and Subliners Academy here is a bit of a shock. Yeah, I'll give you that. But beyond that, you know, this is just par for the course for what we've come to expect from North American challenges this year. It's a bloodbath consistently, and there are so many talented teams in the region.
Well, again, this is a lower matchup, so as we take a look over our 5 maps here between Cruz and Co versus Locked In, it'll be a mix of just raiding garrisons, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth throughout the entirety of this lower semifinal matchup. So as we're kind of taking our look in, you mentioned, of course, the fact that this is a team that formerly known as Team Degen has stuck together. They've been finding a lot of success at times. You know, it was a top 16 finish for them during the first stage Elite qualifier. They're coming off of a 4th place finish during Challengers Cup number 8. So Infinity, as we dig on into these guys here, you know, it just kind of comes down to, are they in a position to try to advance beyond that versus a locked-in team that I think we were all looking at saying, you know, is this the right move? You know, Sib and Jimbo sticking together. You're matching yourself up with Zyril and Archives, who have not had great years so far. Just kind of comes down to which teams finds the favor first, and it's, of course, going to be Raid Hardpoint to kick us off with that.
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? You know, does this new roster for Sib and Jimbo, does it really cut up a scratch for the rest of the team? I think that's the question from me. Of course, for Cruz and Co, though, I mean, they've looked good. They had the moment, so we'll be able to see really how they get on in this matchup.
Mine's here. Plays life.
For the side of Cruz and Co, they're in a really solid spot overall. And for Locked In, it just comes down to, can you make sure that this time is not completely free? And then beyond that, can you actually just lock down this rotation? So Sib and Co are looking really solid here as they're in a really good position overall to kind of get things going.
Yeah, looking good so far. I mean, you have the spawns in towards the back here. Everything's starting to at least settle in. It's just about blocking his push. Here it comes. Wiz here trying to lead the lineup, and it's going to be Zyril who finds that first kill. Sib goes for a peek. Can Wiz get more than one? He cannot. Zyril actually finding himself too, and they do find the trades at least swinging their way, but it's Wand with the response. He's able to get himself in towards the back, and it's still a fight for spawns at the last 30 seconds here on P2.
All right, so as we get into this, again, tie game at least for now here, Austin, and, well, it's going to be it's really down to what happens on this next rotation, because the other back 20 seconds is going to be great, and for Locked In, you do have numbers that can start pushing across, but you see for the side of Cruz and Co, they're in a really nice spot to kind of lock down these lanes and read where the push is coming. It just comes down to, do they understand how many players are on this play? And as Wiz finds 2 from the front, 1 pitches from behind,
wow,
and that'll be good enough for a clean hold of this initial time here for Cruz and Co.
Yeah, there's no one really close here for as far as the rotation, right? Locked in still have a lot of ground to cover before they're even going to get close towards breaking in towards the hill. So you're at least going to get yourself maybe a good 20 seconds before we see that first break attempt. But Archive starting to make his way through the pool side. Wiz going to try and clean this up. Will he get there before he ends up crossing? He sees him jump right in towards the corner. So beautiful timing working out here. And Allen, the zoning, everything looking so fantastic. Juan's now finding himself on another spree as he cleans up two inside of Jim. You've already captured 30 seconds. And now if you're locked in, you might be saying, listen, I think we got to rotate to the new hill.
All right, well, that's going to be interesting because you don't want to give it 20 seconds for free, but you might just have to. And even beyond that, Wanda's already putting his pressure over towards basketball. The only player that's actually inside this new hard point is Archives. And as it's going to be a switch Juan situation, Juan reads it beautifully. 14-8 for him. He's on a solo mission, quite literally on an island by himself. The rest of his team is trying to wrap through the backside of Laundry, and even though you thought that Juan's individual play might be good enough, he's still being tested and still coming out on top. Beautiful play here from Cruz & Co. as they retain about a 30-point lead, and they've got the ability to try to negate some time early from Locked In.
They need this time, and so far so good. First 15 seconds, Jimbo's trying to fight for some of this kitchen control. Juan there for the trade. Having an excellent game, mind you, 16-9. Really one of the reasons that we do actually have Cruz & Co. in the lead. But they're going to slowly but surely try to break in towards the back here. They have their teammates pushing down low, and Zyril just cleaned up two off screen. Mine tries to challenge as well. 4 go down. And well, we see a full 60 go over for Garage, and Locked In will respond with a full 60 for themselves.
Okay, 15 seconds will lead towards just focusing on the rotation. Jimbo, first one forward, just tries to aggressively take Cruz & Co. off guard from the front. Not going to happen. And now as we get around, it's going to be Zyril who's going to make a long, I mean, this is a long play around Garage. And I think the real question is, as Locked In is spreading the map so thinly, where are you going to force Cruz & Co. to spawn? Or can his individual kills just win it outright without having to worry about it? Zyril on 5 straight, Archives able to help for 3 straight kills, and Cruz & Co. will be spawning in the exact wrong position for fans of them, as they'll be more over towards this backside of the basketball court.
Zyril, he's also really close to streaks right now. He's going to hop in the hill and see if he can maybe pick up one more kill to start bringing these home. We talk about Raid being so influential with having yourself cruise missiles, artillery strikes, opening up hills. Can he get this last kill right now? Everyone collapsing in and around shots come through. Zyril secures the first one. 20 seconds left in and around RP5 hill as he even gives us a little 360, Allen. He's celebrating maybe a little bit before. Well, maybe that's why, because he locks in the streaks. He locks in the scrap time, and Locked In themselves. They're going to start reining them in right away.
And why not? I think this is just a good read, not just for the kills onto the hard point, but you can also essentially force where the spawns are going to be on your own decision. So the spree comes to a close on 10, and Sib is still on 23 and 12. I mean, just pick a stat line to live off of. You got a minute 30 plus worth of time for Archives as well. I mean, it's just good every way you split it. Wiz will try to fight back as he gets the middle of the map into the control of Cruz & Co. Wand also from the front working with Cruz himself to break on in. And oh my goodness, 2 from Cruz. That is a 4-man feed, and even against the power of Locked In, Cruz & Co. still fighting back.
Yeah, that's a break after investing the streak. So that's actually a really big moment because this game could have gotten completely out of hand off that, and they're still not done. 20 seconds to play for, but they don't necessarily have the rotation secured. They're about to try and secure it, but it's Zyril who actually is stopping it. He finds 2 out of 3. Mine doesn't want to challenge this yet because he's only down to about 50 HP. Archives might be the one to clean him up, and he is. So a beautiful play there from Zyril in towards the back to make sure he cuts off that rotation and gives them a chance to be able to secure spawns heading in towards new.
Cruz & Company from the front, they're going to have to work against one wave of kills. If they do this cleanly, there's an opportunity maybe to flip these spawns around, but it is 50-50 for now. So we go 2 for 2, but even the pressure is decent enough to force Archives and Sid to spawn out. So if you can win this next exchange, Cruz & Co. right back in this game. I don't think they recognize that the spawns are in their favor, but Wiz will just kind of pirouette and check over towards pillars, and that will bring the confirmation. So 30 seconds to play. Locked In has the full flood from the front, and flood they do. Sid able to find the first. Mind and Cruz trying to play their lives. A little bit of assistance from Juan. Last 1v1 gets taken by Zyril, and the breakthrough will be good to contest a bit of time for Locked In.
Yeah, you take about 15 seconds off there, give or take, so that's about best case scenario. Don't give them too much time and try to get a setup for the new hill. And we'll see Sib. He kind of gets caught with some bad timing there as this rotation's about to start taking place. Cruise through the middle, can't cut through Jimbo. Jimbo just needs to stay alive as long as possible because he's able to play for this information on where exactly everyone is. And well, he even doubles up and finds that second kill. Now a chance to pitch in from behind. Archives almost able to turn and burn on Wiz, but Wiz with 2 is going to be good to be able to re-secure the hard point, but not for long. It's scrappy as hell, Alan. Parallel spawns here through the pool side and the ramp side. Both teams trying to fight here for the last 35 seconds.
But losing this player in Archives means that Zyral's open to a challenge, and you know Wiz is going to want to take it. He's on 6 in a row, really heating up. We're down to about a 10-point game. Locked In are going to sacrifice and concede this back 22 seconds, so there will be a lead swap here in favor of Cruz & Co. The question just comes down to, where do you exit? How do you want to rotate? And the answer seems to be right into the jaws of Sib, who will find one elimination, and then beyond that, read the information, tilting his teammates to make sure they're picking up the back through laundry.
Mind waiting for some support. They lose 1 there on transition. That's actually a big kill from Sib. And now you're forced to win this gunfight on the Rock Heady in jungle. And we know how devastating it can be, especially when you get extra assistance there. It's a stronghold in towards the back. Locked in, have themselves in the driver's seat. Just a matter of zoning out inside of kitchen, which Sib is already doing and locking down. Mind needs to find some kills as he regroups with his teammates. So he's going to hit the cutout. Sib spawns laundry. And looks like Mind has a read on this. Will he win the gunfight? He will. Now a chance to drop down low with the numbers. Can they break in towards the hill? You feel like they have to. 215 to 200, 30 seconds to play for it. 1 trying to break on through, but it's Cruz off screen with 3. He will be able to help clear out the hard point, and Wiz, he grabs the last one.
And now you have to make a decision if you're locked in. 20 seconds that you don't want to give up, but we've seen this copy-paste scenario so often. If you overcommit to this basketball hill, you lose the rotation to Spiral, and in turn, typically lose on the 5th hardpoint. And even beyond that, the commitment from Locked In doesn't just get shut down, it forces them to spawn all the way by the garage. So for Cruz & Company, everything going their way. They retake the lead. They've got numbers around Spiral. It just comes down to taking advantage of positions and collapsing on this 5th hardpoint.
Oh, you have to collapse. You have to win the battle. Jimbo inside the point. He's going to find that first one. Challenges up top for 2. Jimbo locking things down. It's all blue in the feed. This hit is going to have to count if you're Cruz & Co. or the game is going to be over for map number 1. They're looking to make it happen, but 2 players end up dropping here from the pillar side, so now they have to try and break through from the front, and it's going to be shut down there. Archive trying to turn and burn, but Mind contesting the time. Can we get a double from Zyral? Yes, we can. He answers the call, trying to lock in the last couple seconds, and it's good. Locked in. They come away with map number 1, 250 to 220.
Good grief. I mean, the amount of things that we could break down in that final 30 seconds, we could probably make a podcast that would last about 2 hours long. But the thing about it is the fact that both of these teams do not want to give away an inch. No. And you're seeing that in the decisions of Locked In at the end there, trying to break through, 20 seconds left. You're not going to lose the game on basketball, but you don't want to give Cruz & Company an opportunity to work in to potentially retake the lead. So they commit with 20 seconds to hit basketball. We've seen that decision foil so many squads, not just in challengers, but even teams like the Thieves and Temp and stuff like that in the CDL. So to make that decision, I think just goes to show that they don't want to give away a single inch towards Cruz & Company. And fortunately, at the end, Jimbo, Zyral pick up the pieces, lock down the final hard point, and give themselves the 250 to 220. My goodness, what an ending spree.
Yeah, just an incredible game there out of Locked In, especially with some of the holds that they were able to pull off there, because there was a point in time where it looked like Locked In might have just gotten blown out of the water at that game, but it was that, basketball hill that we talk about, that transition from P3 to P4, and if you're able to lock things down in there, I mean, they matched a full 60, after being full 60 there on Garage, and that's what allowed them to at least stay in that game and actually pick up some steam, get some streaks, right? That's the turning point for them. So just a very close game that honestly could have went either way, but we talk about a lot of big moments there, especially from Zyral. I feel like this is someone who I've never talked about. I don't think has really gotten a whole lot of shine throughout challengers this entire year through North America. And, Sim kind of comes out here and says, I want to team with this guy and see if he might be able to be, one of those main ARs that can step things up here and step in towards that role. And he definitely stepped in towards that role, at least that game there for us.
Well, I mean, to be fair, and I'll give you a little bit of credit, there hasn't been a reason to talk about Zyral Archive.
It's true.
They're averaging placement throughout all of the cups so far is 36th. I mean, it's been nothing but 30 seconds, top 32s and top 64s. Every single tournament for these guys. And it's been kind of confusing because you look at players like Zyral and Archive, especially during like Black Ops 4, even during Modern Warfare, not bad. Zyral specifically, he was like finishing at least top 16, if not top 8 a lot of the time during Modern Warfare. He had an 8th place finish at Modern Warfare Champs, and it just kind of came down to what the heck is going on with these guys. And apparently, all that needed was Sib saying, brothers, back to battle we go. So we take a look at the replay package, and we'll see a lot of the shining moments, I think, for both of those players, and of course Sib in the mix as well, because this is the last 45 seconds, and the game largely was won by players like Zyral and Jimbo.
Yeah, I mean, it really was here. This is just so chaotic. When you have 4 different entry points to try and watch, you're just trying to make sure you can come out here, and Jimbo, like, who's struggling in towards this game, finds that massive double up, and that's when they find 3 down. They're able to push out at least some of these areas. Player 1, you know, going towards open stairs. You have 2 players that come over towards ring and win both of those battles. So you know they have to come from kitchen, open stairs, or Zig, just giving you more information to play with. And it gets a bit chaotic here as Archives unable to find that second, but it doesn't matter because this is Zyral's big play. He had so many moments where he was able to find these 2 pieces inside of the point or in and around the point that was able to at least secure things here for them in the map number 1 on Raid. But man, Alan, that was just a treat to watch for as far as things could have unfolded totally different, right? If those 2 players lose those gunfights by ring and they're able to at least flood in and really kind of add in a pinch towards the point there.
Look, and the one player that wasn't on the screen for a lot of that back 45 was Sib, and he went 34 and like 26. I mean, like, come on. And, you know, it's really funny because I know we were talking about this at one point in time. You know, Sib kind of reached out and was like, dude, I just gotta put myself to what I know. And it was playing with players that he's very familiar with, longtime friends. And initially when he has mentioned that he was going to be playing with Zyral and Archives, I was like, bro, like, they're not even getting close to making a Sunday.
Yeah.
Like, are you sure you want to do this? But the thing about it is, with the pickups, now playing with Zyral and Archives, it allows Sib to kind of go off and just play his game, where he can get much more aggressive. Yeah, he's been running largely the AR flex between the last 2 titles, but when he's got a sub in his hand, that's where I feel like Sib really shines. And you're seeing that. It's a ton of engagements, and it's a plus like 12 overall, 34 and that was like 22 or something like that. It's an incredible stat line for him.
It's big. I mean, we were looking at that team on paper and we're like, is this an upgrade from Maki Maki? Like, is it an upgrade? I think was like the first question that went through our heads, and we weren't really thinking like it was going to be, you know, too big of a difference from really where that Maki Maki squad was at. But it seems to be a massive difference. And I think the biggest narrative to push is the fact that they haven't had a whole lot of time, you know, to be able to get to this point, right? Like, it's been a very short amount of time that they've been able to improve and figure out roles and really kind of just come together and figure out how they want to play the game. And that's a great example up against, you know, a squad that I feel like has been overlooked here time and time again. They were under the DGen, you know, organization for a very long time. They were able to break in towards, you know, a lot of great placings throughout the past couple cups. So the fact that you just won a map number 1 on Raid, which they're pretty good on for the most part as well. Watching over those guys yesterday, they won a couple times on Raid. It looked fantastic. But we take a look at least what we do have here for us, Alan, going in towards this entire series. And a Garrison Search and Destroy is on the horizon for map number 2. And this is going to be an interesting one because we're wondering what else for creativity are we going to get coming in towards North American Challengers here for us today.
And, you know, the search and destroy element is one that comes with a lot of different talking points because you've got players and personalities like Tupac out there like saying that the challenger scene is arguably playing better search and destroy than some CDL squads. You even have some challengers players that are saying the same thing. That's bold. I mean, that's really bold to come out there and say. So, I mean, you better come through and live up to your word. And I'm specifically kind of framing that up to Cruise & Co.'s perspective because they've also been kind of vocal about how they feel about their search and destroy in the last couple of weeks. So if you were to ever to bounce back, you should do it here because you're playing up against a locked-in team that, yes, there's a lot of personal familiarity with one another, but do they have the kind of veteranship on this game as a collective for in search and destroy specifically? Now, to be fair, you play a map like Garrison, all you have to worry about is what exactly are you going to do on B? I think that's kind of the big thing overall. So looks like our first round has come to a bit of a conclusion. Again, there's been some issues trying to get the load in happening. So with that in mind, it looks like that we'll just start things off with the 1-0 tally in favor of Locked In.
Up 1-0 for us, and it's just all about locking down your defenses. If you can get away with an offense, then that almost just gives you enough room to be able to actually close the map out on something that might look like a 6-4 scoreline because of the way defenses kind of play out for us. But if you can get one early, that puts a lot more pressure on your opponents. As we'll see, Archives, he'll give a little slide peek. Actually might try to bait out Want here, and no way Archives wins that battle. But are they going to be able to get out? Sure, they get through, and now it's Zyril, who's able to at least get a trade, trying to play his life right now in the 2v2.
You want to see about reasons why the A zone is difficult. Even if you win the engagements over towards this top comp sat truck area, you're still left with a 2v2 situation. And so now it's down to what do Cruz and Co. want to try to do to defend against this, because they're going to give up all of bricks. And the long play from Wiz could result in some just gunfights based off timing, but if he mantles, he will make a sound cue, and he thinks the better of it as they just wait to see if Locked In will actually go for a plant at the A site.
Need this trade there from Wiz. He does find it. So 1v1, but you have to get the bomb if you're Zyril. And I like what Wiz is doing. He knows he can just play the back of the map, play for a cross here from a rotation to A to B. Zyril going to read it. Oh, he gets the check, but he doesn't fully check it. So bomb is going to be picked back up. Barrel has not been blown up either, but he might have a chance at a free plant. Wiz is not going to be able to get here in time unless he goes for some shots on towards the barrel. We'll take the gunfight. He's ready for it, and we'll be able to win and clutch out the 1v1.
Yeah, it's just a good position from Wiz, kind of staying passive behind the tanks and over towards that train yard area. You can read if there's going to be a cross coming through, and he did spend a lot of his attention looking in towards Cobble. And if you don't see him in crossing, because let's be honest, you're not going to plant the bomb at A unless you've cleared Cobble. So in his mind, he sits there and says, all right, 1v1, I know that he's got to come through and make sure that Cobble is safe before he goes for a plant at A, so that's all I'm going to watch. And if he checks it, then I know it's going to be going towards A. If it gets to underneath 10 seconds and he hasn't checked it yet, it's probably going to go to B. So the timing works out really nicely for Wiz. Gets the good read, gets the good shots, able to tie this game up 1-1.
I like the adaptation, though. At least trying to go for something different. And we'll see if Cruz and Co. do they got anything a little different here for us. Looks like it's pretty standard for the most part. Just trying to go for the double pre-aim in towards Light, seeing if they might get an early challenge and kind of work away with the first blood. Cruz through the middle. He's checking all the back areas in the defensive side of the map to see if he can maybe catch an AR.